Up. Also, right at the top, fun fact that I didn't realize until now, I can't hear the BG3 audio at all, like the background music, so you guys will definitely have to tell me if I leave it on by accident. Also, I'm just remembering that I was heating up tea in the kettle, and it is done, and I need to pour it. So I will be right back. Feel free to watch Bug while I'm gone. 3 minutes. I have returned. Perfect time. I just ordered pizza. This could not get any better. All hail the chair. What's up? Ladies and gents and everything else. I have a surprise for you guys. Now I'm gonna wait on the surprise until I give my recap, but just know it's coming. My recap, as you might have guessed by the thumbnail, realized after thinking through it, I don't really think I like guest players. As a general concept, I thought the chair was the surprise. The chair is always a surprise. I was thinking through it, and I don't have any problem with the specific guest players that we saw. I thought they were delightful, but the what's up with the mic? Sounds weird. Uh-oh. Does it sound weird to other folks? Is it quiet? Oh yeah, true. No. Shit, son of a bitch. All right. All right, first thing we tried, the unplugging it and plugging it back in. Very first thing, always. Still sound weird. Here, let me. I'm gonna open up my own chat stream. Oh God, it does sound weird. It sounds like I'm like across the. It sounds like I'm like talking through a can. Why does it sound like that? God, all my audio is all fucked up. Kind of muffled weirdly. I think still weird, yeah. Man. And I was just going to announce that I'm pretty sure I figured out the crashing issues. Dang it. This is ruining my announcement. Okay. Any better? Any better? I somehow doubt it, so I'm going to continue troubleshooting. That's probably not going to do anything. Okay. I'm going to take off this. I'm going to delete my noise suppression filter. So now let's see if that did anything. How do we sound now? Nope. Sounds like it did very, very little. You have to talk a lot for us to notice any mic changes. That's fair. That's fair. it's hard because I don't expect it to be like, I don't expect it to be like incremental improvements. There's something wrong. Man, and the one day too, I was thinking about it right before stream. Oh, I bet I know exactly what it is. I bet I know exactly what it is. I'm actually pretty sure. Wait, let's see. Does this get extremely loud the closer my mic gets, and then the further away it gets less loud? Oh, I'm pretty sure that OBS is using that as the main mic, and it should not be. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Okay. I think we're back. If I take this away from my face now, no, still the same. But if I come back, microphone codec, drop that bit rate. I promise you it's not the bit rate. My bit rate's at like 2500. What is So, I mean, this was supposed to be a good thing. I traded mics with, let's see, global audio devices, mic/auxiliary audio. Okay.
Maybe this will change it. I feel like that might have worked. Oh, yep. Does that sound better? I feel like that sounds better. Better? Okay, sick. Okay. Good lord. Okay, so, supposed to be a fun, nice announcement. Me and Paige have the same camera, but just produced like 7 years apart. And so the quality is actually really similar on them. The only difference really is that mine is going on 10 years old. And so anytime I would even like tap the cable, like the cable connecting it to my computer, it would freak out, and that's why my webcam has been freezing. And so I traded hers, so because I move my desk up and down all the time, and she doesn't do that. So now the webcam freezing should be fixed. I also think I know why OBS has been crashing. So we're implementing fixes. There are just tech difficulties along the way. But I will just get right... Oh, wait, no, wrong way. I will get right back to it. Guest players. Can you go back to the bad mic? I already changed the quality to 244p. Give it a little bit of a lo-fi vibe. Yeah, I could. I'm not going to, but I could. No, yeah, guest players. I think that guest players are really, really difficult to do well. I'll miss the constant camera faces. Yeah, it made it have a more homey vibe. Yeah, I think that they present a lot of challenges, and I think that especially for a product like an art house product like Critical Role, that those problems that guest players present can be significant and can really kind of fuck with the tone. It also provides some really interesting moments and some really good moments, but I think it needs to probably be a little bit more planned out. Like, my big takeaway is that while in general I think that the 4 grumpy guys in Keyleth is charming in some ways, I think that it has led to maybe a worse overall product than having maybe a larger diversity of personalities would have otherwise given us, like a less engaging product. Even though, again, I don't think that this is necessarily the fault of Will Friedle. or Will Wheaton. It's more that if I were Matt in this situation, I was having guest players, I would be a little bit tighter on the reins of what kind of character they're creating, which is normally the total polar opposite of my philosophy when it comes to character creation. I'm very hands-off normally. But specifically for guest players, when you already have an established dynamic, just tossing someone in, I think, can lead to worse experiences for everyone, including the guest player. Probably mostly the guest player. Now, it's made up for in this specific instance because Matt's a good GM and it's a good table. But if we're looking at, like, what can we take away from this, I think that in these sessions, he was potentially a slightly worse GM, and it was a slightly worse table than their normal, right? Like, we're comparing, like, 9s and 10s. But for those of us at home that maybe have closer to, 6 or 7 tables, that difference can be a little bit more noticeable and maybe a little bit more pronounced than it was at this table. This falls on Matt on making sure there's a better variety of mood of characters. The two wills are too similar and also duplicate Vax's sour mood. Yeah, and to give some wiggle to Matt, it's uncertain, at least in my eyes, if he knew how dour Liam would get. But even just regardless of that, regardless of Vax, I agree. Like they're too similar of characters. I do see now as the episode progressed, they are inherently different. Like they do have differences, but the tone is just too similar. And maybe in a larger campaign, we might be able to get to know them and get to know their distinct differences. But Mary Elizabeth and Felicity were extremely different from each other and from every other personality at the table. I mean, maybe it could be said that Felicity and Marisha play slightly similar characters, but I honestly think they're more different than the two wills, and they weren't in the same party. They weren't even in the same session. So all of that leads me to, like, if you are going to have guest players, you can't just treat it as, okay, they'll come in and they'll just fit in however they fit in. There needs to be a little bit more guidance on that front. And I would even go so far as to talk to that player about what sort of arc they want their character to have. Like, if you're a guest player joining for 2 or 3 episodes, those episodes should essentially be about you. Like, yes, they should fit into the overall arc and narrative, but your sub-arc as a character should take prime real estate. Again, not the only real estate, but prime. And I think that's part of the reason that at the beginning of episode 20, I was so like, Matt, what are you doing? Like, I want to see this Tiberius stuff with the hag. I do. But what are we doing right now? This is the Wills episodes. We're just dicking around while they're twiddling their thumbs. Like, I want to know Tiberius's stuff. I think that's great. But later, you're eating up the guests' time. I've considered trying to get some of my buddies into my campaign as just guests, but I don't even know how that would work in a home game. More controlled. I've never had a guest player at my tables that I can even remember. I don't think I've ever... Oh, no, I have played at a table with a guest player. But that DM was already very tightly reined on the story, very leaned towards the railroad side of things. So I think he talked to them a lot before they came and played. But at my tables, I've never had a guest player, partially because I haven't had a huge amount of interest, but also partially because I've never pushed it. I've never looked for one. So yeah, I think I am interested, though, especially after seeing this. I think the guest players could be a very interesting way to push the narrative forward. Like, if you already have a general NPC in your mind that is a big sticking point for the plot as it exists, that could be really interesting to reach out to people and see if they want to play that NPC and basically make that NPC a playable character. A guest on a non-streamed campaign, what's the point? I think the point is to have fun with your friends. Like, there are people that want, and I don't mean that to sound like weird or condescending. I legitimately think that's it. Of like, there are people that can't or don't want to commit to a campaign and don't want to commit to coming all the time. And you can have that at the same time as you have a DM that wants every player to be there for every session, right? These are two very reasonable things that might exist. And so guest players are sort of the solution to that, of you have other players that want to play, but they cannot commit, and your DM needs commitment, so they guest play occasionally. Where you have essentially a core party that always has to be there, but then you could have guest players. Again, I've never done it, but I can see the use case. I think if you're going to do that, though, you need to write a little bit more. You need to provide more of a guiding hand, and there needs to be a conversation between you and the guest player on what they want to accomplish, like what kind of thing they want to play, and where that fits into the world. Like, it will probably have to be collaborative between the two of you. They will not get as much freedom as a normal PC might, in terms of like what their backstory and everything is. I played in a larger Discord, and we couldn't get everyone into the campaign I'm running, and a couple of folks either didn't get the chance or would have had too many scheduling conflicts, so having some buddies come on gives them a chance to be a part of it without the whole commitment, permanent party size increase. Yeah. I also think it can be a very, if you do have it more planned out, and you do have maybe this really big kind of moment. Maybe they've been going along, and their quest is to rescue a prince. Let's say, I don't know, prince has been captured by some orcs. And you get there, and the party releases the prince and, saves him, whatever. And next time you end session, next time they come back, and Prince, the Prince, not Purple Rain, is one of your friends. Like one of your friends now comes in and is acting as the prince, and you and that new player have gone over what the prince's motivations are. Maybe they've helped build that NPC and that character, and they just play that character for the course of the arc back to town. That could be fun. I can see some interesting applications, because having someone play a character that's not the DM, number one, frees up the DM, but it also provides a little bit more legitimate interaction between the party and the NPC, or the guest GPC in this case. Whereas like I can play all of the NPCs, like I can do that great, but no matter how good an actor I am, they are going to inherit some common tendencies from me. Like, I can only modify my voice so much. I can only modify my cadence and my everything so much. So, like, I'm, like, locked into, like, a range of characters. How big your range is sort of neither here nor there. The fact that there is a range is a fact. And so having a guest PC come in allows a different range. So it can bring a lot more weight to that character. But yeah, it's hard. I'm realizing over the course of this, I had never really given it a significant amount of thought, but after watching these 4 episodes, or 3 at this point for me, I will be taking it more seriously, I guess. I don't know exactly how to say it. But I know now that I need to put in more effort, because if I don't, it can pretty easily flop. And not to say that these have flopped, but I don't think they were as high of quality as before. So, sorry to step out to get the pizza. Big agree, the frequency of guests are one of the only gripes with CR, but I still stand hard for Cash and Zara. We will see, Cash and Zara. I don't know who those are. And obviously, I was simping big heart eyes emoji over Mary Elizabeth, but that was more about her as a brand new player. Oh my gosh, so good. And less about how her existence factored into the whole session and the story as a whole, which I don't think was great. I don't think her character was a great impact. I think she was a great player, and I think the same thing about the Wills and about Felicia Day. I think they were all great players. I don't really have gripes with any of them as players, but I think that their characters didn't fit in, and I don't think that they got the CR experience. Like, even if they were like, oh my gosh, so fun. I think it was diminished compared to what the normal players get every single week. So with that, now comes the surprise. Are you guys ready? I finished Critical Role Bingo. Kind of. We're going to need to go through and test it. And you guys are going to be my testing group, my testing guinea pigs, if you will. But I finished it. Mostly because it actually ended up not being that hard. I found a site that will let us all play together, which is so dope. And it randomizes all the cards, all of that. Now, there are going to be some issues. It is called myfreebingocard.com. myfreebingocards.com. And my free bingo cards. Oh no, wait, that's not it. Where did it go? Did I lose it? It's okay if I did. I have it. It'll be fine. We'll call it Vox Machina Bingo. Oh, you can't see. Boop. Vox Machina Bingo. And then I have all of the suggestions formatted. And we go bing, bang, boom. Now, there might be ones like that are a little small, but it'll be okay. And we're going to go over to Notepad, because I liked that one. We're going to go down to a slightly smaller grid size of 4, just so there's better variety between them. And then we're going to go next step. Oh, wait, extra options, I think. Okay, no, that's fine. And then 30 cards for free. Let's go. Okay, now, if I want to make sure that everyone gets a different bingo card, I can send out individual links. So not great, but essentially, there are all of these links, and I'm going to post all of these in the thread. So you will have one of 30 individual options. Yeah, definitely a little clunky. But yeah, just pick one at random. And I'm long-term looking into some better solutions. But where's the Apollo event? What? Oh, wait, no, it's this one. Cool. So I put all of them in the Apollo in the Discord. So go and click on one at random. And I will click on the main one to start it up. And so now we have these. Now, I believe, yeah. So that's the invite players. So now I can call the game. Yeah. So I'm going to start. I picked 28. Nice. Okay. We're not going to actually do calls, like calls. Okay, so I need to get my own over here. And you guys will all have yours. And then you will have a bingo card ID, right? So at the top left, it'll do this. Oh, wait, can I not call sequence? If you need more, each sequence will pick out your bingo words in a different order. You can call the bingo to your players however you choose. Okay. That's what I wanted. Okay, so we'll have all of the different options. And at any point, if you think that you have bingo, just put it in chat, and we can view bingo card ID, and we'll just ignore this. So you'll just say I have bingo, and we will mark off what it is. So yeah, definitely clunky, like not amazing. Help me, I'm stupid. Where are the things? They're in the Apollo thread. So if you go up to Critical Role Night on October 18th, we have this thread, and there are all of these links. Snagged 15, nice. Yeah. And so I will have kind of the master list on my end. So I'll have all of these fellas. And I should make them into tasks, but either way. So I'll have all of these. So I have 2 tiles on my card that are the same entry. Ooh. Maybe try a different card, but everyone should confirm that doesn't happen. Oh, wait, I think, is it Keyleth has a moral dilemma or Grog would like to rage? Oh, I duplicated those. I thought I took those out. Okay. Yeah, try to pick one that isn't that. The Grog one? Okay. Okay. Try to pick a different one, but if that continues happening, we can reset. Got 27. Nice. Or 7. Okay. So yeah, this is at least the initial way. I did do quite a bit of looking into, but the main, the main brunt of my research was just like trying to find sites before I go out and like make my own. And this seemed to be the best site. Whether or not it actually is, is kind of something to be seen, but we will see. Okay. I'm setting all of this up. But it should be able to, with the cards, I should be able to confirm your bingo. So some of mine are automatically not happening because half party. This is not the ideal episode. Well, we will see. We will test it just to see mostly how like how disruptive is it? Like is it easy to like for you guys to like tell me when there's bingo? Is it easy for me to like look through the things? Also, there are quite a few, possible ones. So if anyone has something on their bingo card that happens, if you have anything, put it in the chat. Just put it in the chat and say like, oh, I got this square, even if it's not like bingo. That way everyone else sees it too. I mark it on the list. It'll be a group effort. Because I am also playing along. I have my own right here. I've got number 7. Oh no, I should not have one that you guys have. Let me. I'll get my own. I'll get 18. No one has 18. Boop. Okay. So, okay, I've got 18, and then, like I said, if this turns out well, awesome. If it doesn't, less awesome. And we will look for another solution. So, what do we think about that in terms of on-screen element sort of deal? Would we maybe rather have it like over here so that it's like partially covered up? Like we don't care as much about that as about like seeing that, right? What do we think about this in terms of on-screen elements? Another site that's good for this is Bingo Baker. Okay, we'll write that down. Bingo Baker. That might be next episode. is trying out Bingo Baker. Check out Bingo Baker. Okay. Okay, so yeah, we'll do this for now. You'll at least be able to see, which ones I have marked off. Ashley ain't saying okay this episode, sadly. That is true. Which you might get bad ones for that. And I mean, that's something else for us to consider is how much do I want to modify the prompts? Like, should I modify these to, like, no? Is it possible that the bingo screen is narrow as your chat fields? Maybe. I mean, I can. I'll just have to kind of, like, scroll over on it, and then I can't see it. Grog also isn't raging. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That might be... Yeah, that might be a thing. Okay, let's go back. Bear with me. Let's go back. Let's regen this. Let's regen this, but without any of them that are impossible. So, no Scanlan makes a poop joke. Vax, Keyleth, no Grog raging. No Vex. No Grog. No Scanlan. No Grog. Oh, wait, no. Percy isn't here either. No Percy. Matt says the word more. No Scanlan. Ashley's actually there, lol. No. No Percy. No Ashley. Is it possible to get the bingo screen? Oh, wait, I already said that. Vax says my sister. Vex says my brother. True. Natural one. Yeah. Vex. Nope. No Vex. Dagger's possible. You can call him Percy is theoretically still possible, but I'm gonna take it out. Oh no, no more Percy's gun jams. Surely there's a way to streamline this process. Surely, I agree. Percy throws some shade. Yeah, I mean, honestly, part of the streamlining would be me doing this part at least beforehand, which I can very much do. But long term, yeah, I don't know. I want to try this one out to see how it is actually like during it, because I could do all of this beforehand. I could send out the links beforehand. Like, we can do all that. But the actual like process of playing it is what I am most concerned about / interested in. Especially since we're sorting out unexpected problems. Beta testing the bingo going great. Okay. I think we're gonna commit to it. We're gonna do it. You have duplicate words. Keyleth has a moral dilemma. Wait. Okay, so get rid of that. Okay. On-screen elements, if we have bingo left, CR right, do the bottom row horizontally, left to right, chat U, OAC, shouldn't cover anything. That's true. Oh. Okay. Perfect. Okay. So, 30 cards for free. Let's go. Individual links. Okay. So, links part 2. Okay. I'm grabbing 6. And now, that's pretty good. I think I should probably work on shortening some of these in future, but that's okay. Okay. I think with that, we are good to go. 15 gamers. Okay. Share the virtual screen. Everyone who follows the link will get one of... Yeah, okay. Cool. And then I will go to call game. I will not use any sort of call sequence. We will just use this to view people's cards. So it'll be at call 1. Cool. I got the 7. Awesome. Okay. We are not delaying any further. We will go. And eventually, I mean, long term, I'd like to just make my own. Because I do. You have Percy? Percy in the 24. What? Shit. Did I fuck it up or did it fuck it up? Percy. I think. Oh, Taliesin Percy says I have a plan. Shit. Okay. One more time. One more time. We can do this. We can do this, everybody. Wait, where's I have a plan? Where is... There it is. I have a plan. One more time. And if you have Percy in yours, you're fucked. Sorry. This is gonna be the last one. Okay. Officially last one, and I am committing to it officially being the last one by picking 6 again. And that's it. And yeah, if you have it, sorry, we're moving on. Because I do not want this to bog down the stream any further. Grabbing 28 again, sick. Okay. Yeah, and like I said, if you guys encounter anything in here, put it in chat. And what emoji? What emoji do we think to make sure that it's very clear? I think is there a check mark or an X? Is there like here? If I search emoji. X. No. Oh, we're gonna do double exclamation points. Let me see what that is. Oh wait, I can't tell. Wait, what? What? Shoot. I just found it in the emojis and then clicked on it. Exclamation. Okay. Just search exclamation points and put that in front of your message when you get something on the bingo card, and that way it will stand out and I will know. And I've got it on live chat, so we're good there, and we are going to start. Finally. And note that this is the first episode where they wait for Matt to say. Okay, so 7:03. 7:03. Boom.
Oh, are we going into our intro?
Right, yeah. So let's go ahead and get ready to play ourselves some Critical Role.
Okay, so that's a new thing. That is that, because if John's put it on there, that means it's a new thing. Prior to this, they had Matt say hello, then did busy work, and then finally got into the recap. Perhaps silly little note, but this is where they basically set in stone the pre-episode sequence. No, that's interesting. I think up until this point, it was really common for them to be like where a bunch of us voice actors get together and play D&D. I mean, I think that this kind of signals Critical Role's transition out of a gimmick show. Which, like, I don't want to be disparaging at all towards gimmick shows. I think that this is somewhat of a gimmick show, like a gimmick stream. I think Hot Ones is a gimmick show, right? But it's still really awesome. But for a long time, it was like, oh, this is the actual play with voice actors. Matt still says that, but at the very top. Oh, I see. Well, then, forget what I said. We're going to go to 10:56, and we're going to start.
So, in the nature of that, I would like everyone to roll initiative.
Even those of us that are very quietly walking slowly and not with. Okay.
Yep.
You can continue slowly on your turn if you'd like. That's entirely up to you.
I do slightly have to remind myself what was happening. Wait, gotta. Oh, it was the trash monster. It was the single eye monster.
Slowly and not with. Okay.
Yep.
You can continue slowly on your turn if you'd like. That's entirely up.
And To keep the pace, we are going to turn this up to 1.5.
Natural 20.
Yeah, baby.
There
Just
you
you.
go. Nice.
Good start.
Oh, I do have it going. Thank you for the reminder, John. Okay, that's on my list of things to fix. The other one was obviously more pressing because I sounded like shit. But yeah, very much on my list of things to fix is I can't hear the background music, even though it's set to like monitor and I have my monitoring device set up and all that. I assume probably it has something to do with plugging that shit in. You're gonna be so great for not having my webcam crash anymore, but causing issues.
I'll take it. That's 20 for me.
Well, I guess that just leaves me then.
Come on, Will.
Do it, baby.
2.
And they're up.
We pick up where we left off.
We never left.
I mean, it's
MIT is just going, come on.
I know, seriously. Oh, and as a note, because I forgot, guys, for subs tonight, every 100 subscribers, we get one person in the chat will be chosen to win a signed cast picture and a signed poster of one of our artist Kit Bus's wonderful art pieces for Critical Role, signed by us as well. So.
And espionage cosmetic meal wraps.
And meal wraps. So we got some cool giveaways.
Now
for up at
available in the
top.
store.
Now, anyway, 20 and up.
22.
22. 20. All right, got it. 10 to 15.
13.
13. All right.
I don't know if you have numbers low enough to
Kilo,
count for mine.
6.
6. Okay. All right.
Also, I just put it in a chat. If you don't want to have to search through the emojis for the double exclamation mark, that is the code. So if you just type in that, but take away the spaces between the outer colons and the words, it will bring you to the double exclamation point.
So, as the skittering seems to go to a fervent frenzy, you can see masses and masses of extremely matted fur moving and quivering through this refuse as a series of rat swarms pour out of the edges of this giant dung pile. And where
Love me a swarm. Love me a swarm. Make your own swarms. Make your own swarms. They're fun. And they can behave kind of weird and differently. And you can narrate it, the amount of flavor. I can't believe I've never talked about this. I've talked about minionizing before, which is kind of in the same vein, but I love making swarms of very, very, very small creatures. You know, things that would be 0 CR, less than 0, right? Like a rat. Because when you make a swarm, it kind of hits on something that I've talked about with describing HP, right? About how I really don't like for HP to be described super brutally and with a lot of quasi-permanent things that you can then just sleep off because HP is a resource. Swarms kind of sidestep that by saying, okay, this is a swarm of rats. You can kill a bunch of them, and then if the swarm escapes and then they come back, even though you've killed some of them, they could have just gotten more rats. You know, or a swarm of ravens, mosquitoes, take your pick. So you can describe it really brutally. You can describe even like a 2 HP hit, killing one of the rats in the storm, but there are just always more. So yeah, I'm shocked that it hasn't come around this to this far, but I look for excuses to use swarms when I can. You can't use them all the time. Like a lot of times it doesn't make sense for there to be swarms in any given place. Like it just doesn't track, but when you can, I think they're really fun. I also have a lot of fun spreading out swarms to take up multiple spaces, but I normally reduce their speed if I do that. So, and this is homebrew behavior. This is not raw. Raw, a swarm takes up, I believe swarms are medium creatures, so they would take up 5 feet. But I think it's really fun to have a swarm take up more than one square, not only so that they can hit more things, but also so that more things can hit them, makes them more accessible. And for every time I spread them out, I reduce their speed by 5. So if they have like a 30-foot flying speed or whatever, and I spread them out to be across like 5 squares, I'll cut their speed by 20. So, 5 for each additional square that they're covering. So now they can only move like 10 feet, but it's this giant, swarm moving towards the party, and the party's maneuvering around them. I think that's a lot of fun.
The center, that giant entity has revealed itself to be a terrifying visage of some kind. I'm gonna have you go ahead and roll an Arcana check.
Remember that? What is that? 22.
22. Immediately, as soon as this creature comes out, this horrible kind of guttural bubbling sound his throat makes as it pulls itself out of this nasty collection of refuse. You've read of this in quite a few times before in your travels. This is known as an Atiug. And Atiug.
Nasty things. These Artians.
Usually riddled with disease, they're controlled garbage disposals for those who can keep control of them. And it is Kashaw's turn.
Do we get to know how dangerous they are to us?
I recognize the Atiug, mostly because I went through the entire monster manual at one point for a stream. So I recognize most things, but I don't remember really anything about them.
You currently have no idea. You've never seen one of these creatures before?
Dangerous to us. So should we just try to get rid of everything right now then?
Good
as it
to
were?
me.
They're not even there. Yeah, they're not here. They're not with us at all yet.
Three of
Right?
you. They're up about 15 feet up. You can see the opening of the tunnel where you guys slipped out, and you have no visual sight of the rest of your party, but you guys are left in darkness, by the way. You can see. You have
Dim light.
You have dim light, so you're fine.
Whatever you.
I mean, basically, Rebecca. I mean, that's when they described this, I was like, oh, this is Star Wars. But that has a different name. I think it's the one-eyed monster. John knew it last stream. But yeah, it's basically the trash compactor monster from Star Wars.
Don't go mess with it right now. Yeah. Can I turn on some cast some light? Turn on some light and see what we can see down there.
Right, we still has his lights.
Oh, we're still lit up. Oh, okay, good.
You can see this creature now.
Now is there any chance that any kind of spell that I cast could hurt them, even though we can't see where they are?
It depends on the spell's radius. If it's relatively small, then probably not. They're not even within visual range, so you have to try hard to hit them at this point.
Go ahead. And how about the rest of us, though? How close are we to this thing and the cylinder?
You guys are all about You're all about 10 feet away from this giant creature right now.
Yeah, it's a pretty tight
area.
Okay. You know what? I think I'm gonna try to at least slow this thing down as much as I can before everybody else gets down here. I think that's the best thing to do. Let's just slow it down. I'd like to cast a Sacred Flame.
Sacred Flame.
Yes.
All right.
Money.
Cash money.
Cash money. All right, so go ahead and look at the spell. What's it require from you?
Let's see. It's one
Flame.
action.
Okay, so the target makes a dexterity saving throw. Let's see if it makes this. What is this DC? Your spell DC?
My spell DC.
Should be at the top of your spell list.
Where is that? I see what you're saying.
There you go.
Yeah. Okay. No, it's a 16.
16, okay, it does not make it. As you bring out your holy symbol for a moment from beneath your armor, you look forward and thrust your spear forward. This energy travels from the middle of your torso across your arm, down the spear, and fires off as this burst of vibrant whitish blue light that blasts into the front of this Osean creature. Go ahead and you deal 3d8 damage to it. So go ahead and roll 8 sided dice 3 times.
Nice.
8 set. Now we need the full set, right?
We're gonna roll here. There's an 8.
All right, I got the 8 here.
Here's
You get to roll a 1, you can use
And
one
I
of
got the
mine.
8 right here. Right there.
Wait, that's a 10. That's a 10 cider. Yeah.
Dude, I was literally like, why are they being so slow about this? This is the first time that Wilfred L has rolled something other than a 20. They just haven't been in combat yet. Missed the opportunity for Cash to describe his sacred flame for the first time. Yeah, I think I do think that's something that Matt probably should encourage, is describe your spells, which he did with Mary Elizabeth. But it's it's hard, especially when this is his very first turn in combat. But did you see how excited he was? That was cool. He was like, I'm gonna slow it down, blah blah blah, and then he was like, I'm gonna cast Sacred Flame, and I was like, oh, that's it. You're just casting a cantrip, man. But he's so excited. That's so pure. That's so awesome. I love that. But yeah, I mean, we talked a lot last time about like customizing your spells just within like the flavor descriptions. I do think is super fun and should be heavily encouraged, even if, especially if it doesn't change the mechanics. I think that spell customization without changing the mechanics should be the default. And then like changing the mechanics or not describing them, uniquely should be kind of the outliers. We should try to get towards the middle.
All right.
This one.
There we go. So 3, right?
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
Big money, no whammies.
Sorry. 8,
That's-
5, and 4.
That's really good.
8, 5, and 4, 17 damage.
Yes.
You can see now it has the 2 giant tentacles with these kind of jagged spines that look covered in whatever it's been climbing in, and this one central stalk that has these eyes across it, and the eyes kind of flicker in pain.
Oh, I forgot, Rebecca, to ask my statistics friends. I'm gonna write a note right now to again, and it'll actually be good because we can use a larger sample set for his rolls over this episode as well. I'm gonna ask her about the statistical probability of of Will Wheaton's curse. I'm gonna write a reminder for myself to do that because I don't want to forget.
and then wince and then focus in on you and looks across your companions. Do you wish to move or you want to stay where you are?
Yeah, I would like to move. I'd like to, once I struck, I'd like to get at least a little bit farther away from it to try to distract it from the opening where these guys might be coming down. So the opposite side of the opening where these guys might drop in.
Okay, so you can try and move closer this way, probably. You're now adjacent to one of the kind of the rat swarms, but you're pulling it away from the entrance here.
Are they rats or are they ROUSs?
They are.
I don't think they actually.
It looks just like normal sized rats. Not that you would know because you're not in the room, but there's just clusters and clusters of these rats like swarming over each other.
Was it affected where
Rats of unusual size. The spreadsheet has both episodes. Sick. Dude, what a goat. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Rebecca.
any of them affected at all by the flame shark? By the flame
Not just a singular target, but if you have things that hit larger areas, they can hit multiple guys. That ends your turn. Next up is.
Okay, you know what? That does address my cheating allegations. I know that they switched dice at some point, but they could all be in on it. They could all be in on it. Haha, big joke. Will Wheaton dice curse. I don't know.
Tiberius.
I can move first, right?
You can, yes.
I'll move around to next to Kashaw.
Next to him?
Yeah.
Okay, you will get free strikes from both the rat swarms currently, because you'll be passing through there and out of their melee range.
Alright, well,
You cool with that?
no, I'm not. Okay, can I take a step back?
You can. This guy, you still get an attack of opportunity on you.
Really? I thought I got 5. I thought I could do 5 feet.
You can use an action to disengage.
That is... I need it. We moved a table to here, so there is actually a nice little spot for a crazy board, but I'm not doing it yet.
Okay, I won't do anything. Here's what I'm gonna do instead. I'm going to. I'm sorry. I don't know if I've been off, and I apologize for how I've been sounding. What I'm going to do is I'm going to lift my finger. I'm going to aim behind that 3-headed bastard. I'm going to release a 4th level fireball.
Over here?
Yes.
Corkboards are expensive, brother. The bingo was free. I'm not trying to spend money right now. It is tough though. It is tough because we are running out of visual real estate on the screen with everything. So I have been thinking about that, about like physical things that I can bring into the background to stop cluttering up the UI. Or not the UI, the visual elements. I don't know. I'm thinking about it.
You show me out with your laser pointer where you want the impact to be.
Behind him where it won't hurt Kiva. And it'll just hurt him, wherever that is.
Okay. I'd say that'd probably be right around this area here. Very safe bet.
I'm going to immediately spend 2 sorcery points and quicken spell. And I'm going to turn around and do 3 scorching rays to follow up fireball right at that you each head.
Okay.
And I'm going to on that spell spend another.
Wait, no, let's do the fireball first. Okay. One thing at a time.
This is the one. This is the whole thing.
All right. So as you use your ring, your focus, the ray streaks past, slams into the wall behind with a deafening roar, and you guys definitely hear this. The hallway in the distance suddenly brightens up, and you can see the flame roll up, and the smoke comes wafting past you as a wave of heat it kind of blasts through the tunnel.
Yeah, he does that.
What's the DC on your spells?
17.
Does not make the save, so full damage on the octave.
Wonderful. So let's see. Here's a 6. Here's
That rat one would also be hit.
5. Okay, so
Watching Liam. Ooh. Okay. Is it gonna be bad? Or has it already passed? Was I already not watching? I already ticked our friend here. Okay, we'll watch him.
So I'm going to now.
Does not make it as well. So what's the damage on the fireball?
I'm going to hold on. I'm going to spend 1 sorcery point to empower the spell, and I'm going to pick the 6 and reroll these 4 dice.
Okay.
Because I can pick up to that many when I'm empowered.
Cool.
For the net damage. Perfect. What's the total for that, guys? So here's 10.
Math has no power here.
Math is for everybody, guys, really.
15. Here's that 9. Is 24. And
I thought fireball radius would fry the party. Dude, Did let's see, 2030. I want to know when he brought up the fireball. Let's see, we're at 2030. One thing at a time.
that you each had.
Okay.
And I'm going to, on that spell, spend to follow up fireball. And I'm going to turn around and do 3 scorching rays to follow up fireball right at that you each had.
Okay, hasn't come that. I was distracted. What did we tick Orion for? We ticked Orion because he is not taking a good tone with Matt right now. Matt is just trying to be like clear about like, okay, so like what's happening on your turn? Like, let's do one thing at a time. And Orion keeps kind of brushing past him. We're gonna go back to 2030. They did talk out F Fireball targeting better than a couple episodes. I know, dude. I know. So if he hurts people again, if we have to tick that box on the bingo card, I'm going to be something's gonna happen.
15. There's that 9 is 24, and then 30.
We're gonna pin out a calculator for
6,
It's abacus.
46, 40 for 3, 48.
48 points of damage. Boom.
Wow.
All right, well, after the fireball explosion settles, you can see there's a big char mark on the front of it. Some of its teeth have kind of been blown into the inside of its mouth. The rat swarm behind Keyleth is completely...
So they did. It's a 20-foot radius. 20-foot radius, not diameter. Okay, so they clarified. Yeah, the tick on it was when they were talking about fireball and the radius just now. He was like, I just want to make it to where it hits that, but it doesn't hit anyone else. It's like, dude, just a nicer tone, man. These are your friends. Come on.
incinerated with 100 squeak screeches, and you can smell charred fur and hair and flesh in the air.
Oh, you burnt my new robes.
Nice. And then the so let me do
And oh wait, smells. I heard Matt describe a smell. Completely incinerated with
100 squeak screeches, and you can smell charred fur and hair and flesh in the air.
Oh, you burnt my new robes.
At least ask it. Yeah. I mean, we got the smell. That was a great example of swarm describing, where like you couldn't describe hundreds of squeaks, and you couldn't make it as extreme and as like graphic if it is potentially something that needs to live later. So I that's one of the reasons I like swarms.
and then
Also one of the reasons I like minionizing. I really like taking powerful entities and making them like 1 HP or, putting them into the swarm so that I can have the big descriptors, right? And it feels good. Like, I can talk about the gunsling. Like, if I have like 10 things that are all minionized, right? They all have 1 HP. I can talk about Percy just plugging each one in the head with the pepper box. I can talk about Grog's axe just reeking through this, him beheading 3 of them all at once. It's playing with that a little bit can really allow you those very creative descriptions. And then when you have the less things that do have the bunch of health, you not describing it all that way and you describing the lack of that can just go to reinforce how strong these individual things are, which I think is cool.
and then the so let me do that. So that's 1, 2.
I don't know if that made any sense. That was a little stream of consciousness. I realized after the fact that it didn't have a great through line. But what are you gonna do?
3 right now. Okay, and then the squishing rate happens.
Okay.
And,
So roll
and I'm
the
going to
right?
and I'm going to heighten that spell, which gives you disadvantage against the save. Is that what I'm going to do? Yeah, that's what I'm going to do.
It feels like you just did 17 things.
Well, no, you have to make a ranged spell attack for each one.
Oh, right.
There's no save.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to tick the OAC for that only because that's sorcerer shit. Like, I think that sorcerer attracts the type of people that want to do that, but that is like something that sorcerer implicitly incentivizes. Like, it's called a nuker for a reason. You have a crazy first turn and you spend a bunch of resources to give your party a huge advantage, and then you do very little the rest of the fight. So if the game not only allows you to do it, but has like an entire class for it, I'm not going to get too on him, but this also kind of a rules confusion thing since he technically can't cast the spell. Oh, well, yeah. Dude, that's another one where I'm just calloused. I'm like, yeah, he's just gonna misunderstand how his spell casting works. I've I've just let that bygones be bygones. Because, yeah, for those of you who don't know, I haven't put on the rules lawyer tie in a while. For those of you who don't know, who haven't watched the episode or are just or have forgotten, sorcerers, even with quickened spell, can only cast a cantrip and a leveled spell. You cannot cast 2 leveled spells in the same turn, no matter what. Even if you make one of them a bonus action. So this goes for a really common cleric play as well. Clerics will very often cast Healing Word after casting another leveled spell. Not allowed. And so when he is using this quicken spell, it has to be paired with a cantrip. Either the cantrip has to be the bonus action, or the leveled spell has to be the bonus action, and then the other one is the regular action. It falls a bit on Matt as well, to some degree. I think it's take off the rules lawyer tie. There's a complicating factor here of like Matt's learning the system, but the players are all learning the system, and like there's a certain amount of grace you have to give when people are learning new systems. I do put it on the players to make sure that they know how their features work. Like, I'm at the point where I'm an experienced enough DM to where I have a pretty good nose for if someone is doing something wrong. But especially when I was a more new DM, I was really big on like, you need to know how your character works. And it's also one of the reasons I'm really big into playing from level 1. I don't start from level 3. Because starting from level 1 allows me to understand all of their features as they come up, as well as everyone else at the table. Everyone else at the table really gets to know each other's features since you have so few at level 1, right? So you get to know each other's features, each other's spells, each other's actions. So I'm a big fan of starting from level 1. And I honestly think I know a lot of people have a lot of criticisms of starting at level 1. Of either it's too hard to balance, which I've heard a lot, or it's harder for it to be interesting, or it is harder to make subclass choice make sense retroactively. And maybe this is a hot take. This is a controversial opinion. All 3 of these are DM responsibility. Maybe the third one with subclass choice is shared between players and the DM of like making the subclass choice make sense retroactively. But if you can't do that as a DM, that is on you. You should be able to do all that. You should be able to make a level 1 campaign interesting. You should be able to balance your encounters to not TPK your party randomly. Like, don't go and pick a bunch of shadows. I don't know. And so if you're a new DM, if you're inexperienced, and maybe you're worried about it not being interesting, there's kind of nothing to be done. It might just be boring. But I would still recommend starting that low. And if you're a new DM and you are worried about starting at level 1 because of the balancing thing, I would just recommend making the encounters weaker than you need. Generally make the encounters weaker and lean on flavor and lean on interesting plot lines to carry you until you get to the point where you feel more comfortable with the balancing. Or just use pre-written shit. Go and look up level 1 encounters. There are a million, and there's no shame in using them. Just go and look up some pre-written, pre-balanced encounters. Not from the official books, but from like trusted third-party sources you trust. Because some of the encounters in the books are terribly balanced. Cough, cough, Phandalin. Goblins on the road. Anyways. Yeah, I do. I think we've talked about this, how Matt kind of loosened that restriction, which is on him if he did. I think we've talked about this. I don't remember where we got to on it. You could cast a spell of 3rd level or lower. That's right. So there was a actual homebrew rule. Yeah, that is entirely on Matt. That means that he's aware of it and he's just allowing it for kind of no reason, which I think maybe we talked about this a little bit at the time, but this goes back to if I'm homebrewing something, there needs to be a reason other than making someone more powerful. There's no reason for that. Right? It just explicitly makes Tiberius more powerful. It doesn't play into a class fantasy. It doesn't allow anything maybe interesting except for this nuker type behavior. And to be fair, if you think that this nuker type behavior is cool and interesting and specialized, at my table, right, if a sorcerer comes up to me and says, I want to be able to do this this Orion homebrew sorcerer rule. Like I want to do that. I want to have the ability to do that. I am creating a custom feature for that. That isn't something that like I just throw out there. And I haven't done this in the past, but I'm going to for my next campaign. Is any homebrewed rules, I'm going to have a doc that is like accessible by all players that details out every single homebrew thing, so that everyone can always go and reference it. And I learned that based off of this. It's because I wish I had a doc for all the homebrew rules here. But the big thing with this is, are you just giving them more? Or are you playing into a specific class fantasy? If Orion says, I want to be able to cast 2 leveled spells, even one as a bonus action, it can be something literally as simple as, okay, you're allowed to do that. If you are casting 2 leveled spells, you have to spend an extra sorcery point. Or 2 extra sorcery points, or whatever. You have to make it weaker. Because now they are expending more resources to have a more concentrated and specific effect. That's a trade-off. You have now made the sorcerer, on paper, weaker, even though if we get into action economy details, it's probably still stronger. But you've made it weaker to play into a class fantasy. If it legitimately is to make Orion happy, like that, to be fair, that's a legitimate reason to change something. If it makes Orion happy, that's fine. If you want to play into his fantasy of what his character is, what his sorcerer is, that's all good. But it should not eclipse the balance of other characters, which it's going to if you don't buff them at the same time. So you need to give him the thing that fulfills his fantasy without making him stronger. And that's hard. I mean, that's not easy. And 2 DMs out there that have maybe players like this that want this sort of thing, err on the side of making them weaker. Give them exactly what they want. Like if Orion was asking me for this, I would say, you can do this, but I believe Quicken Spell is normally... What is Quicken Spell normally? Quickened Spell. 5e. Quickened Spell, blah, 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 blah. How many points does it take? You spend 2 sorcery points. I would double that. I would say if you want to cast 2 leveled spells in a turn with Quicken Spell, you can do so, but you have to double the amount of sorcery points that it costs. I think that's really fair. Just like straight up. Because now he is explicitly weaker, but he is getting what he wants, which is cool. People should get what they want out of their characters. That's really awesome. And me and Orion, can go back and forth on this. Maybe he says, hey, I don't think 4 is fair. Let's talk about 3. And I might say, okay, yeah, we can start at 3 and we'll reevaluate how it goes in 2 or 3 sessions. And then we shake hands and we're all good. So, yeah, I don't know. We house ruled where sorcerer, got higher. It got a little overpowered in some combat circumstances. So we narrowed it down. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, still allowing 2 leveled spells is still very powerful. It's just giving him more power, just at base, which is not what you want. You never want to, not randomly, but you never want to make a character more powerful than the other characters just cuz. Right? And you can have a conversation if the player feels that their class is underpowered. Let's say Vex, Laura, Bailey comes and says, I think that Ranger's underpowered. I don't feel like I'm as powerful as everyone else at the table. Then you make it... This is a full episode, maybe put a timer. Yeah, that's fair. I'll wrap this up really quick. If someone feels that they are too weak, that is a conversation for the entire table. That's not just a conversation for you and that player as the DM. Because if they're asking you to strictly buff them because they think they're too weak, they might be right. Base 5e Ranger is too weak. But that's a conversation for the entire table. You should bring it to everyone, be like, okay, how do we want to buff this person to bring them in line with everyone? And you need to have check-ins about it. If they are not saying that they're too weak, if they are okay with their balance, but they just want something specific or they want something more, you can give it to them in a monkey's paw style deal. I'll give you the thing, but you have to give me more in return. Right? You have to trade, essentially. And they have to trade down. That is my general philosophy for homebrew rules. Now, if it's a homebrew rule that is affecting the entire table, that's a conversation for the entire table. But if it's for a specific player or a specific class, that's how I go about it. Ryan just wants to be OP and Matt is too kind. Yeah. In playing with Matt than the other players. Yeah. I still lean on Matt for this. Orion's doing what Matt allowed, and Matt didn't fully appreciate how much extra time power his turns would have. Oh, totally. It is your job as the DM to rein the players in. No question. Oh, man, I want to say more, but we're limiting the aside.
Oh, no, actually, I don't do that. Then.
So
I don't spend those points. I was supposed to do true strike to make that work. 20s, right?
Yep, so just roll for each ray.
Wonderful. Yeah, they all hit. They all hit. I got 14, 18, and 19, and my spell type bonus is plus 11.
Okay. They all hit.
Does that even count? That doesn't count as any rolls a skill check before Matt asks for it, but oh boy, that's worse.
2A, 2D per 2D.
That would be
I saw that DM move of, I'll tell you if it is.
yeah.
Yeah, for real, dude. Oh my god. Keep going. Will's on your side. Yeah. Did he just say I don't do that then? Yeah. I honestly, I got so confused by his turn that I just brushed past it. Because I was so confused by what he was even going for. That turn was so jam-packed full. Which it's okay for sorcerer turns to be jam-packed full, but that's why Matt was trying to slow him down. Trying to be like, hey, what are you actually doing, dude?
I felt that.
It was there.
Yeah.
He was right.
Yeah,
but
Okay, so that's
66 fire damage.
Oof, that's gross. And I'm going to empower that spell as well. That's 4. And I'm going to pick 1, 2, 3, 4.
Top table.
6 because I rolled. Oh no, I'll do because I rolled a 6 and 12, 18, 20, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 29.
29, alrighty. That's each ray. You can see.
Also, how does he have plus 11? What's their... What level are they? They're level 13? He's got, what, plus 5 to his charisma? I mean... Or not charisma. What are... sorcerers are... No, sorcerers are charisma caster. How does he have plus 5 to his attack rolls? They don't have plus 6 proficiency. Plus 6 proficiency is tier 4 proficiency bonus. So... how is he getting plus 11? Am I crazy? Watch Liam, watch him. Oh, boy.
1, 2, 3, 4 out of the 6 because I rolled... Oh no, I'll do... because I rolled a 6 and 12.
It must be a magic item, which this is another thing. To be fair, I'm sure that the CR Wiki covers this nowadays. But, and this is more of an actual play gripe than anything. Oh my god, I wish I knew what all their magic items did. And I wish it was, like, displayed and, like, collated somewhere in, like, the description.
18, 20, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 29.
29, alrighty. As each ray, you can see just the flashing of the flaming light in the air as this darkened room is suddenly illuminated and bursts as each of these rays of burning fire go blasting into the side of the object.
I wonder if he's going to a calculator. I really wonder. I want to see when he when they said the I'll tell you whatever.
Full. Yeah, they all hit. They all hit. I got 14, 18, and 19, and my spell attack bonus is plus 11.
Okay. They all hit.
2A, 2D per.
Lol.
Of the flaming light in the air as this 29, alrighty. As each ray, you can see just the flashing of the flaming light in the air as this darkened room is suddenly illuminated and bursts as each of these rays of burning fire go blasting into the side of the object. It's nearly pushed back into the pile that it pulled itself from. It steadies itself. Is that in your turn?
Yes.
All right. Tiberius' turn has come to an end.
I did it a sweater.
Just storm lightning.
Wild Tiberius took his turn.
Okay, thank you. Thanks. That's all I have to say.
All right. So, next up is the Atia, who is extremely unhappy with how that went down.
This is also, as a bit of an aside, this is one of the reasons that I don't recommend Sorcerer for new players. I recommend Wizard. If they really, really, really don't want to be a prepared caster, but if they're down with being a prepared caster, I recommend that, just straight up, which naturally knocks out Sorcerer. But if they don't want to be prepared, I would recommend... Honestly, I know I'm a bit of a Warlock simp, but I actually do think that Warlock is one of the best classes for new players. Like, straight up. Because they can do so little. And they don't have to worry about, like, managing a bunch of different levels of spell slots. It is just, you have a few, they're always at max level. That's it. And, like, all of your, as a Warlock, all of your invocations are, like, mostly passives. Like, it's just like, oh, you always can do this thing, like Armor of Shadows. You can just always cast Mage Armor. Congratulations. You don't have to worry about running out. Like, it's a little spellcasting taster. Yeah, and I also think it's good for getting people hooked. It's, like, the greatest game of dress-up ever. Like, it gets people into the fun of building a character. You can have just as unique and just as custom characters on every other class, but Warlock specifically not incentivizes it, but just like kind of forces you to do it. So I do think that Warlock is one of the best. But that's if you're not doing prepared. If you're first coming in, I recommend Cleric or Druid a lot of the times. And normally not Druid. I normally recommend Cleric for the first timers, because it is so flexible. You can build so many different types of clerics. It gets them into role-playing because their class specifically gives them very obvious vectors for role-playing, and they can swap in and out their spells whenever they want. So what I've noticed a lot of times with the new players, especially new spellcasters, is that they pick something and then they regret it 2 sessions from now. Of, like, they pick spells and then they use the spell for the first time and they realize, like, oh, I didn't actually really want that. Like, that didn't really do what I thought it would do. Not a problem with Cleric. You use a Cleric spell once, you don't like it, you put it in the garbage and you pick a new one the next day. So Cleric is my big recommendation for people that want to spellcast in D&D. My martial recommendation is oddly Paladin, because it's very simple and has the same role-playing ties that Cleric has. Beyond that, I recommend Barbarian. I think Fighter is like the default that people recommend for some reason. I think that Fighter is incredibly difficult to play engagingly. I think it's a really cool class. I really like Fighter, but I think that even experienced players play it poorly. Part of the big thing about Fighter is there's 2 big things. It is your ASIs, which give you unparalleled customization within feats, and there's multi-attack, which gives you unparalleled flexibility within what your attacking actions do. So, like, if you shove, if you grapple, if you do all of those other actions, as well as being proficient with all martial weapons and being directly incentivized to have dex and strength, means that you can use a whole plethora of magical items that it wouldn't make sense for other people to use. So I think that Fighter can be an incredibly deep character if you know a lot about the game. But I don't know why it's like the default recommendation for new players. I think that Barbarian is significantly simpler and easier to wrap your head around, and also, again, has a ton of great role-playing hooks. Raging is one of the simplest and most well-executed role-playing hooks in any of the classes. It's delightful. So, yeah. I think they are level 11. Oh my god, yeah, it must be a magic item. There's no... Because level 11's what, +4 on proficiency, I believe? So he'd have at max +9 to his spellcasting attack. So I don't know what he's talking about there. Sprinkling a little UA weapon mastery. I'm saying. Look. I was honestly a little disappointed with the weapon masteries UA, but I will say, I mean, it's fucking additive. It's not like they changed anything, replaced anything. It's better than what's in 5e. Maybe it doesn't go far enough. Maybe it's not good enough, but if they put that in tomorrow, I wouldn't complain. So, yeah, I mean, exactly. And I think that all of the subclasses, with the exception of Arcane Archer, actually, I think are all really great. I think Champion gets a bad rap. I think Champion's great. I think Eldritch Knight is one of the most fun subclasses in the entire game. Not only because Weapon Bond is an incredibly fun feature. If you haven't looked at it, oh my god. It's incredible. I mean, it's Mjolnir. It's fantastic. And you can apply it to any existing magic item, so do with that what you will. But also their spell casting incentivizes and almost requires flavoring. You can't just pick any spells with Eldritch Knight. You have to pick spells from certain schools, which I think is incredible restriction. I think that sort of restriction is what builds flavorful subclasses. I love it because it really builds this identity. I think it's abjuration and evocation spells only. And so it builds this flavor of what the Eldritch Knight truly is. And don't even get me into Rune Knight. Rune Knight's a delight. So yeah, I love Fighter, but it's not, I don't think it should be the default Martial. I think default Spellcaster should be Cleric, default Martial should be Barbarian, Paladin if you count.
You can now see as it pulls from the front of its body, one giant kind of backwards looking elephant leg that steps into the front of the material, a second one forward. It pulls itself completely out of the pile, and you can see a third one, like a giant tripod. These thick
Fuck. I'll try to go faster.
legs carry it forward. It is going to do a bite attack and a tentacle attack on you, and a tentacle attack on Keyleth as you're the nearest to it.
No, Fighter's cool. Fighter's my favorite Martial. Straight as the Warlock fucking dress-up class main. Like, as the customization main, Fighter's my favorite Martial. Like, I have strayed away from playing it over the course of a campaign because I do think that it incentivizes a certain type of character that I don't love to roleplay, but I've played one like 3 times. Even though I say that, I love all the D&D classes. I love trying them all out. But no, I legitimately think Arcane Archer sucks huge fat nards, and everything else about Fighter's super cool. If you know a lot about the magic items in D&D, and you know a lot about the feats in D&D, oh my god. It just, having 6 ASIs is ludicrous. It means that your ability scores can be crazy high. Like, if you pick a half feat every single time, you are still getting +6 to all of your shit. And you're getting 6 feats.
So, as it rears back with its mouth, its giant maw opens with all these nasty, jagged, broken teeth, and the smell that comes out of its mouth is horrifying, even for your experience as a Dragonborn. That would be a...
Oh, Matt did say maw. Matt said maw. Do I have maw? Everyone check for maw. Oh, I do have maw. Let's go. Someone in a streaming TTRPG on Battlemaster Fighter, and it's pretty fun to watch, being vague on purpose. Fair enough. Battlemaster is so much fun. I do subscribe to the fact that Fighter should be an overall weaker base class and that Battlemaster should just be baked into normal Fighter. I do subscribe to that as a general philosophy, but that doesn't take away from the fact that Battlemaster's super cool. I also really love Tasha's is one of my favorite books in 5e. I really love in Tasha's how they gave suggested Battlemaster builds. I thought that was fantastic. Like, I should have probably been in the original Battlemaster text, but very much better late than never. And so, like, they have, like, a pugilist build, pugilist? Not pugilist. They have a pugilist build, they have an archer build, they have, like, a thug build. Like, I think that those are really cool, and I think Battlemaster is super, super cool. Fuck, I have no mahos. Yes, Battlemaster should be core class rules, just like how a lot of the Hunter Ranger features should just be core class features. Yeah. Yeah, I think there's this really interesting dichotomy with a lot of the classes, where like a lot of the classes try to have like the base class, but they don't want to make the class too complicated at base, at least for a lot of them. And so they make just generic powerful features for the base class, cough cough monk stunning strike, and then they move all of the interesting things into a subclass, which is, I think, the opposite of how you want to build. I think you should take the champion route of, if you want there to be just a generically strong version of the class, have the base class be interesting and complex, and then have a very easy subclass, a very simple subclass, like champion fighter. And then just have recommendations, which is something I've really liked to see in 1D&D. I've really, really liked to see that they have recommendations at every step of the way. So they give you these options, but then they say, by the way, for, first timers, we recommend this choice. I think that's great. I think that is exactly how you should build it. You should allow nice, complex customization, very interesting things within the base class, give people recommendations, and then if they want to make the class more complicated, they can go into an interesting subclass, or if the base is enough for them and they just want that to be more powerful, that's an option within one of the subclasses, i.e. Berserker, Champion, Hunter, that sort of thing.
18 to hit.
Whatchamacallit? Did you roll at disadvantage?
What would I have disadvantage?
A cloak of displacement.
Oh, good call. Oh, that's even higher. 19. But thank you for the reminder. It's good to know.
The AC is 18.
So it is.
So that's it.
Okay. So
Go home and get your shine box.
So as you're hanging back and your image is shifting and shimmering nearby, its mouth is just too big. As it bites down, while it would have partially hit the side, it manages to find your proper location. The teeth clomp down onto you. You take 16 points of piercing damage. As you reach back in pain, you push yourself out of its mouth. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
22.
22. Okay. So you pull off and away. You can see it where it
whistle
dragged
right
across
there.
your scales. It left this nasty kind of trail of black, whatever we would call it, saliva. But you managed to kind of slip it off your hand, and you feel like it's probably not going to bother you too much. However, as you kind of say to yourself, when the tentacles can swing down towards you, that is a. Oh, also this.
Before we leave the Orion Zone, Marina gave some very good advice on a recent poll that I want to do. I used to bake in bathroom breaks where it would be every hour of the video I would go for a bathroom break, but I'm going to start doing it every hour and a half real time. We're going to make them pretty quick, but hopefully give a better cadence to the stream. So, it's 7 o'clock. That's been an hour and a half. Maybe this will be too often. Maybe it should be like 2 hours, but I'm going to try hour and a half first off. And so we're going to start that right now. Go get water. Go drink water. I'll see you later. We're back, but the mic was still off. Hello! Ooh, go check out John's spoiler note. Very exciting. Let's see. There we go. And there we go. And here we go.
That would be a 21 to hit.
Yeah, that's.
All right. You take 7 points of bludgeoning damage from the impact, and it's only 4 points of piercing damage as the spines slam into your side and seem to kind of stick onto you. You are also considered grappled and restrained for the time its tentacle kind of wraps around you, and the spines are kind of digging into your body. And it has you by your waist and it's holding you in place.
This is fun. How much damage is that total?
That'd be a total of 11 damage.
Really?
Yep.
What, plus the other?
No, plus the bite, no. Did you not write down the bite damage too?
That's 16, so
Right.
26?
There you go.
27?
27. There you go.
So what's half of that?
Half of that because of the
Stone skin. Stone skin's 11.
Stone skin is still. That's correct. That is, how long does that last?
An hour?
An hour? Yeah, that should last a long time. You're fine, yeah. So half of that would have been, we'll say,
I cast that one with chasing.
yeah, it'd be 13 points damage.
Okay, 13 points.
That was a lot of technicality in one turn. Well done,
Yeah.
Tiberius. All right.
Spellcasters. Yeah.
That will be a 23 against you.
Yep.
That turn's done. That'll be a total of 14 points of bludgeoning damage to you, and 5 points of piercing damage, and you are also grappled by the other tentacles. You're both currently being held.
Into this
By the
body?
creature.
14 and 5, you said?
Correct. That brings us to Vex.
We're how high up?
About
From
15
here?
feet up, and you're that far back in the tunnel.
That far back. All right. So it takes my whole movement just to run to the edge, probably. Yeah.
3, 4, 5, 6. You're pretty close right
All
there.
right.
That's your turn.
And that's it. Bonus action, right?
Bonus action if you want to hear.
But I can't see. Can I see past the lip of the edge to this? top of the
Whatever you're trying to hit might have 3/4 cover.
That's it.
Okay. That ends your turn. Now, the swarms. Moving in. Each one of these rat swarms is just like they're start crawling up towards your body and they're starting to find their way into their armor and they're biting, and it's a terrible, terrible experience. All right, so swarm attacking. Keyleth is going to be a 16 to hit.
Nope.
Nope. You just kind of brush them off yourself, and as they're starting to come up the
I
tentacle.
just look at them and I go,
The rat whisperer. Attacking you, Brother Cash. That looks like it's going to be a 10 to hit.
Okay, so now what?
What's your armor class?
My armor class is where? There, it's 20.
20. These rats come forward, you just whack, knock them out of the way with your shield, and they just against Tiberius. That is going to be a with disadvantage because of the.
Man, they can't touch me. I'm up in the air, yo.
You're grappled, but you're not floating in the air.
Oh man, I thought he was like whipping me around.
Not yet.
not yet.
Nice.
That's going to be a 13, so it's going to be. So the rest, no effect yet. That ends their turn. Keyleth, you're up.
I just kind of take the tentacle that's grappled.
Look, I know it was a joke, but communicating the world back to the DM, especially when it's about what the DM just told you, like being like a reminder, and even just like, wait, I thought I was up in the air, like grappled up in the air, and he's like, no, and you're like, oh, okay, but just being like, they can't hit me. It's like I think Matt would know. Matt's the arbiter of truth in this world.
Around me and I grab onto it and I cast Blight.
Oh yeah.
All right.
He has to make a Constitution saving throw if I'm
Level's Blight?
correct. Huh?
What level is
Man, he had like a whole episode and a half where it was really light, but we got into
Blight?
combat.
That is fourth.
Third.
All right, Constitution saving throw. That is a 11. What's your DC? I'm pretty sure it
Yeah,
fails.
18.
Okay, it takes 8d8 necrotic damage. Go ahead and roll damage.
Nice.
Nice work.
This is great.
Nice work.
Where'd all my D8s go?
You gave them to me.
Okay,
Very nicely gave them to me.
Here's one. Ooh, there's 4, so 5, 6, 7. I just like rolling all of them. I could roll. Okay, that's all right. So that's there's 10, there's 20, there's 35. Yes, 36 damage.
36 damage.
Yes.
Nice. As you grab the tentacle, you can see the kind of slippery, slimy flesh as the resin, as your fingers grasp into it. It's kind of brownish yellow color all of a sudden turns to this grayish, sickly, dried landscape. As you can see, the flesh.
We're on 1.5. We're going fast. I'm glad we are, because they are taking their time in these descriptions, which is fair. If you're actually at the table and you're not trying to, make an 8-hour stream.
cracking to dust around it. And the tentacle still grasping onto you. The magical energy travels up the arm to part of its side of its what would be its torso and body, and you can see it again withdraw from severe pain. It manages to eventually shrug off any further spread of the magical disease of the blight, but it has left this horrible scarring across one side of its whole body.
Awesome.
Can't really move this turn because you're currently restrained. Yep. All right.
I like scarring. If we're brainstorming about intense ways in which to describe damage, scarring is great. Burns and like blisters and pustules, those are all delightful. Anything that could foreseeably heal and or not be a long-term inhibitant. So like leathery buildup as their skin dies and like comes to the surface, that's great. Big burns. Just like when you start getting like blood and like under the skin shit involved. And that's where you can have some really great moments. Like let's think about the disintegrate thing again with the giants. If he doesn't talk about like chunks of flesh being missing, like you can't heal that shit. That's going to be a long-term inhibitant. But if he talks about entire swaths of skin being disintegrated, revealing the lower layers, he looks almost pink now compared to the normal grayish white that you're used to. And he talks about all of that skin building up, burning off, boiling, and him being covered in these disgusting, leaking pustules from you disintegrating pockets of his flesh. That becomes something that he can recover from, at least in terms of like core functionality, but could still be a lasting visual effect of what the fuck you did to him. Right? So that does become cool. Now you can have these lasting injuries that it is feasible they could heal to full physical acuity from. I think that's the really big thing, is I really don't want to disable them for future potential fights, etc. But you can fuck them up however you want. You can give them giant scars that could theoretically not heal. You could give them lightning veins. I don't know if you guys have ever seen like the red scars that people who were struck by lightning have. Give them that. Like you can give them all sorts of shit. You can change colors of their skin, and now they are carrying around ostensibly a remembrance of you, and that makes it even cooler to bring them back later as a villain. When they have this evidence of your encounter last time.
That brings us to Tor. Come here. What you got?
I'm going to continue down this corridor.
At 1.5, it sounds like they're talking at normal.
Get
I
close to
know,
the half
dude.
elf.
That's a full round of movement there.
That's all I can do. Leave something for me.
It literally sounds like they're in slow-mo right now. Leave some for me.
All right. That ends that. That brings us to the top. Kasha, your turn.
Is the side that she damaged useless at this point? The one tentacle that she...
No, it's still functional. It's still wrapped around her. It's just there's scarring across it in a large part of its upper torso. So it's weird. It's hard to say parts of its body when it has that strange construction.
You attach your body norms to it, man.
Something
No,
large.
I apologize.
Are you body shaming that OTI?
Shouldn't we? Can I move to the side? I'd like to move as much directly in front of the creature as possible.
Okay. I'll get you there. That one, Rat Swarm, does get a free attack on you as you move past it.
Okay.
And that's going to be an 11. You can see the rat swarming up your legs and trying to get past, but the armor is just too thick and the chainmail is too strong underneath the plate you have, and you just kind of brush them off you as you move aside. Pulls you right up in front of it now. Its giant mouth is just angrily gnashing and biting down in front of you, and it's sending bits of that kind of brackish spittle across your face, and it smells horrifying. What are you doing?
I'd like to try to take control of it with gaze. See if I can tell this bitch what to...
I think humanoid, but I'm actually not sure off the top of my head.
To it.
No, you-
I'm like, I was hoping you were talking about me.
Never
Okay.
call you bitch.
The casting time for Gaius is 1 minute.
Okay.
Knowing that, every combat round is equivalent to 6 seconds, so you could try it. It probably won't survive that long.
Okay.
But hold on to that spell for now. Is there another one you'd like to use?
I think I will then if I hold on to that. Yeah,
Look, this is, again, not doing it for a new player. Not doing it for a new player. But for an experienced player, I'll let him fuck around with casting time. So I know I've gone on this whole thing about how I don't like homebrewed spells. But I have mentioned before of, like, if you do want to change a spell, like, this is a bit of a back reference, but when Keyleth tried to light up all the crystals in the cavern, and it was like, oh, that's just like not what the spell that she was using does. And I was like, I would tie an Arcana check to that or some sort of check. If you want to modify a spell in some way, I am down to let you risk it. So if he's saying, like, can I try to rush the casting or something? Like, again, not for a new player, wouldn't do it for Wilfred L. But if one of my players at my tables who I've been playing with for 8, 9 odd years, if one of them asks me, like, is there any way I can rush that casting? I'm going to be like, I'll let you cut it down to 3 turns, but you have to make a successful Arcana 15 every turn. If any of the Arcanas fail, the spell fizzles and you lose the spell slot with no effect. I'll offer a monkey's paw any day of the week. And then, you know, they look at the other people at the table and they debate and they discuss, but that's a great idea on Will's part.
I think then I'm going to try...
And that's what I want to try and encourage creative thinking. I want to try to encourage all of this creativity and this flexibility, but I also don't want to overpower someone for free. So I'm going to attach a lot of risk to it.
How about just another Sacred Flame for now?
Sure. Go ahead and roll to attack, sir. Or does it, no, this one, it just goes ahead and makes a saving throw. I forgot.
Saving throw.
All right, cool. It's going to make another dexterity saving throw. That is going to be a 14. That does not beat it, so go ahead and roll 3d8 points of damage to it. Radiant damage.
Bam.
Furious, you're on deck.
Oh, nice, not bad.
16.
16 points of damage. Nice.
Yes.
Once again, the flames burst up and you can see parts of its body where the scarring is across all of a sudden explode with light, and beneath it you can see the freshly exposed kind of grayish brown fleshy muscle beneath its outer armored structure. It is
Yes. Beautiful. He can regrow that. We love it.
a little rough. That ends your turn. That brings us to Tiberius.
I'm going to
Now, I would hazard a guess that it's probably still too high HP to where I probably wouldn't be describing it like that yet. But to be fair, it's also a very big creature. It's got lots of skin to blast off. so maybe I would. Big ups. Big ups, man.
He's got me like this, right? Like, I'm yeah, sure. I'm gonna cast a True Strike on him. Cantrip.
True Strike on yourself?
On him.
On him.
I'm gonna look for a weakness.
Okay.
It'll give me advantage on my next.
Tackle this target. Okay.
And I'm gonna quicken spell.
All right.
And spend 2 more sorcery points to cast. Well, I'm gonna look over. Can I see where Vax?
We are seeing one of the only legitimate use cases for True Strike. I mean, this is totally possible because, you know, True Strike's a cantrip. This is one of the only legitimate applications of it, and it doesn't even turn on until you get at least a 2nd level spell slot. So, like, I mean, True Strike sucks. We all know it. But the only reason you might want to do it is if you have a very powerful spell. I was about to say Tasha's Mind Whip, but that's a saving throw. If you have some powerful spell that that will potentially waste a spell slot, right? If it doesn't hit, then you True Strike and then you have to quicken spell. If you don't quicken spell, you are risking losing concentration when you get hit, and then you've wasted True Strike, you've wasted your whole turn. So this is legitimately one of the only use cases because it is more worth it to invest your action into making sure that that leveled spell hits. And that is only because, you know, it's taking up a resource. You would never do this for like another cantrip or something. So, very, very interesting.
Coming?
Currently, no. There is so much going on in the room, and the only light source is you right now. You have no inclination that they're even at the top at this point, and you're currently wrapped in a tentacle and being swarmed by rats. You have no way of really telling that they've even arrived at this point.
I can see behind the creature though, because that's within range. So I will do Misty Step behind him and get out of that grip.
Alrighty. Misty Step is a 2nd level.
Oh yes.
Yep. All right.
True Strike plus Action Surge with an attack you can't just do twice. What is an attack you can't just do twice? I mean, that is a potential thing for like an Eldritch Knight, or, you know, a martial that is related. Maybe if you have like a magic item that has like a certain number of charges. I mean, the whole basically what I'm saying is the only real application of True Strike is if you make it more likely that something with limited uses will connect. That's the only reason to ever use True Strike, and you always want to do it on the same turn. If you can't do it on the same turn, it's not worth it because you will lose concentration half the time, and then you're fucked. I mean, if True Strike wasn't concentration, fine spell. Honestly, like maybe this is fucking hot take land. I think True Strike is just fine exactly how it is if it's not concentration. I think it has a well of niche circumstantial uses, specifically for spellcasters, which is who would have it anyways, so whatever. But the fact that it's concentration means that only sorcerers can use it. No one else. Unless you also waste haste. But then, no, you can't, because you have to concentrate on haste, so you can't concentrate on True Strike. Yeah, it is only sorcerers with Quicken Spell, and theoretically, you do make a good point, fighters with Action Surge. Those are the only ones.
To where you want to go.
Far away behind him as it can go.
There you go.
And that's my turn.
Alrighty. Ending your turn, the object turns around, angrily now looks at his empty tendril. It's going to step away. You do get one, Brother Cash, as it steps away, you get one free swing with your, or attack with your spear as it tries to move away from you.
Okay.
So go ahead and roll an attack with your spear.
20?
Mm-hmm.
I will admit, for something like an Eldritch Knight, it is actually a bit more viable even than the Sorcerer, because eventually you get, I believe it's Warcaster? No, Warcaster's a feat. It's like Eldritch Strike, I think, where you can cast a cantrip when you hit with a weapon attack, or maybe vice versa. When you hit with a cantrip, you can make a weapon attack. So comboing it there just to make sure that shit lands if it's really important or if this guy has a crazy high AC. But you would only do that if it was time sensitive, because again, as we all know, attacking twice is just equivalent to advantage and better. So, but if you were, say, shoving them off a cliff, right? And no, because then you could just try to shove them twice. Never mind. It sucks.
14.
Plus your attack bonus.
Attack bonus is...
The fact that it costs an action just feels clunky. I mean, yeah. Making it a bonus action also fixes it. But I mean, making it a bonus action potentially makes it too powerful. I actually think that Baldur's Gate was on the road to fixing it when they made it last 2 turns. But I would rather it just last 1 turn and not be concentration. And even then, you still have niche circumstantial use cases. So it sucks. Even if it was concentration, but it lasted for 2 turns and it wasn't used up the first time you hit with it, because that's the issue with it in Baldur's Gate 3, is that the moment you hit while it's applied, it goes away. So if you hit, it's less useful in like the statistical realm than if you missed. The fuck is that? Like, but if they just say it lasts for 2 turns and it doesn't go away when you hit, hell, even if they say it just doesn't go away when you hit on the same turn, now you have application with like Scorching Ray. So you like True Strike and then Scorching Ray, and every single one of your attacks has advantage. That could work. So yeah, I mean, it's really close, but it just is bad.
Plus 9.
All right, plus 9.
Oh, that definitely is. So go ahead and roll damage for the spear.
Cool. Damage for the spear. What do you roll?
Which is 1d8 plus 3.
1d8 plus 3. Where's my d8?
Do it.
There you go.
10.
Nice.
Yeah.
So as it moves away, you just reach out, hit it with the spear, leaving this big old gaping wound in the side where more of this kind of dark blood begins to spill out from the wound. As it moves over, it's going to go ahead and do 1 bite attack towards Keyleth with its open mouth. That's going to be a 24.
That is.
All right. Okay. That's going to be 16 points of piercing damage to you, and make a Constitution saving throw.
16.
16. You can feel the diseased liquid that fills the inside of the autopt's mouth begin to pulse into your arm for a second. You tense, and eventually the pain and numbness tends to fade within a few seconds. However, as you take that moment to yourself, As it's still grabbing you with the one tentacle, it's going to reach and attack twice towards Tiberius. That is going to be a 16. Okay, that'll be a 19.
Yes.
So the second one hits you.
A 16? He is stone skin, so he can't have bark skin. Sorcerers have light armor proficiency. So I guess he could have... What would that have to be? 12 plus 4? I mean, it's certainly possible. He could have... No! Sorcerers don't have any armor proficiency. I guess he could have a feat? A 16 not hitting seems... Especially because ties go to roller. So...
16.
Oh, wait. So he has to have at least a 17 AC, which means that he must have a high dex, I guess. And some sort of feat. Because otherwise, I don't know.
That's going to be a 16. Okay, that'll be a 19.
He has 18 AC. Oh, yeah, right there, fucking 18 AC. He has a 16 dex. Oh, wait. No. He's a Dragonborn. Woo! We're all good. Or maybe he's not even a Dragonborn, but he's probably just a dragon origin sorcerer. Woo! Okay. He's playing it all right. We're good.
So the second one hits you. That is a...
I never see anyone, if someone's playing with PHB Sorcerer, it seems like it's always wild magic. I don't remember the last time I saw someone go Dragon Heritage Sorcerer, but dope that it gives you so much AC.
8 points of bludgeoning damage, and 5 points, so 13, half that because of stone skin. That puts you at 7 points.
He is a Dragonborn. It's him mentioning Draconia's on the fucking bingo card. He's leaning into it, which... I love me my flavor. I love it. So, you know, all right.
And you are once again grappled and wrapped up by it.
I think he likes me.
I think you pissed it off and you set it on fire multiple times in a row.
You could use a little help down here.
Coming.
That ends its turn. That's your up.
Okay, I'm gonna run up to the edge of it. Are any of my friends right up against this nasty shit?
Currently Keyleth is.
Keyleth is. So if it's occupied with my friend, I can take a second, aim really well, and sneak attack it from up here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that is 24.
24? That hits, definitely.
Right, so sneak attack.
Oh, good, you showed up.
That's a 2 plus 9. This is Keen Dagger 9 plus 21.
Oh,
That's
we might be
21 plus,
approaching a dagger.
30.
30 points of damage.
Nice.
All right.
And then the second dagger, which is life stealing, hits with 24.
That hits, definitely.
That is 8.
8, all right.
Yeah, stone
All right,
skin.
and you still have extra movement if you want to stay up there or wish to move somewhere.
No.
All right.
Stone skin and bark skin, I believe. The only one of like that range of abjuration spells that isn't, I think, is mage armor. I think mage armor is the only one that doesn't require concentration. The other two do.
Perch.
Got it, cool. All right,
Thanks.
ending Vax's turn. The rats now move up. This one too. To there. Attacking Keyleth, you are currently restrained, and Tiberius, you're also restrained, so
I
technically
could be
you have
wrong, though. I could be wrong about bark skin. Stone skin is because it's very powerful. So that the part of the benefit of it, because making something harder to hit versus reducing damage is always better. Maybe take this one home to the bank for your characters. That is why Barbarian is considered to be the closest to a true tank in D&D. It's more of a tank than Cleric, Fighter, etc., etc., etc. Because reducing the damage that you take and this is only because of statistical anomalies, because of 1s and 20s, there is always a chance that an enemy will fail to hit you. No matter what their plus is, no matter how good it is, there is always a chance that they will not get past your AC. So while having a high AC is generally good, there will always be a way past. That is separate. That's just in attack rolls. There's an entire separate category of attacks from saving throws. Saving throws do not give a shit about your AC, and never have. So, when both saving throws and crit fails and crit successes exist, reducing damage will always be better than not getting hit. Now, there are niche outliers, especially when we start talking about magical damage, but magical damage is more likely to be saving throws. It's a whole thing. But the general advice is that, like, the Barbarian Rage reducing damage is better than a Cleric's 19 AC. So, yeah. So I could see a world in which Stone Skin is concentration and Bark Skin is not. I don't know off the top of my head. But that is part of the balance of Bark Skin, is every time you get hit, Bark Skin is working, and you have to roll the con save.
So against you. Okay, that'd be a 19 against you.
Yeah.
And against Tiberius, it just has a general attack roll because you have give it disadvantage and advantage. That is going to be a 17, which I think misses you. Yeah. All right, so Keyleth, you take 9 points of piercing damage as the rats are now swarming up over the side of the tentacle and are biting at your neck and shoulder area, and you're trying to brush them off of you.
No.
Not so much your friends anymore.
Bad. What?
Finishes their turn. It is now your turn, Keyleth.
It's my turn.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, rats like swarming me.
Yep.
This guy's looking pretty close to dead, yeah?
He's looking pretty hurt.
Yeah.
He's looking pretty hurt. I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna do blood again.
Bloodied.
Blood again against this guy?
Yeah, 'cause I'm still grappled, right?
You are, yes.
So just same thing. I'm just gonna
Nice.
try and suck the life out of this guy.
Do it.
All right.
Constitution saving throw.
That is going to be a 13.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Any one more?
Yeah.
Wait, big money to wavies. Ooh,
Nice.
that's not bad. Not
Nice.
bad. Okay, so that's 14, 15, 16, 24, 30, 32, 35, 41, 45.
45 points of damage from blight.
Yeah.
So this time, as the rats are swarming over you, you reach up your hands. They're glowing with the energies that you're drawing from this. You can see the actual air around your hands are beginning to turn black, and the air is beginning to be pulled in. What was once a very moist and warm vicinity gets strangely cold as now her hands embody the end of life. She grasps the tentacle, and the rats scatter as just the proximity grows. As you touch it, you can see now what was once the blight scarring begins to fill the entire tentacle, and as it turns, it hardens around you almost like a brittle piece of concrete. The rest of its body, you see it begins to starts thrashing about this tendril.
Desynced. How's this?
Releases you, Tiberius, dropping you into the pile of refuse. As it reaches around to try and grasp its own tentacle, it breaks through its own arm. As it reels back, you fall onto your butt. The rest of the broken pieces of the Otog kind of crumbling into dust around you. You look up and see the creature as it attempts to back up. Each one of its legs pulling up against the one door that's partially buried in the far corner. It slams into the side.
Okay, so I'll just need to remove that. I have it's a beta feature on OBS, so I think that's just part of it. Where you can capture the sound of individual windows separately from your desktop audio. So that's what I was doing. And I just had my desktop audio muted, but it's looking like, because this happened last time too, and it was the same solution. I just switched it from the Firefox audio to the desktop audio. So looks like we're going to be rocking with desktop audio.
As the blight spreads across its body, its teeth begin to shatter and turn to dust within its mouth, which begins to slowly curl.
You have voice meter? I don't. Ready and
inward as it ages extremely rapidly in a short period of time. Suddenly, it slumps to the ground and joins the refuse of which it once came from. Come here.
You were supposed to save something for me! There's a bunch of rats down here. Rats! Walk faster!
I can't clunk to the edge there. How far down is it?
15 feet.
Can I
into soft ground.
Can I jump and land on those rats?
You know what? Sure. Go ahead and make an athletics check.
Oh. Okay.
Come on, man.
17.
Oh, hey!
It's rats!
Leap. You leap, slam down on top of the rats.
Depends on how much you want it. I agree. I hate audio, but I know it's so important. Audio is one of the things on the stream that I have put a lot of effort into that I don't like. Like, you guys know I hate thumbnails. The thumbnails don't get a lot of effort. I don't like making shorts. There are less shorts nowadays. But audio is one of the things that I do try at, even though I don't like it, because I know how critical it is to having like a watchable, or I guess listenable stream. I've got it set up myself, but whenever it breaks, I have to do like an hour of homework all over again. Delightful. Well, I'll look into it. We'll see.
Rat swarm that just jettisoned off the side of Keyleth. I'm going to say for that impact, go ahead and roll 1d6. It takes 1d6 bludgeoning damage from you just stepping on a few of the rats.
6.
6 already. And they're now all around you on the ground, and they're trying to kind of storm away from the impact zone. You still have your action.
Okay, so I haven't played a character this high level in this system, so bear with me while I walk through this. I believe that I can attack 3 times in a round, right? I have extra, the extra attack feature.
Yes, as a fighter you do. You have 3 attacks.
Okay, so I'm going to take my my axe and just try to kill as many of these things as I possibly can.
Cool.
So I swing my axe.
All right.
I'm waiting for the hearing impaired.
I roll a 2.
All right, so as you swing your axe for the first batch of rats, unfortunately, it's kind of hard to see where the compost pile and the rats separate.
Yeah.
You shoot through a bunch of the slimy mess, slinging a bunch against the wall, and actually kind of spatter a bit against Keyleth, who's behind you. With your next attack.
Very unhappy about that. Okay.
I appreciate 3. Delightful. I appreciate Will's tone. I think it's really cool. I think he I don't know, for some reason I had in my brain that Will Wheaton was kind of a dick. I don't remember why. But he's coming off very well in these 2 videos. He's being like very nice and like respectful to Matt. He's, you know, kind of being like, "Oh, I'm new, bear with me," whatever. Like, he's coming off great. So I don't know if maybe I'm just misremembering or something. The only thing I knew him from before this was, I mean, I love Star Trek Next Gen. And then I knew he was on like an episode or a couple episodes of The Big Bang Theory, which I don't know. Not I mean, maybe it balances out. I don't know. But yeah, I think that this is a really good example of like how to interact with just with humans, I guess, but like in a more TTRPG space. Which is honestly a talent. He's having fun even though he's sucking on all his rolls, which he's making a whole bit about the fucking curse that I don't personally vibe with. But if that's how he has fun and it's good vibes at the table and everyone's having fun with it, who am I to judge? That's why I think he's coming off to me. It doesn't seem super dickish, at least. He's doing a good job in showing that his actual personality is not the same as the PC's mood or character. Totally. That is something we've talked about before, about like the difference the difference between your character's personality and flaws and your own. I didn't really pick up on that, honestly. Yeah, that is really applicable to Will Wheaton and Torbeer. That's a very insightful observation. Yeah, I think that's a great example.
3. Okay, 3.
As you pull back,
hole looking, great hole, right?
You decide it's supposed to, a small swath. Let's make it a wider one, and your axe swings again. Yeah. This time you catch a singular rat, but with the flat of the blade, you just send it flying about 10 feet, where it comes back unharmed and joins the rest of its crew.
Oh, another great thing about swarms. Is because of the interesting nature of them. You know, the dispersed nature, you can have some kind of weird and wacky flavor descriptions. He doesn't even have to have that rat come back to the rest of the swarm. He could just be like, yeah, you bopped it away. It's going to make its way. It'll probably make its way back. You don't even have to narrate it actually moving back during his turn because there are so many in the swarm, an individual doesn't matter. You can even give him, you put a shallow cut on one of them, even on a miss. If you want to make him feel like more of a professional, like if you want to make him feel like more of a professional talent of like, oh, like you did graze one, et cetera, because of the nature of the swarm, you have so much flexibility there within your descriptions.
I don't want it.
No!
This can't be real! It can't be real! That is CG. That is computer generated. Wow.
This time, in an angry fury that you are being stifled by what is essentially sewer rats,
yes.
You lift your axe up in the air as one rat that has climbed up your pants bites you right in the crotch.
Don't do that. Okay, yes, it does.
In pain, you drop the axe behind you and reach down, grab the rat, and tear it in half out of frustration.
Yeah!
And I will give you a point of damage for that.
Point of damage? The rat bit through my metal codpiece?
It's stuck up past the small little...
That's true. It is funny. I mean, yeah, depends on the table, the player, your tone. It is very funny to just have him suck ass.
Gap there and ate through your leather breeches, and you're in severe pain.
Yeah.
And Matt gave him a point of damage there. I don't even think you need to. You can just narrate that whole, like, bites your crotch, you rip it in half, and then you can say as the DM, but there are so many left that doesn't even represent a point of damage, etc., etc. Yeah, man, love swarms.
Nearing prone.
Yeah. Well, I mean, us dwarves are known for our dicks that are sensitive to rat bites.
It's true. They didn't put that in the player's handbook, but I think they're going to
Oh, it's canon in my game.
And with that, Torbjorn's turn is up.
Yeah, sure is. Excuse me, I must inform the internet of my majesty.
You got your dick bit by a rat, son. You're a man now.
Every dwarf when they hit the tender age of 30 has to wander waist deep into the rat pits. All right, Kashaw, you're up.
First,
You know what? I meant to do this. I meant to shrink this one, the It's Canon one, down to just the words It's Canon. So if anyone has this one, any cast member reference a modern day thing they try to incorporate, yada, 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 and someone says It's Canon, I am modifying that down to just It's Canon, and he said it, so click.
I'd like to turn to Torbeer and say, are you kidding me? How many rats are left?
You have the group that is currently swarming around Torbeer, one immediate to your left that you're just like batting away with your shield, and one group that is currently trying to get all up to Tiberius' shit.
Can we tell who's in the most danger at this point?
For the most part, everyone seems to be doing okay. Yeah, he's looking the roughest.
Yeah, but
situational.
Right, well,
You know.
that's just a bruised ego. That's different.
Start stomping rats.
Yeah, I think I would like to move to come to Strong Castle's defense over.
Stormwind.
Right.
Oh, all right, so
Right.
It's all right.
there you go. The rats do get a swing at you. That's going to be a... That's not going to hit. Once again, you hear like the little small tings against the back of your armor, but it's not even a bother at this point. All right, what are you doing? You move up to the rat.
I'm gonna move to, once again because people, I need some help. I'm a healer for God's sakes. So I'm gonna try Sacred Flame again.
All right, Gerard, you're going to stay a step back on because it's a ranged attack. So you get real close. Once again, kind of set your spear down real fast, grab your holy symbol, and then release that burst. Go ahead and roll for attack. Oh, actually, no, saving throw again. That's my end. The rats roll a 1.
Sweet.
Go ahead and roll straight damage on that. So it's
Damage?
It's 3d8.
Oh, the 3d8. Yes, right. I'm sorry.
All good.
8. Here are the 8s, right?
You know, with me, you only have to roll once.
No, that's not really great. 8.
8 points of damage. Poof, you release it, you can see about 13, 14 rats just get thrown and scattered. Their lifeless burnt corpses kind of around, and the little hole that you left in the middle of that pile closes up as the rats form once again into a coalesced swarm. That ends your turn, I believe. That'll bring us to Tiberius.
Kill some rats.
What the hell are we in? This is like,
It's a giant cylindrical, it looks like it was once a cistern that has been turned into some sort of a refuse.
is there a roof?
From what you can see, I mean, roll perception check.
What do I use?
I've got rolled out T.
Perception skill.
Oh,
We don't use it very often.
15.
Mr.
Or no, 14.
14. As far as you can see, it goes about maybe 30 or so feet beyond the radius of your light spell and fades into darkness. You have no idea if there's a ceiling or anything to it or how far it would be if there was one.
Okay. Cool. Well, I'll I'm right next to me, right? So
You do.
I'm gonna put it on my hand, and I'm gonna just do a firebolt. Right next to that.
Okay, go ahead and roll to attack with disadvantage.
Why are they on me?
Yeah, they're right up against you.
Oh.
Range attacks when you're melee with the target is at disadvantage.
Oh, right.
Murderers.
Oh, well then I'm going to not do that. I'm going to cast Obelisk of Stone and then Quicken Spell, and then I'm going to do Firebolt. That's what.
Okay.
Yeah. Cool. That's another 2.
So avenge me! Puts you up on top there.
Up 10 feet. Oh, I'll go away, but and then I'll do the 2d10 damage.
Alright.
D10s. Here's one. And D10. 1d10.
I can't tell if that was a legitimate misunderstanding that anyone would have, or if he should have been paying better attention. I can't tell if I'm being too harsh, because I was like, I feel like you should just know, but maybe not. And maybe there's just a lack in... And especially, I don't actually know where this table is placed, so it might actually be harder for him to see the representation than it is for everyone else. Or, I mean, for Matt. So, I'm not going to take the OAC. But...
So, we'll hit first.
We'll do it now? We'll hit first?
You need 10s?
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Is that spell attack?
Yes.
Roll? So that's 29, 31.
31? Yeah, that hits. Swarm of rats, not too...
Yeah. I mean, that's fair. And so it's not even like, and maybe he just didn't know, that's also fair. He might have been paying attention, but just, yeah, didn't have that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Varying levels of experience, but it seems to be a somewhat evasive rule. That's true. It's one of those that I don't remember ever not knowing. I remember never having been confused, but I know that people are. And I was confused by much simpler shit. So I think I'm being too harsh on that one.
Too hard to miss.
Cool, so that's 11. Is that 11?
Or I was thinking about being too harsh.
That's 16.
16?
Yeah.
All right. As you lift up onto your 10-foot platform, as this stone kind of pushes up from beneath all the slime, and it is kind of like as it emerges, it sends this spilling cluster of whatever was at the bottom of this
Gross.
small room offside. You have to kind of keep your footing as you go up. In fact, because of this room, I'm gonna go ahead and have you just roll a dexterity saving throw.
Slippy.
That's 12?
12. So you get the attack off, but you lose your footing from the slick nature of the obelisk you just created, and you will plummet off and fall prone in the refuse to the side of the obelisk, but you still get the damage off on the spell. As you blast, and Tiberius, you just tumble off the side. It's a soft impact, you only fall 10 feet, it doesn't do any damage, but you are currently prone on the ground next to your obelisk.
Refuse is code for shit as much as you like.
Yeah.
Yes.
Leave that into your turn. You haven't moved yet, so you could technically use your movements to get up from prone.
Oh, I'll do that.
Okay. Cool, that ends your turn. It's gone. Vax, you're up.
I'm just gonna throw. I'm staying safe up here. I'm gonna throw more daggers at. So there's a little pile under Torbear's hiney, and a little bit out by itself, right?
Right here, yeah.
Are they spilling out from under the dwarf's hiney, or are they all hidden under his?
No, they're all kind of around him. They're sharing the same space.
Okay. I'm going to throw daggers at dwarves biting his ass.
All right.
So it's a sneak attack. That's not good. That's 13.
It's a 13 that hits.
Oh, yeah, rats.
Oh,
Rats
okay.
are kind of easy to hit.
All right.
No, they're not.
Really easy to hit.
Usually they are.
That's 2 plus 7 is 9, plus 11, 12, 17, 18, 19, 21 is the first dagger, and I send the next one down. If the last one hit, this one hits. So that's 21, and the second dagger is a 10.
He's saying dagger a lot, but not in order, not one next to another.
So 31.
31 damage total.
Shabab.
All right.
Lunch.
You notice that because of the nature of the swarm, you would normally be a creature that you could do a shit ton of damage to, knowing its physicality. It seems like a lot of the physical attacks aren't as effective as you would like. However, this swarm has already taken a few hits, and as you carve through dagger after dagger, eventually you pick off the remainder of the rats, and the swarm is dissipated.
Yay!
Oh, dagger after dagger.
The ones that are stragglers, realizing that safety numbers is missing, begin to curl their waist back underneath the piles they climbed from originally.
I was doing fine.
Oh, cheating, Marina. Not actually. It's fine. But cheating.
It's your turn. At the end of your turn, the other two rats, also realizing the circumstance is bad, fight or flight kicks in, and they flee and fall back underneath.
Smart rats.
Look, you guys are allowed to look things up, but only after you've committed to one of your bingo cards. All right, honor rules. You cannot look up if dagger's here and then cycle through ones until you get one without it. Honor rules. But after you've committed to a bingo card, feel free.
Let's all swirl. Come on, we can do it.
So you'll take a moment, kind of take a breath. You get back up.
I'm gonna hop down into the shit and loop an arm under Torbear's arm. Come on, old man.
How's your dick?
Don't want to talk about it. I pressed it to shake all the crap up.
Okay.
Is she still on the ground or she gotten up?
You've gotten back up. She's still kind of spattered with.
Ruined your new dress.
I know, I got scorched by Tiberius's fireball.
You felt well though. I'm impressed.
Looking for the way out of here. Looking to see where the Rakshasa.
Is that a door on the far?
Looking on the far side, it's partially buried into the ground from just the collection here, but you can see there is a bit of a push, like the door had been opened briefly and pushed things away.
There's so many bragging rights. So many.
It's slammed shut, and it's slowly starting to coalesce back towards it.
All right, hold on, everybody. I walk right toward it. Perception checking the area around.
I legitimately tried to think of prizes. I was like, I could have like a little like ticking banner. And maybe that's something that I'll do is I'll put like together like a stream elements thing for like, last stream. These are the people that got bingos. I'm thinking of something that's a rolling without asking. Oh, was it? Oh, I missed it. Okay. Yeah, we're in beta stages though. I want to find a good bingo tool before I start committing to prizes. But I will say I am ideating prizes. They're not going to be anything huge, but they're going to be fun. Fun little bragging rights. Yeah, let's see.
Buried into the ground from just the collection here, but you can see there is a bit of a push, like the door had been opened briefly and pushed things away, and slammed shut, and it's slowly starting to coalesce back towards it.
All right, hold on, everybody. I walk right toward it. Perception checking the area around it and the door itself. That's 24.
24.
Yep, that is indeed a rolling without asking.
The door appears to be a normal door. Nothing strange about its presentation. However, upon checking the kind of handle on it, it does appear to be locked.
Locked. All right. Well, I pull out my little sack and I pull out one of these. Twing. And go to work on it.
All right.
That is a 28.
28. In a matter of seconds, this is an old school lock, and one that's generally used for not very security required rooms. You just flick the wrist, the door pushes inward a little bit, and you have to move your strength and kind of push back the cluster of dried and liquid plant matter that is rotting against it. There's just enough of a gap to push through into a dark room beyond, it looks like.
I fancied it.
You did, good.
Okay, Tiberius, are you still lighting up this room?
He's currently the only light source, yes.
Okay, so there's probably a little bit of light going in there, so I'm trying to look in to see what I can see from his spilling.
Okay. Glancing into the next room, you can see what looks like there's a little bit of a trickle of just liquid that is spilled from underneath the doorway from this room, and you get the feeling this door isn't open very often, if at all. And the little bit of slime that is kind of crusted through only goes about 5-10 feet into a long stone hallway that disappears in the darkness, no more than maybe 20 feet from you. Even with the low light, you can see pretty far in. To the right and left of you, though, sets of iron bars.
Okay. Tibbs, follow that 20 feet behind me, and I throw up the hood and go as low to the ground as I can, and I start to gull them along the floor, looking at the ground in front of me in the dim light, trying to see if I can see any traps ahead of me.
Okay. Go make a perception check.
25.
25. Okay. As you begin walking into the hallway, you go past, and you can start to notice just from the visual around you, there's a smooth stone floor. The iron bars are all the way across with some partitions between. This is in particular a subterranean holding facility, some sort of a...
It's true, he didn't click his boots. I was also wondering, I thought we were going to get a how do you want to do this, but we didn't.
A underground prison, and it's very quiet. And there's no light in here. There are sconces set up, but there have been no recent torches set.
I'm assuming his
Hearing,
C2
you hear
character's
nothing.
British.
It's absolutely still and quiet.
Got my hearing. I'll just start moving forward.
I follow ahead.
The rest of you guys continuing with him?
I'll come up to the door and see what I can see with my dark vision.
Okay. Glancing inside as well, you can see the prison goes on from as far as your visual range is about 60 feet. There are 4 sets of prison cells on each side, so there are 8 cells total, and the hallway continues past that, so you can't quite see beyond those initial 4 on each side. You can glance on the inside, you can see what looks like dried and brittle thatch that was once used to cover the floor. It's just slowly molded over in time. To your left, you can see what looks to be almost like elements of a skeletal corpse that has been left for a very, very long period of time. Any cell immediately to your left as you look through the doorway.
I'll continue on to them.
Okay. As you enter this area and start stepping in, the air itself has a very chemical smell to it. It's hard to describe. There's something musty and untouched to the air, but there's also some sort of gentle hint of like an acrid scent. You guys continue forward through this prison area?
Great, foreshadowing the past or the future. I wonder if it's a trap of some kind, or if this is some sort of lab?
I'm looking at the floor and everything as far out as I can see ahead of me.
Okay.
What's above us?
That's what I was going to ask.
Looking up, it's about 15 feet up, and it is another smooth stone ceiling. The construction here looks old. You specifically, go ahead and make a perception check. I know.
It's good. I mean, it's
With advantage,
much better
because you are a dwarf.
Oh, with advantage.
So that's 12 plus whatever. Can I roll again?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, for advantage. Actually, so you're a dwarf, and this is underground stone structures.
Oh, 9.
Okay, it's 15. Okay, it's not bad. Looking at the stonework here, it's definitely created for function more than any sort of presentory functionality. You gather from looking at the nearby pieces of the stone wall that connects with the first set of metal bars that this was probably carved a few hundred years ago. And the metal bars, as you move past, you guys see this too, the doorways that lead into these, some appear to be locked, some are completely open, easy to swing in as you kind of pull it open. Very, very heavy rust against those iron doors, probably affected largely by the nearby moisture emanating from the room and that whatever chemicals kind of hanging in the air.
Are we still lit?
You're still lit by his light spell, yes.
And there's nothing really in the prison cells with the exception of
One skeletal creature.
one
Well,
skeleton.
just that was in the room. If you want to go ahead and check around, go ahead and make an investigation.
Yeah, I'll kind of look around in the cells.
Okay.
Natural 20!
Nice.
There is balance.
Yay.
I know. I'm sorry. As you're walking past Caleb, if you look over on
That's not a 1 in 20 in a row. He didn't actually roll a 1, but
one side, you can see further up, kind of with a bunch of the thatch pushed around it, there appears to be a corpse that doesn't have the layer of dust that a number of the other skeletal piles and some of the other cells seem to have. The door to get into the cell, though, does appear to be locked.
Vax. Need your help. This is locked.
What's in there?
Looks like a fresh dead guy.
Okay, that comes the pick. I'm gonna perception check that corpse through the cell.
Okay.
That's a 12.
it's a little loud.
It's hard to tell. It's mostly covered with a lot of this thatch. It doesn't look like it was intentionally covered, but there's just some sort of a struggle took place in this room.
Out the door. Natural 20.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Damn.
I work in mysterious.
The lock on this, it's not an intricate lock, but it is very heavily rusted. And as soon as you start moving in there, you realize there's actually something metal that's been broken off inside. Whether by a previous key, just through accident or intent, was broken off inside. You managed to find a way to remove it, pull the piece out, and still get the lock open. The gate swings open, and you guys enter to inspect this corpse. Looking at it, you notice that the body has been probably dead for a couple months. It is in very prolonged state of decomposition, but there is still some semblance of flesh sloughing off the remnants of the bone. You can see from the wounds that it has received that a large portion of it has been...
Sloughing? I thought it was sloughing. Is this another Pugilist situation? I thought it was sloughing off. And this was just like an English being weird moment. I know that it's OGH, like dough, but I thought it was slough.
Torn open very violently, and elements of it have been removed, like the softer organs.
Is it wearing any clothing?
As you inspect it, you look and see that it's while smashed with blood and dirt and dust, the outfit does appear to be that of a Dusk Meadow Bastion.
I feel really terrible, but I'm going to give him the old half-elven pat down and see if I can find anything.
Okay.
Both ways.
Looking about his entire body, anything of value has been taken.
Can I
Money,
speak with
purse,
him?
weapon. You what?
Can I like to cast Speak with the Dead?
You can.
Motherfucking clerics.
Find out what killed him. Yes, I can do many things.
I love Speak with Dead. I love Speak with Dead. Ooh.
He's a Dusk what bastion?
Let's find out.
Dusk Meadow, which is the section of Vasselheim that worships the Raven Queen.
Oh,
The guys that you encountered earlier on the road, same outfit,
Yeah.
like the dark kind of studded leather armor with the cloak kind of swept over one arm.
You know he's dead, right?
Yeah, I cast Annoyed to
Nobody's
know
dead.
that he was likely killed by the Rakshasa. Why are we standing in this room?
I want to know when he was killed.
I'm not stopping you.
Okay. So as you sit down and you begin preparing your ritual, you once again kind of let out your breath and begrudgingly pull out your symbol.
It's plot, please, thank you, but it is also great roleplay fodder. Speak with Dead is amazing roleplay fodder because you are essentially, as a DM, Speak with Dead allows you to talk as a character where there are absolutely no repercussions for anything that you say. Obviously, there are like wider repercussions, probably, to the plot, but there will not be any immediate consequences. And vice versa for the players. Like it is a consequenceless conversation. Like when they're talking to Mr. Figurehead over in the fucking Velvet Banana or whatever it was called. When they're talking to him, there are certain things that they cannot say to him, right? And there are certain like landmines within the conversation. And there are certain things that guy can't say to the party, no matter how much Matt, from like a Doyleist perspective, might want him to say those things. The dead have none of those like holdups, especially dead that the party didn't actively kill. It's a little bit different if the party killed them. But like these random dead bodies, they rarely have continually existing agendas or like crazy biases against the party. And the party can say whatever they want to this dead person because there's no risk of it getting out, right? They can spill any secrets. They can be totally honest with this dead body because there's no consequences for them. And there's also no consequences for them lying. They can lie to their heart's content. So I think that's one of the reasons, number one, that it is considered a lore machine, is that release of consequences. But also I think it's great roleplay fodder, and it's a really efficient way to deliver things. Yeah, I love Speak with Dead.
As you continue casting the spell, there's a slight shimmer of kind of greenish blue light that slowly pours over the corpse, seeps into the bones, and for a moment you see Kashaw kind of go into this trance-like state. Kashaw, you see from within the corpse the face.
Don't be the reap. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's just Death Cleric right there.
Sits up with this horrible cracking bone-like sound. The skeletal element with this partially mummified and mostly rotten face kind of steps forward, and the vacuous sockets that once held its eyes turn towards you, and you can swear you see the bone of its grimace grin as it kind of airily whispers towards you.
Why do you bother me?
Because I have questions.
What questions do you have?
What killed you?
Something that was not supposed to be here. Something vicious, something untrue. It wasn't what it seemed. This woman was asking for help. No one's supposed to be down here if it's not their route. Occasionally we come and check on these abandoned parts of
Oh.
the prison.
Dude, again, something that I love Speak with Dead. Something that I've talked about in the past is vague delivery of information, coded messages, divine intervention, dreams, visions, spirit quests, like anything where you can deliver information in an unclear way. I'm a huge fan of. I would much rather, or not much rather, I think it's much more engaging from a game perspective if the players have 100 vague clues than 5 hyper-specific clues, right? I think that there's a puzzle-solving aspect to giving them a bunch of clues and seeing how they piece it all together. And so a vague delivery of information, in my mind, is most often better for that, at delivering these vague clues. And Speak with Dead is so amazing for that, because the dead, I believe with Speak with Dead, they're not under any obligation to be truthful. It is very reasonable, since it's like, a religion, cleric, ritual, ceremony. It is so understandable if the dead are kind of flowery and like unclear with their responses, because of the nature of the spell. So it allows you to toss in shit like, no one was supposed to be down there. Oh wait, what?
A woman was here.
The woman was asking for help, and no one's supposed to be down here if it's
Was
not.
asking for help. No one's supposed to be down here if it's not their route.
If it's not their route. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. They don't know what that means. That's a clue. That gives the party a vector. Now, obviously, they could ask him to clarify. Maybe he will, maybe he won't. But you can bake these nice points of ambiguity into every statement you make in Speak with Dead. Ah, delightful.
Occasionally we come and check on these abandoned parts of the prison. A woman was here. A woman should not be down here. I went to ask what was wrong. And she took this from me.
And the bony hand kind of reaches up and gestures to the throat, and you can see there's giant claw marks across the front of its spinal cord where its neck is that kind of give the sensation that's something towards throwing.
A woman did this to you.
Shapeshifter.
Oh, there's more than one. When? When were you killed?
14 weeks have passed. I was resting.
Anybody have questions? He's not going to be here long, I can tell you that. Not at 14 weeks.
Do you know? Ask him if he knows which direction he went, and if he has a hideout.
Which direction she went, you mean?
Well, she or
Oh,
whatever
it.
it was. It.
Did you see which direction she went after she killed you?
She walked away, laughing and eating parts of me. I have not seen her since.
Yeah, cherish her, Robin Banks. This is cherishing.
But others walk these halls. I've seen a dwarf pass through 2 or 3 times. And as it did and passed my cell, it laughed. Sometimes guards come to inspect, but none have found me. None have found me yet.
Are all the guards that come bastions of the Raven Queen?
We are the ones to protect the Amaranthine Oubliette. That is our job here. You sit in the lower forgotten halls of the Oubliette. My final resting place.
Stormcloud, any questions?
I think we've learned all we can from this one.
Which direction was the dwarf walking?
You can answer her. What direction was the dwarf going?
Other hand kind of creeps up underneath the thatch. But you guys are watching this, the corpse is doing nothing. It's just lying there. He is talking to an unmoving corpse. For your vision, the hand reaches over and points the direction you guys came from.
That's interesting. I've never heard Speak with Dead clarified like that. Huh. I wonder if that's a lack of knowledge on, because this is one of the things. Like at my table, if I hear that, if I say that, and that's not how I've established that Speak with Dead works, then that's something very interesting. But I don't know if that's relevant or if that's just a flavor description that Matt went with.
So it went the way we came.
That was 2 weeks ago.
But he said he's been coming and going, so maybe he was just leaving?
Coming the same direction we came from, though, that seems odd. And a man, a dwarf, and a woman.
I mean, especially given that the corpse must still have a mouth. And it says that you grant a semblance of life. I feel like... Well, it's animating spirit. It's also saying that it's an animating spirit. It's not hugely important or impactful. It doesn't really matter ultimately, but it's a curious flavor choice that I assume is probably just a byproduct of a new system. I wonder if that's how Speak with Dead in Pathfinder works, where it's just like telepathic. I don't know.
Not 5 minutes ago.
The spell fades and the corpse falls back to its original jaw left open, aghast, in its final moments.
Torbear's right, we're burning time. We need to go in.
Go in where? Do we go back the direction the dwarf came?
Further up the... We haven't finished this further to go.
I rolled a 23 Arcana check on Torbear's jeweled knife that he gave me.
Did ya now?
Just so you guys are aware, you are essentially in this vicinity of the prison. This was the room where you found the corpse here, and you've seen just enough light begin to kind of reveal there's a secondary prison room up here.
And I'm sorry, but we came from that direction?
From this doorway, yes. This would have connected right there.
Okay.
Every second we're here, it's getting away.
I agree.
You're absolutely right. We're going in.
He is right.
You keep it busy, and I will carve it up. You ready?
I will keep it busy.
Try not to get your dick bit by a rat.
I slide past Tiberius, crash down to the ground again, and start scuttling along the ground.
Okay.
Looking, listening.
What was the ruling on the Arcana check?
For
The jeweled knife that Torbear gave me.
the knife does not appear to have any sort of magical aura about it. It's just a very, very well-crafted and probably relatively expensive piece of functionality or ornamental use. It's a very fine blade, though. It would be a fine thing to enchant if you were inclined to.
Casual. Yes. How close are you to your god?
At one time, very close. Now, I don't think you'd want to be anywhere near her.
And which god is that?
My god is called Vesh, and I'm the only one on the planet who has ever heard of her.
Oh.
She killed everybody else. You want to talk to her?
I mean, I don't.
No, neither do I.
I know. This is I might even tick it up to like 1.6, 1.65 cuz it is yeah, they are talking slow. That's cool. I like that. I mean I've talked about, character building and that I give my players kind of full reign to come up with like backstory stuff in terms of world building. That's very cool. I like that. I like the idea of, I thought it was going to be like a forgotten god at first, like maybe he found like this ancient text, ancient manual, or maybe there was some sort of planet-wide spell that made everyone forget about them. Killed everyone is also good, also works. Although it sounds like something that would be hard for the casual person to not know about, like this giant massacre. I'm interested. I'm intrigued, which is most of what you need to do with a good backstory is intrigue, which I am.
Why did she spare you?
Because I'm her husband.
Oh. How is that like being married to a god? That's rather inconvenient.
And how does that happen in the first place?
Torbear sighs heavily and steps into the room. And is
I think he meant killed anyone who did worship her. I think I also I agree. But it seems weird that if there was a large culling of people, especially a very particular group, feels like it would make news. Huh. But he's her husband. Is she like ascended? Interesting.
follows Vax.
We can walk and talk.
Voice
You
down.
guys go.
How old is he? He's a human. Hey, I care about you in your past, but this is supposed to be a chase. Yeah, I mean, kinda. Hey, it's cool and all, and I know that we're like a third of the way through the second episode, and you haven't had a chance to say your big backstory thing yet. But also, the thing's getting away.
You walking forward.
She married me at birth.
Oh.
My mother was told that I was a special child, which is why I had the yellow eyes. I had 2 when I was born. We were married at birth. She killed everyone in the village. On my 15th naming day, she came to consummate the marriage. I made the first 50 slashes on my right arm. She made the next 50 for a ritual called the Sting of the 100. When my blood mixed with her sweat, I gained all her memories. That's when I found out she was essentially the devil. I was raised as a healer because I wasn't just supposed to be her husband, but also her balance, because the universe couldn't accept somebody as black as her in it. Tried to kill her at 15. I haven't seen her since.
So it's not like you could ask for a favor, I suppose.
I suppose I could, but there's a good chance she'll kill you, me, and everyone around at the same time.
At this point in time, as you guys are having this conversation, you moved up and looked, and you can see there are 2
Huh. Sounds a little more warlocky than, or sorcery than cleric-y. Yeah, I agree, Peanut Factory. That was a drop that he just put onto all of us. Holy fuck, dude. Yeah, I had the same reaction to this backstory. That was crazy. That's cool. I mean, it's obviously very intense. I'm down with intense. I'm down with... I mean, I'm not... Generally, like, edgy edgelord is not my favorite type, but Kashaw makes it work. He's not the most edgy. And Will Friedle is not mega edgy outside of character, which really cuts it a lot. Like, it cuts, like, the tone a lot, which is in a good way. Damn. That's a bless your heart, child. Ooh, yeah. Moving on. Woof, Will. I like Cash, but, like, how do you respond to that? I think the point is that you kinda don't. And this is a small struggle with guest players of if they do have backstory, they kind of have to, like, trauma dump a little bit. Like, if he was a regular character in the regular campaign, he could have probably, eked that out a little bit more, let it be in more intimate conversation around a fire. I see why you're so grumpy now. Carry on. Yeah, you're allowed to be grumpy, Kashaw. You've got a pass.
humanoids walking from this direction further down this hallway.
That's crazy.
Leaves that direction.
I'd like to imagine that Torbear and Vax left that conversation behind a little.
Also, welcome, Peanut Factory. I believe you're new. Welcome to the stream. Good to have you.
As you see them approaching here, stepping in your direction, they're both dressed in full Dusk Meadow Bastion armor. The one on the far end appears to be kind of older, balding with thinning gray hair. The one that's a little further up is like in his 40s, big, thick, kind of brown beard, hair pulled back to a ponytail. And they're both kind of lightly conversing to each other, not paying much attention, like running through a routine.
I start pushing back on Torbear, backing everybody up, silently pushing backward, and just trying to steer everyone in a heap backwards and to the side that the cell just came from.
Okay, make it.
Just trust me.
Make a stealth check.
19.
19, okay.
No, 19.
Okay. As you're pushing everyone back, and she's kind of whispering all this, you will say, hello? Hold on. Hello? And the one with the beard approaches, kind of with his hand on his weapon, the other one kind of moving along to the back.
Did I get them into the cell?
You push them far back into the cell?
Yeah, that was what I wanted to do.
You guys all go back in the cell?
Backwards.
Yeah, as it's going, I dissipate the light spell.
Okay, light spell vanishes. Yes, it walks up and kind of turns the corner.
I just started to give a big group hug with my cloak of elfenkind and try to make a big rag pile out of some corner.
Okay.
I'm very uncomfortably pressed against Torbear. It's backside.
Okay. The cloak can only really cover you and partially another person. The rest of you all make a stealth check.
So it's who's it partially covering?
Torbear.
Yeah.
Torbear?
No, it's not enough to really effectively do it to the other person. It's just more for flavor.
It's the thought that counts.
Yeah.
Nice.
15.
5. 20.
Let's see.
A viewer whose chat name begins with a U. I won't identify this viewer in case this goes badly. Sent me these dice and
awesome.
said, "May they roll well." So I would like to apologize in advance for what is about to happen to this person's beloved dice.
What the hell is it? 15. It's a
Those are cool
15.
dice. Oh,
look at that.
15.
Wow.
It turns out that there are 2-digit numbers on these dice.
The shade confused.
and,
of course.
and my stealth is 2, so 17.
17. All right. So the guy walks into the room, and looks back and forth. The one behind them steps forward into the room a bit. The other one steps behind him, looks about, looks from inside the room, looks over to your room. There's almost a glimmer of recognition in his.
Yeah, Sam, that's a tough one. Of like, you want them to RP, right? Like every DM wants their players to RP so bad, But you also have to, I mean, I get on Matt all the time. You have to keep up the danger, the suspense. The world has to have stakes. And when people normally say the world has to have stakes, what they really mean is that you need to be able to kill your party, which I don't disagree with, but I mean stakes in every sense of the word. Like the choices and the decisions and like where they make them and why they make them have to matter in order to keep up investment in the game and in the story. And so like that, yeah, I think fucking tick the bit D quota. There's a D or GMing philosophy in Bit D, Blades in the Dark, called it's just telegraph danger. It is always before they are directly in danger, telegraph it somehow, and so that they can make preparations, they can do whatever they need to do, and that doesn't necessarily mean that the danger isn't aware of them. So like an equivalent telegraphing of danger would be if Vax wasn't sneaking, right? He wasn't sneaking. He just rolls around the corner, and the two guards are down the hall. He sees them, they see him, and they go, "Hey!" And they're like still far enough away to where maybe the party has a turn, maybe like in initiative, but not necessarily in combat, where they can choose what they want to do, right? That is still telegraphing danger. Telegraphing danger is describing the smells to telegraph a trap in the area, like so that, you know, before someone actually checks for traps, right? Like there's this concept. And so what I try to do is if they are RPing, and I'm trying to keep the pace up, I'm trying to keep the danger up, I will insert some manner of telegraph. So if you're walking along and they're RPing, I'll wait for a breath, for a break, and I will talk about one of them hearing footsteps on cobblestones down, you know, wherever you're going, to try and telegraph what is about to happen, so that, and if they choose to ignore it, which they're fully within their right to do, then they get the consequences of it. Or attack them in sleep when they aren't wearing armor. That's a valid choice. Robin, I would say if you are going, if they are in danger of being attacked in their sleep, something the day before should warn them of that. If they are out in the woods and they are between cities, and it is possible that they are going to get jumped by an orc raiding party, I would narrate them seeing lights off in the distance, but when they scramble up the hill or up a tree to check for them, the lights are gone. Something along those lines. If they're in a city and they're going to get jumped in their beds at an inn, I would directly comment on how lax the security is. or the fact that their windows don't have locks on them. Like something that they might notice that will telegraph the fact that they might get jumped. Because while it is realistic for them to go to bed without any of that manner of telegraphing, and potentially just wake up with a knife at their throat, even if it's realistic, it might not be fun. And if you get into a point where they think that any given night might see them with a blade at their neck, no matter where they are going to get into the I check for traps loop of every time you turn a corner, Vax checks for traps, because Matt does not telegraph traps. And is the realism worth the pace killer of I check for traps at every turn? Same thing with night ambushes. The day before you pass a wrecked wagon, not wood rot, but plenty of splintered wood and muddled prints, no bodies. Absolutely impeccable, Samuel. Absolutely. That is fantastic foreshadowing. that they're in a dangerous area. Nah, fuck 'em shopping episode. Hey man, you do you, Robin. You do you. I'm down with it. Oh man, I will say, I'm currently running in a campaign right now where the DM does not telegraph that sort of shit, but I don't think he needs to, because he uses the Weird Wastelands third-party supplement by, I think, WebDM? Potentially. One of those types of creators. And in that, when you are camping outside of a city, it is required that you do, like, basically one of, like, a set of actions. So, like, exploration is really fleshed out in that book, and there are, like, several mini-games for, like, traveling and camping, etc., etc. And one of those is taking watch. And so it is baked into that, like, supplement system that, like, someone is always taking watch, which is basically a get-out-of-jail-free card for foreshadowing. Like, whatever the watch... If the watch roll rolls bad, that's foreshadowing in and of itself. And if they roll good, that's an immediate option for foreshadowing from the DM. But also, if you want to say fuck your players and you want that type of table, look, I've seen successful tables that do PC on PC combat, which I do not recommend. I've seen successful ones where they steal shit from each other and they have this very, like, war gamey DM versus player attitude. It can fucking work. Probably just won't.
Side.
Whatever.
Continues walking past. You just start walking back the direction you guys came from. The other one.
I throw up a wall of stone. Boof. Right there.
Right there?
It's a locker man.
Yeah, dude, super cool if you're into that, Hans. I mean, I would say that I would lean towards... I think Pathfinder's a good choice over D&D. Much more crunchy in general. But I'd honestly say there's... I mean, this is the classic, like, you don't like D&D? Go choose another system. But I would bet that there are systems that are better for that. But there's also something to be said for playing popular systems. So, like, that's why I push back a lot when people are like, I don't like this thing about D&D, or I homebrewed this thing about D&D, and then people are like, just go play Pathfinder, go play this other system. I know I talk about BitD all the time, but I try to talk about it in reference to playing D&D because I know that there are tons of reasons that people play D&D that are not the mechanics of the game. Same thing with Pathfinder. So, I mean, if you're into that, if everyone at the table is into that, that sounds like it could be really fun. Especially if the DM is playing into it and knows that that's the fun thing for them, then you can really get some fun moments where you play with that as the DM. You know that they have a standard operating procedure for clearing a certain type of room. You can reward that easily. Like, give them something that they would never find unless they were using this system. Like, give them things that they wouldn't encounter, that they wouldn't find, wouldn't experience unless they were doing the things that they are doing. Reward them for all of that crunchy ass effort. Because it's super cool if you're into it, like you said. Bro, just go play outside. Yeah, dude, just go touch grass. Easy.
Let's
go LARP.
Ball stone goes up.
What the fuck?
Sorry.
How long does that last?
It's permanent.
Let's go.
It's time to move.
Permanent, but it has
Back on
AC and
fire.
hit points, so.
On the ground, looking, listening.
Okay.
Everybody the same.
That chemical smell is getting stronger and stronger, and it's burning your nose a little bit.
So, Kasha, if you're the only one who knows about this goddess, that means she also killed your parents?
Yes.
Huh.
Thank you for bringing that up.
That's okay. I got you, baby. I'm going to. Well, that was perception.
So I'm attempting to make a perception roll to see if I can pull anything out of these smells, maybe based on my experience with smithing and the chemicals that are associated with it.
I also would love that, Samuel. I've never LARPed before, but I would be down. I've been to the Ren Fair before. I've been to the Ren Fair several times. Or Ren Fest. Ren Fair? Ren Fest? It's super fun. It's very, very fun when everyone's in on it. The kayfabe, man. When everyone's in on it and having fun, it's so much fun. Yeah, I have some content ideas somewhat around LARPing. And I will not go further than that. Number one, because no leaks, but also number two, because they are not fully formed ideas yet. Considering joining a full Steel live battle group, that'd be fun. That'd be super fun.
All that sort of thing. But I did roll a 3.
Yeah.
So I guess I would add a 3 to the best I can get out of that is it.
Okay. And clears your sinuses up pretty well.
Race day. My lips are sealed, Reese day.
That's good. I'm needing that.
Yeah, much like a fresh dab of wasabi. Like your nostrils are a little more open. It's hard to, because it's not sulfurous. You know, it doesn't have like a sense similar to something you'd find in smithing in your experience at the very least. It's hard to really place where it comes from. You are said you're going which way?
Towards that other door.
This here?
Yeah.
All right.
23 I rolled.
23. You approach the door. This door is locked.
Yeah.
Does not appear to be trapped.
Okay. Let's unlock it.
Okay.
That is a 21.
Okay. As you reach down to the lock, and you place the picks inside, start fiddling. You look at the iron around it, and the actual metal seems to be frosting over. And you pull back your head, and as you exhale, your breath becomes visible, and the temperature seems to drop significantly. And as soon as you look up at the wood, something shimmers in the wood. It's a face, a humanoid face that just kind of pushes out of the wood.
Magic mouth. Maybe magic mouth. This looks sick, Hans.
Use uncanny dodge to roll backward right now.
Right now?
Oh my god.
Do we see
That's not what uncanny dodge does, but fine.
what's happening? We can...
You guys are hearing his reaction to this. It just happened in the front there.
What?
I'm gonna go ahead and say sure.
Are there torches down this hallway? That's
So one of the hands comes through, reaching out for you. This ghostly arm just whoosh, swings towards you.
Can I say nope?
Fuck everybody, roll initiative.
Oh, again. Man,
Are there
we're
torches in
gonna
this
run
hallway?
into everything.
As you step back, and now this.
I agree, Samuel.
Where's
Yeah, we know that
initiative?
too. Are there torches in this hallway?
No.
Okay.
Any open flame of any
Before
kind?
initiative.
Currently no.
10.
All right. So we have 20 or higher. Anyone?
Yes. 21.
All right. 2015. 15 to 10.
11.
There you go.
I had 10, yeah.
All right. 95. All right, and then.
Look, let's go. Roll back away.
All right, so Tiberius, you're first. As you see these two kind of drifting humanoid, translucent, ghostly entities kind of drift out of the door that Vax was at as he leaps backward. The second one kind of drifts out of the stone down the hallway and turns towards the group, both kind of giving this horrible low moaning sound. The feet are just kind of dragging about a foot off the ground.
I'll point to
Banshee,
the one
right?
from opposite of Vax.
There?
Sorry.
Probably Banshee, right?
That guy.
Okay, all right.
And then I'm going to do 2 strike on him.
Okay.
And I'm gonna back away. Back away.
No, John, what is it? It's okay. We've got 3. It's been 3 hours. We've gotten through an hour. Fuck. God, what is? It is a long ass ep. It is a long ass ep. Shit. What are the time codes on it? So break starts. Oh my god, break starts in an hour? Holy shit. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. Let's make the trek to the break, and we will reevaluate at the break because I really don't want to go above 1.6. I think above that it'll borderline on not necessarily unwatchable or not understandable, but there will be small things that we start missing, and I don't want to fully. I don't know. Yeah, it might just be another 2-parter. That's so interesting. It's interesting that I've always said that I talk more about the things that are bad than the things that are good. So it would kind of imply that this one's worse, but I don't think this one's exceptionally worse than the other one, like the other 2-shot. So I think maybe they're just longer eps. I don't know. We also did have a big troubleshooting start. 2-parter streams, always better than super speed. Yeah. God, speaking of the pace, I don't want it to be 2 streams an ep. I don't know. We'll see after we get out of the guest episodes, because I also have an inkling that there is a lot to talk about with the guests in terms of how you handle guests, new player stuff, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, that we might not have with the people. So this might just be a two-parter, and we'll see. Honestly, bingo eating time, yeah. Bingo did eat time. I'm not, yeah. Yeah, all right. I'll stop thinking about it. We'll get going.
Okay.
That's good.
Okay.
That's my turn.
Cool. All right. They go next.
Scheiße.
This one is going to drift
Just the German swear. I
forward.
don't know what it is.
Now, the one that swiped at you,
Yes.
as you dodge backward,
Yes.
it drifts forward. Its arms kind of reach out for you and attempt to pierce the front of your chest.
Yes.
Go ahead and make a charisma saving throw.
Okay, I will do that.
God, and I would love to. This just, well, especially now that I think this is going to be a two-parter, I don't feel nearly as bad about pausing. But this is, I don't know what to do because I feel like if I limit myself too much on the tangents, on the pausing, on the everything, it loses a little bit of the integrity, right? It loses it loses the uniqueness, and it drifts towards me just react streaming. Hashtag fucking exclamation point transformative. Well, the screen isn't plaid, so it's not too fast. But there's also some amount of like, fuck, is it a worse product? Is my stupid artistic integrity making it a shitty product? I don't know. I will be thinking more about this and what the solution might be. I might get myself an hourglass, but I don't want to cut myself off too much because then I'm changing myself for the content. I don't know. We'll see.
You do the same as the spirit just kind of suddenly
A charisma saving throw?
yes, flickers and appears right before you. 11.
Honestly, straight up, I just wish I had 10 hours. Like, I wish that I could just start streaming at noon and just stream until I was done. But I have to fucking sleep. Sucks, right? It might just be doing some two-parters more, yeah. Yeah, it might be. Yeah, that might just be the long and short of it, which, if that's the case, I can become more okay with that. I wish I could stream more. This just butts up against the fuck. I wish I could just do more.
Okay. 11.
Okay.
Team 11.
Good.
Guys, watch as both of these ghostly entities completely slip into the physical form of Vax and Keyleth. Their bodies shudder for a second as their eyes glaze over. Both the entities are no longer visible. However, you feel the presence of a cold, invading mind full of anger and distant loss and rage fill your brain, and your body is not your own.
Sorry, guys.
Suddenly, you see Vex
High
pull his daggers out, or Vax pulls daggers out, and turn around and look at the rest of the group. Keyleth the same, turns around and kind of snarls at the rest of the group with this twisted grin. That's gonna be Count Chocula. Torbjorn, you're up.
Oh shit. I am going to make a goading attack.
Okay.
To try and draw them, whoever's closer.
Closest to you would be Keyleth. Keyleth is right next to you.
I don't even know what to do.
Save.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna make a goading attack, and if I hit, then they come after me.
Okay.
Or she comes after me.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure I don't hit. I don't know why I'm rolling.
Here,
Oh wait, sorry, that's a 4 on my
You
first
just use
roll.
this one, it's quicker.
I agree, Sam. I mean, that's why, like, I could just do what Super Geek Mike does. I love Super Geek Mike. I think he has a great channel, and he goes through and he does pre-recorded discussions about each episode. I think he's like halfway through campaign 1. And I could just do that. That's an amazing video. He's a great creator. But the point of the live stream is to talk amongst each other, amongst ourselves, with Critical Role as the springboard. And I don't want to limit myself as much as I possibly can. But I also don't want to get off on crazy tangents that aren't why people came here. You know? I don't know. We'll keep thinking about it. What I can do to
14?
mitigate that.
I'm sorry, I can't remember. Oh, plus 10, 24.
24 versus Keyleth?
Yeah.
What's your armor class?
17.
17, that hits Keyleth.
Okay. Sorry about this.
It's okay.
Is
Just keep me alive,
there
cashew.
a way that I can can I pull the attack to not do as much damage? I mean, other than the way I usually roll dice.
I mean,
can I intentionally can I hit her with like the blunt side of the dice?
I'd say acceptable damage. Yeah, I mean, it'll still damage her.
Okay.
But
should I roll my regular attack dice?
do your regular attack dice.
Beat that poltergeist out of me.
15 points of damage.
15 points of damage to you, Keyleth, as you get smacked broadside with the blunt edge of Torbjorn's axe. You see this happening, and in your head you're screaming, trying to push this out, but no matter how hard your will opposes itself, your body is not around.
No, Torbjorn,
You
no!
might be restrained in a dark closet, watching from a distance.
Sam, that was me yesterday playing Baldur's Gate 3. I was hungover and had food poisoning. And I got like an hour and a half in, and I was like, oh, I have a crazy headache. Can't do it. Sorry, fellas. And then I came back later that night. But yeah, sometimes it just happens like that. I love lives because they're unedited. We see your reactions and questions and changing opinions, not just the highlights. Yeah, I know. It's the thing that I love about it too. So like, I feel like if I were to edit or censor my bleh and my fucking 3 hours for every 1 hour of footage, that it would lose that spark and that novelty. Like, I don't know. I don't know.
Somebody else controls your body.
So I have to expend a superiority die, and I add this. Oh, yeah. Oh, fuck you! Now you're gonna work. So that's 9 more points. Sorry.
9 more points of damage on top of that.
And then the target needs to make a Wisdom saving throw.
All right, I will make that the ghost creature.
Yeah, that's fair. I think I've gotten the sentiment in the sense that people are cool with two-parters. People are all right with it. The YouTube algorithm doesn't even mind it. One of the most viewed streams is like part 2. From like episode 15 part 2 or something like that. Like YouTube doesn't care. You guys are all right with it. For some reason, my dumb brain hates it. I don't know why the two-parter shit really bugs me, but I like instinctually, my brain, I'm just like, no. I think it's because it's already such a big, massive project of watching through all of Critical Role that the idea of doubling that project is very I don't want to say existentially terrifying, but it's a little scary. But I want to enjoy the process. I want to make the best shit possible, and if it doubles the fucking product, that's what happens. I don't think it's about censoring yourself, just being aware of the internal clock of how long the video is paused. That's also true. And I think I want to get a physical reminder for myself, even if it's not on cam, just to let myself know how long the tangent has been and think about wrapping up.
There's a 16.
Yeah.
Help me.
What's the DC on it?
I don't know. It doesn't say.
Okay, this is for your Battlemaster. Go to attack. Go to attack. Battlemaster.
Yeah, exactly, John. Exactly. And I know that, I mean, and Marina's right. If I'm going to give up something, I should just make it the two-parters. But if there's a way that I can be a little bit more concise and eloquent without not talking about the things that I want to talk about, that would be good.
Sorry, nerds, I don't play this version.
It's all good.
Would it be his wisdom?
My wisdom is 2. My wisdom saving throw is 2. My wisdom is +2.
Okay, so the DC is 8 plus plus would be 12 plus what's your strength modifier?
4.
4, so that'd be 16. 16, so yeah, it just makes the saving throw.
Oh, well,
Just
glad I wounded my friend for no good reason. Okay.
It makes it saving throw?
So it makes a saving throw so nothing happens. Okay,
Right, so it's your first 2 strikes.
So he just punched me for no reason?
Yeah, I'm not gonna make my third attack.
All right.
I mean, it's it is the pauses are just tapping into the mental monologue. So I think there's an aspect of like me getting better as a streamer about when I expel the monologue and when I keep it in. About like what parts are worth it and what parts aren't, especially when it's like repeating stuff over the course of the episodes. I do prefer react-based content and don't love long pauses, but you're the only creator who actually pays attention, talks to the audience, and didn't bail on the series after the first 10 eps. So you really could do whatever you want at this point. I'm not going anywhere. Hey, man, I appreciate it. And that's the thing is it's like the two-parters, I think, are one of the things that might kind of wig me out on the series is if I do extend it too much. I'm worried that I'll want to bail, because right now I haven't wanted to bail. I've been having fun. I've been having a good time. So yeah, I don't know. I'm going to be thinking about it more. I might actually reach out to a couple of other creators. One of the other problems is that there are not a lot of live D&D creators. Like, there are a ton. I mean, there's a shitload of TTRPG creators, but not a lot of live TTRPG creators. At least I feel like ratio-wise. So, like, a lot of the people that I do talk to, either about collabs or about really anything that are in the space, don't really have much to say when it comes to, like, live advice. So yeah, I don't know. One reactor of C2 talks over the actors and it aggravates his audience. I mean, it's how you keep up the fucking pace, man. I really try to not talk over them too much because, yeah, it would aggravate me. I don't know. Pausing to speak instead of speaking over the video is a massive plus for me. Yeah, I can't stand it. Wait, who is it? I mean, it's not a narc thing, but I do. There's an aspect of, like, I want to watch him to see what I do and don't like. Because I don't foresee myself talking over it at all, but oof, yeah, all talk, no critique. Interesting. Is that the name of the channel? You have any buddies who you could have on that might just have some neat opinions? Yes. The answer is yes, and they know who they fucking are. To be fair, I haven't pushed them in a while, but I used to ask them relatively frequently, and they would be like, oh, maybe later, I don't know, maybe not, maybe so, blah, 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 blah. And now I just stopped asking. We're still good. Like, this is no beef at all. But I'll lift the curtain a little bit. I'll put it out there. There is a sentiment with a lot of the people that I've talked to about coming on that it would be difficult and or not as engaging for them, and they feel the content for them to watch through it with me since they've already seen it. Like, for you guys as the audience, it's a little bit different, but as the creators, they don't feel like they would be able to stay engaged the whole time and, like, deliver a good product since they've already seen everything. They would just be kind of, like, staring at me, waiting for me to, like, say something or ask something. So there's that's been the rub. And so there are specific creators that want to come in for certain segments of certain videos, or of certain episodes. So, like, I've had someone, I don't remember what episode it was, I want to say 28, maybe, that was like, I'd love to watch, like, half of episode 28 with you. So that might be happening, might not. But that's been, because I have asked people. I originally wanted to have guests on way more often. But I have not found that. However, there are people, and there are people who are coming on, who, like, we have plans, but I'm not going to leak them. But I also, a lot of people aren't interested this early. I've had several people tell me, yeah, I'll join you for C2. Or back when I was in Underdark, they were like, I'll join you after Underdark. And these are all great people. No one I've asked I'm like mad at or there's any beef, so I'm not gonna name and shame at all. But no, that's been kind of the vibes. So yeah, kind of weird. Viewmaster reactions, interesting. I'm talking about Viewmaster. I feel he misses so many moments and details. I'll have to look it up. I don't want to watch too much of it because he's doing C2 reacts, but I'm curious. About it. Everyone live syncs up their own video, and he mutes the video's audio for copyright, and thus he can't pause because then everyone's video would be out of sync? Are there copyright issues? I've never been claimed. So, but maybe, I mean, I guess C2 is on CR's channel, so I wonder if he's just worried about copyright. I mean, if it's his full-time gig, It's not mine, so I'm not as worried about the copyright stuff and the monetization. So if he's, if he's a bigger creator, maybe he's monetarily invested in it, I could see him being more careful. But that's interesting. I wonder what that's about. Interesting. There's usually something interesting to say most parts of most episodes, I feel. I mean, I don't disagree. That's one of the reasons I do it. But there are also a lot of people that just aren't interested in the live format. Like, obviously I am. It's like basically the main part of content creating that I'm interested in. And you guys are all watching me live, so you have the interest. But like I said, there are like not a lot of live TTRPG creators, which is sort of baffling to me. And I'm constantly, I talk to two dudes a lot, Ryan Immel and Dicebrain. We talk a lot, and we have some future stuff coming up. I actually think I have 2 things scheduled with each of them. Anyways, but I constantly encourage them to do live stuff. I'm like, that idea would work great live. This idea would work great live. You could totally spin up a live supplement to that. And a lot of people just aren't interested. And you know what? And I think to be a happy content creator, you have to be interested in the art. And if they're not, then they're not. But yeah, it's very interesting. And sort of unfortunate. And I'd love to. There are a ton of live content creators that I would like to go with, like Cinderblock Sally does a ton of live streaming on YouTube. But he's a little too big. I kind of doubt he'll come on. I guess I could reach out. I've never thought about it, but if I were to reach certain points, I would love to have some bigger live creators come on. Ever thought about D&D Discord Q&A live stream? Yes. Like maybe setting a topic like maps, combat, and continents, and then talk to guests and Discord members about maps and related topics. Samuel, you are looking into the future. I can't specify because it's related to a bigger thing, but those sorts of things are on the horizon. Yeah. I would say probably next year because they're related to a big idea that is taking a lot of prep. But yeah. Yes. Is the long and short. Oh, something that's not on the horizon that I will tell you about because I've already talked about this video. Is the how to make a D&D map video. After I do that, so how to make a D&D map is this Sunday, and in that, I'm basically going to be teaching you guys my notation, as well as like talking about why the notation is good, why the notation works, yada, yada, yada. And after that, I want to start doing a map analysis series, probably during like lunch club type deals. And part of that could be a user submission portion. I don't want to just pull things out of the Discord without asking people. But I would love to have someone submit a map, analyze it myself, and then have them on the stream to talk through my notation, my analysis, and like talk through it with them, what their intentions were, what happened. So that's something I don't even know if it's really a leak. I think I've talked about doing that before, but yeah, that sort of thing is there and will probably be starting this year. Yeah. If YouTube could code out a function where everyone opens up the video the live streamer is watching, but the live streamer has control of the pause play feature, it would actually help view numbers. I just so agree. I mean, there's like Netflix Watch Party, but yeah, like you would basically need a Netflix Watch Party version or like tool on YouTube. But I think that React content is a really sticky subject, especially for YouTube. Like, I mean, right now it's in the news with Jax Films and Sniper Wolf. Like, big issues around React, and that sort of feature, while great for people who use it responsibly, would also really ease the job of non-transformative live streamers. Although I guess if it's a play pause thing, the whole point is that those non-transformative dudes don't pause enough. So maybe it would be okay. Yeah, I don't know. That's actually something kind of interesting. I don't have the clout for it, obviously, but maybe someone like a Ludwig or something could make that happen. Had to step out for a bit, but thanks for the welcome. Yeah, man. No, I've been enjoying the VODs and just caught up. Hell yeah. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I need to prioritize the highlight videos more so that people can catch up without having to watch through the whole back catalog, but glad to see you. Yeah. So, woof. Big aside, definitely going to be a two-parter now. But yeah. And then the original video would get views, I assume, not the restream. Oh, that's a good point, Marina. Is if you set up some sort of... That's actually a great idea. That is a big brain move to actually like straight up address the React streamer problem. Is say, hey, we're not going to let you put someone else's content up on screen like I'm doing right now, but here's this tool. You like put in your join code or whatever, your Jackbox TV style join code, and then everyone is playing and pausing with you, and then everyone is giving the video the original view as well as your stream. And then there's tons of room on my side for like on-screen elements, the bingo, the OAC. Like I could make those features much more robust because I don't have to stream the video. Wow. That would be great. Whew. Would that function also bring everyone watching the reaction to the original? Yeah. Great idea we have no control over. That's what you were trying to say. Yeah. That the live stream, wow, because that would actually like really benefit the original people that you're watching. I mean, it would still not address like compilation, like TikTok compilation style, shorts compilation style, but it would address really a lot of the React drama, like the non-transformative React drama that we've been seeing of people just like putting up streams. And even if someone, I mean, you could literally then have a streamer that's like, hey, I loved this video. I'm going to go put it on while I'm in the bathroom. And, like, everyone join the stream and watch it because I think that this person's goated. Like, come and watch it together and, like, chat. And, like, I'm not going to transform it. I'm not going to provide any content. But I'm essentially funneling views to this person. It's a little bit like the elite pick out the people, but that already happens. That's already an issue, and the people don't even get most of the benefit. Wow. Yeah, great idea. Well, maybe it wouldn't fix Twitch or other reactions. It would be a step in the right direction. Huge step in the right direction. There are still issues with it. But, wow, that's a great fucking idea. And then the 100 people watching it along all adds to the views. Yeah. Yeah, it adds to the views for the original video and the stream. They're adding both of those. So then you almost could have TV channel style creators, kind of like Lo-Fi Girl, where like Lo-Fi Girl is just a music aggregator, essentially. You could have a live stream type like TV channel almost, where a creator just aggregates and is almost like a DJ for other people's content and is queuing them up in this playlist that is feeding all of these people extra views. That's fascinating. That is fascinating.
Son of a bitch. I've got
Clear,
13 hit points
fast,
left.
you don't get a turn, you're unable to control your body, and you also did not get a saving throw. You are considered possessed. Cash, you're up.
I don't know if this is possible. Can I use banishment and target one of the ghosts that's actually possessing them?
You have no way of knowing how to target the creature. There's no visual or physical form. You just see your friend with a kind of a place to look in the eyes and a kind of cold sensation around them. You have some experience with undead, and you know you have some tools against them, but banishment is something that you have no way of targeting the spirit within them. You would have to target them physically.
I think what you said was right. I'm going to have to knock them out. Yeah. So maybe we target one at a time. If I hold back so you come in.
I have 13 hit points.
Yeah, you should definitely.
Why aren't we the ones in charge? Dude, when you get to a certain point, you literally can just tell that to like you're either, you know, if you get like a YouTube rep or whatever. But I was listening to Ludwig talk about how at Creator or VidCon, I think, there was a big meeting with like a bunch of different live streamers on the platform where like they got in a room with like the head of YouTube Live and were like talking about ideas and pitching ideas. So like when you get to a certain point as a creator, you can start doing that. But obviously, down here in the muck. in the 20 viewer Andy. Although, fuck, man. I mean, you guys are so dope. 14 concurrent viewers, I believe, puts me in the top 20% in terms of at least Twitch numbers. I know it's something like 60 to 80% of Twitch streamers stream to literally 0 people. So just having all of y'all here, like, already puts us in, like, the top % of streams. Streams get so many less views than people think they do. It's very interesting. But content curators instead of creators? Kinda, yeah. Like, fucking content disc jockeys. And it could be, you know, legitimate because they're still feeding the other people those views. And at that point, they kind of are providing value. Like, they are choosing, they're basically tastemakers. You know, they're choosing which videos to put up and which videos to not. Like, and so you follow them for their taste in videos and channels. An interesting idea. Can't do it now because it would be too risky. Like, you know, one person would content claim the stream and you're done. Yeah, very interesting. We came in here for the CR and stay for the rants. Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna cast hold person. I'm gonna hold Vax.
Okay.
As tight as I can.
All right. I'm gonna say, for what was the spell DC for you?
It is 16.
16. And is that a Wisdom saving throw on that?
Is that right?
It's a person.
Yep. Yeah.
Wisdom saving.
Yeah.
Go ahead and make a will saving throw, Max. Or Wisdom saving.
Fail it.
Sorry.
Something I'll never say to you.
17.
17.
What's the CC? What's your DC? Or is it versus his wisdom?
60.
16 defeats it. Stealth that
Right now, me and the Ghost of my mind are doing that scene from Ghost of the Pottery.
Yeah, yeah.
And my spell just can't get to you.
Yeah.
Damn it.
All right, so that finishes your turn. Do you want to move anywhere? Or you stay where you are?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to tuck tail and run. Let's try to split them up at least if we can.
Okay, which way are you gonna go?
Really?
Right here.
You want to get them together? Then let's do that. Let's get them. All right, fair enough. Let's get them together. Over here, Casual. Yeah. Let's move.
Okay.
I want to go with Storm Dragon.
As you move back, Keyleth, you get an attack opportunity on him. Go ahead and roll an attack with your staff.
Sorry, Cashew. Oh, critical fail.
I
don't wanna.
That's right. I think she might like me.
As there is a mental struggle going on in Keyleth's mind, the swing has extreme intensity, and halfway through just streaks off and slams into the stone wall. Part of the staff splinters and breaks at the edge. It's still functional, but definitely took a hit on the wall.
Favorite stuff.
All right, that ends your turn. Keyleth, you lose your turn. Off the top of the round, Tiberius.
Can we not try and save from it? We can't do shit.
You are
We're just an autopilot at this point.
Does anyone get top of this round and make a religion check? Does anyone make a
Religion check?
Might as well, right?
Yeah, you've had some experience with
Might as well.
death and undeath in your history.
20. Nice. So plus 7 was a 6. No, it's 9. 16.
16, okay. You know that you've heard of certain creatures, ghosts can possess certain entities. When a creature is possessed, you know from your experience that it is very difficult to remove the possession unless it's through some sort of a ritual that forces undead away, or if the actual person is brought to unconsciousness in your death himself. Tiberius, you have the same visual on this. The little part of your brain says, wait, you've
Turn undead. This is a great example of, and you know, maybe I'm giving Matt too much credit, but I don't think so. I think this is probably a pretty reasonable analysis of what probably happened. It definitely seems like this particular combat was targeted towards Kashaw, right? Like, if only they had if only they had a cleric. Lol, brutal. Yeah. I mean, that's a brutal effect. That's a really brutal effect, especially because assumingly the spirits aren't getting damaged. I don't know if that's homebrew, if that's an actual monster. I don't know of it off the top of my head, but it very well could be. But like, this is a great thing where you present this incredibly powerful ability that one player in particular is very well equipped to handle, like Kashaw's Turn Undead. Right? It's literally, and like, you know, Matt's kind of poking them towards it like, hey, you want to make a religion check? Right? Like, that's, and I really like doing that, especially like either looking at guest players you want to highlight, players that maybe had a rough last session, you know, something like that. I really like to maybe swap out some enemies where it's, you know, a similar CR, but try and target fights towards players either to specifically counter them in some instances if they've if they've maybe been having it a little too good, or to specifically allow them to shine in a moment, which I do the latter more often than not. If only there was some way to turn the undead forces away.
You've seen Pike do something that scared undead before. Top of the round. Brings us to Tiberius.
I take no pleasure in this. I cast Obelisk of Stone and crush them.
Crush who?
Caleb?
Both of them.
You don't have a visual on Vax currently. This is a wall.
I'll move forward and then do it.
Okay.
whoops.
You move up to there and do it.
Like, whereas as close as I can, have to and far away as I can see back. Yes.
Cool. So currently these two stone pillars slam and crush both of you towards the ceiling.
Ouch.
Both of them get to make their dexterity saving throw, right? So both make a dexterity saving throw.
It's not gonna be good. Yeah, I rolled an 18.
So take half damage.
No, they take full. They take the damage. They're not pinned.
Oh,
They
gotcha.
take the damage.
Okay, so they'll take the damage.
So it's
Probably unconscious.
what was that?
Ooh. I think it must. I mean, it is literally what's happening. He's not even injuring the ghost. So I do actually think this counts for Tiberius injures an ally. Yeah.
31 points damage.
Yeah.
I'm unconscious.
So, Keelan, if you fall unconscious on the ground, forcing the spiritual entity out of your body,
Yeah,
It
and
comes
I do
after
that.
one of us.
I'm going to spend 2 sorcery points to quicken spell, and then cast Scorching Ray right at.
okay. Go for it. So go ahead and roll for the attack on each of them. Since it was forced out, it is not in melee with you because it's far enough away, so you just straight roll.
If they're level 11, how many fucking... He empowered spell. He did quick... I'm going to believe that he's tracking his sorcery points, but he better be fucking close to going out. Oh, PC unconscious. You're right. PC unconscious. Mark it, mark it, mark it. I don't think I have PC unconscious. You fuckers. You. Oh no, my friend is possessed. Fucking bludgeons unconscious. Yeah, fucking gives him CTE really quick. Oh no.
What is that?
Why are you still acting weird?
Oh, I put my spell attack. Okay, so that's 16 was 1, 19 and 19.
All hit. Go ahead and roll damage for each. Just give me total damage.
There we go.
3, 4, 6.
Rock that math, come on.
Okay, that's 10, and then 15, and then 15, 23.
23?
Yeah.
Okay. Release all 3 scorching rays blasting into the ghost. It's impacting, but the bursts seem to detonate through it. You can see it's taking the hits, but it seems almost like because of its ethereal form, it's not feeling the full brunt of the attacks. It's affected by it. You can see its form being kind of shuttered around by it, but it's not as effective as you're used to them being. That ends your turn, Tiberius.
This episode is kinda notorious. Interesting.
This creature here, okay, it does not regain its possession ability. It is going to use Horrifying Visage.
That is a good, if you need an example of what is an okay spoiler to give, this episode is kind of notorious. Great. It's intriguing. I have no idea what's going on. You can talk in more details in the Discord, but that sort of spoiler is very okay. It's like, what? Why? Ooh.
All of a sudden, the
Perk
ghost,
my ears up.
Ghostbuster style, like it grows into this horrible screaming entity. I need all of
can
you except
maybe
for Vex
guess,
to
but-
go ahead and make a Wisdom saving throw.
Thank God. That's negative 16.
16?
Yep.
12.
12. All of you guys managed to shrug off the effect. You, however, there's something about the way it screamed that for a moment you swear it had a face similar to Vesh from your wedding night, and it clutches your heart, and you are considered frightened for the next minute. Means you cannot move closer to it, and your attacks against it are at disadvantage. So you shrug it off.
Sweet.
All right. Then the now the possessed Vax is going to, as his bonus action, attempt to make a stealth check. That's kind of out of the way. Goes against the wall. If I could have Torbir and Tiberius make perception checks.
Don't I make
Make it for you.
Oh, look at that! You got 18.
God!
All right, 24.
24. Nice.
Hey, that's something.
I fell.
You fell? Okay. You see out of the corner of your eye a couple footsteps as Vax comes rushing up. You do not see it though. And as Vax turns the corner right here, brings out the daggers and goes towards Tiberius. At the corner of your eye, you see a flash of light. And actually, no, you make the attack roll.
Okay.
So, attack roll against Tiberius.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and
Wait, he has a roll at disadvantage.
because of the right, but he has advantage because you didn't see him, so it cancels it out.
That's true, yeah. My cloak gives you disadvantage.
This is true. All right. So go ahead and roll with sneak attack damage against Tiberius.
Am I reading too much into that? That looked tense. That felt... I don't know. I haven't noticed it since they had the big, like, you know, just let her have it moment with Laura and the arrow. So it was that moment and then the fireball during the hunt. I haven't noticed like the air seems a little thick between them. Yeah. I've kind of been like, yeah, jokey, like, oh, Liam's mad, but that.
Okay, that is a 9 plus 5, 10, 22, 24.
Like the very fast, like, oh, you're attacking Tiberius? Yep. Yep, that's who I'm attacking.
It's 33.
33 points of piercing damage against you. Your stone skin, you've already cast a concentration spell. Right, when you cast one, the other one lasts for 2 more rounds. You started with True Strike.
Yeah, but
It's also been way over a minute.
it's an hour long. It was
An hour.
I can still hold another one and do a different one, and hold the other spell and do a different one if I choose to hold the other spell.
How it works usually is like whenever you cast a new concentration spell, the other one lasts for 2 rounds and advantage. So it's like this constantly filled. Actually, I think it should last this will be the last round that you have it, because it's been
That's fair. It could be the speed up. This is not the speed up.
2 rounds since you moved back. This will be the last round you have it. So you still have it, but it fades after this round. So have that. So
This okay. I'm gonna tick the annoyance counter. Maybe slow down. Okay. Yeah, that's fair. I can feel it. This is why anyone who has talked in the Discord with me about magic items knows that I tend to encourage simplifying your items. Very complex items are very cool a lot of the time. But when you start making them more complex, or they interact with complex mechanics, like mechanics that are already complex, like concentration, it gets it's very easy to have a mismatch of understanding, and mismatches in understanding really lead to bad vibes. Just generally. And obviously you can get through that, especially at a table and with players that are maybe a little bit more patient for that sort of thing. But if I had a mat annoyance counter, like an MAC, a Mac, if you will, the biggest Mac, I would give Orion 3 on it, and I would give Matt, honestly, like 2 for making this stupid item in the first place. Because this item has caused more Orion shit than anything else in the game. I mean, any other singular point in the game. Like, it caused all of the shit with him and Scanlan. Like, it's a bad item. Yeah, you always give something up when you add more complexity. Yeah. This dual concentration item and Tibbs Ring of Spellstorm are 2 of the biggest rule confusing items that come up with Orion, and he has both of them. And they are homebrewing part of his class, which is already fairly complex with meta magic. Like, meta magic is one of the most inherently complicated features in the game. There aren't that many complex features in D&D. Honest, it's a pretty simple system. Maybe that's a hot take. There's a lot of systems, but every individual system is pretty clean. Like, action and bonus action is very straightforward. Now, all of the exceptions to it suck. But action, bonus action, movement, very straightforward. But when you start layering these layers of complexity, it can really start fucking with shit. Since this will be a 2-part, maybe rewind. Yeah, let's do it.
Different one.
okay.
Yeah, let's do it. And he always somehow misunderstands them in favor of Versace, who regularly nurses herself with misunderstanding. Love her to death, dude. Love her to death. Yeah, man. I mean, I've talked before. Orion's at the wrong table currently. Maybe at some point in the past he was at the right table, but now he's not. maybe Matt did less. Like, I think that something fundamental changed when they went from home game to streamed game. And I think that probably a decent amount of that responsibility does lay with Matt. I think that there's a good chance that something that Rebecca said very earlier about, I think that Orion wants to be OP and Matt lets him. I don't actually think, and maybe this is a hot topic, maybe I'm giving people too much grace here. I don't think it's wrong to want to be OP. It's not my style. It's not my vibe, but it's a very reasonable like wargaming vibe. Like if you are treating this like a war game, if you're treating this like something to win, being overpowered is very acceptable. Like professional esports players will play the most overpowered characters. They just will, whatever the meta is at the moment. And that's very much the vibe I'm getting out of Orion. The developers cannot then go, gotta give it to them, right? Like they nerf the overpowered characters. Whereas it seems like at every turn, Matt has given in to whatever is being said. So, and I don't necessarily blame Matt. He's not a first-time DM, so he bears more responsibility, and he should know better. But there is also the fact that, like, they're going to a new system. It's a streamed game now. That's a lot of pressure. Like, he's under a lot of pressure factors as to why this got out of hand, but he still does bear a lot of responsibility for it. Yeah. Matt seems to be checking a lot of papers through this episode along with guests, so rule-checking tips probably isn't easy. Probably not, no. Which is why you can't allow a bunch of random home rules that other people cannot easily check for you. Like, the audience should be able to heat check Tibbs easily. Like, they should be able to heat check and not have Matt say, oh, well, actually, there's this homebrew thing, or this item actually lets him do that, yada, yada, yada. Like, especially with so many, I mean, this gets back to the whole, like, too many players, too many cooks argument of, like, there's a lot of factors here that are contributing to the Tiberius problem that are not Orion. But it's still Orion's fault at the end of the day, but other people also bear some responsibility. What's the timestamp? Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, 136.
Go ahead and...
All right, he has a roll at disadvantage.
Because of the... Cook. Right, but he has advantage because you didn't see him, so it cancels it out.
That's true, yeah. My cloak gives you disadvantage.
This is true. All right. So go ahead and roll with sneak attack damage against Tiberius.
Okay.
I have a feeling like right now it's a lot of, fresh comparison. I have the distinct feeling that during campaign 2 and probably even during later parts of campaign 1, I will do a lot of back comparison. I feel like that will be a large part of it. Of like, look at how much he's grown. If he can do it, you can too.
That is a 9 plus.
Shit, actually, before we get into this, we missed 9, which was our next bathroom break. So this is a good break moment. We'll all go take a bio break, and then we will watch this scene. Shouldn't be sneak attack with disadvantage, but that's a common confusion. So this is actually, ooh. We will look into that when we get back, because this is actually something I'm not sure about. My interpretation of the rules was if you had advantage, even if it gets canceled out, it's still sneak attack, but you might be right. Now that I'm saying it out loud, that sounds wrong, and your interpretation sounds right. I'll have to look into that, see if there's sage advice. Either way, I will be right back. I have returned. Oh, the sneak attack discussion is raging. I'm gonna pull off a tab to look into this. Cause I mean, I definitely agree. I basically, my understanding of it was, okay, let's see. Can you sneak attack with advantage and disadvantage? Does advantage negate advantage? Does sneak attack work against invisible enemies? You couldn't sneak attack invisible opponents that you cannot use sneak attack if you have disadvantage. In this context, a single... Does that... Okay. Yes, advantage would negate disadvantage. I would say... Oh, while your ally was within 5 feet, yeah. Because you are considered to have neither. You are treated as if you don't have disadvantage, or as if you don't have advantage. That's so interesting. Yeah, because I was thinking if you are treated as if you have advantage, then you would also be treated as if you have disadvantage, which would negate it. Okay. Very interesting. The adjacent allies in combination with also not having disadvantage, which is actually what the advantage is doing. Ugh. That's weird.
5, 10, 22, 24. This is 33.
33 points of piercing damage against you.
What's half of that?
Your Stone Skin, you've already cast the concentration spell. Right, but when you cast one, the other one lasts for 2 more rounds.
I hate that, man. That shit is separate from anything else. Any of the, it's other people's fault, they're letting him get away with it, et cetera, like they bear some responsibility. No one bears responsibility for him being a little bit of a dick about it. Like, yeah. All right, silently tapping his head is burned into my memory. Yeah, like that's just like, dude. Like just don't be, just, I don't know, don't be a dick about it.
You started with True Strike.
Yeah, but
It's also been way over a minute.
it's an hour long. It would
It's an
still
hour.
be up.
Yeah.
I can still hold another one and do a different one, and hold the other spell and do a different one if I chose to hold the other spell.
How it works usually with this is like whenever you cast a new concentration spell, the other one lasts for 2 rounds with advantage. So
Okay, I was going to full screen it, but I think that it was actually causing it to lag. Yeah, Matt should not be having to explain the mechanics of his magic item right now. If you have to take that time to like explain a magic item that he's had for like 5 sessions, that's not good. That speaks to a poorly designed item.
it's like this constantly fills. Actually, I think it should last this will be the last round that you have it, because it's been 2 rounds since you moved back. So this will be the last round you have it. So you still have it, but it fades after this round. So have that. So
That's 16.
Bro, I already don't like making items with charges because I'm worried about players keeping track of it. I mean, partially. I also just generally don't vibe with charges, except in some circumstances. But like this, like weird cascading, stacking, whatever 2-turn thing. Oh my god. I honestly might rather it just be more powerful and a higher rarity and just say, fuck it, you can concentrate on 2. Congratulations. Like, ugh.
17 points.
actually, and Stone Skin only works against non-magical. So no, you take full damage because his daggers are magic.
Both daggers are magical?
All of his daggers are magical.
Yeah, we're only rolling with magical weapons at this point, yo.
So you take full damage from
Okay,
them.
cool. That's actually great to know.
How would you not know that? I mean, I could maybe chalk this up to a difference in maybe Pathfinder terminology. Like maybe magical weapons are different, but like, have you not listened to Liam ever? This entire campaign. has been that way. I mean, I don't know. Lamau, the item thing I hate the most is recharge in a day instead of at dawn. Plus PC, write down the exact hour you used. Yeah. Dude, it's so hard. I really go back and forth on whether or not to say long rest or at dawn. I've come around to just at dawn. I think it's cleaner. It's simpler. But I have some amount of affinity for long rest. I don't know. I have debate on that. The only magic item I've ever made with a charge had a single charge that recharged at dawn, and it also provided you an alternate mechanic to recharge, which I thought was very fun. Are you suggesting Orion doesn't pay attention when the focus is not on him? Dude, I'm suggesting he doesn't pay attention even when the focus is on him. I'll suggest that all over the place because so often I feel like he says or does things that are just like, were you just like not listening, dude? Orion just doesn't care enough about group tactics to know other players' abilities and items except when he gets jealous of them, yeah. The only thing I'll say slightly in his defense is that I know that a lot of things changed. And this goes back to the conversation I was having about level 1 versus level 3. It is legitimately hard, especially in a group this big, for you to keep track of everyone else's stuff. Right? I'll give that to him. One of the only things I know for certain is that Vax has 3 magical daggers. That might be one of the only things I am absolutely certain on when it comes to their magic items. He has a fucking catchphrase, dude. Like, I would understand if you didn't remember what Laura Bailey's flame string bow does. I don't remember what that does. But, yeah, I don't know. Wait, that seems like a main character ability item. That's my thing. The man has to name which dagger's used in every stab. Dude, that's what I'm saying. It's like, if you forgot that he had a fucking elven kind cloak, sure, I fully give you that. But I know he has the keen dagger, he has the flame tongue dagger, and another dagger, which also does a thing. But he's named them so many times, I know what they are. I feel like this maybe is a Pathfinder weirdness where, like, I'm pretty sure that, like, Vorpal weapons, +1 weapons, all of that sort of thing, those are all considered magical in D&D. I don't know that they're considered magical in Pathfinder. I could be wrong. I could be just pulling it out of my batootie, but maybe I can give him that. I was confused at +1 weapons being magical for a long time. There's a difference between I was confused, I thought it worked this way, to no, I can do this because of a tapper. That's a great point. And that supersedes, that is a reason that, like, if Orion's behavior was the same but his tone was different, we probably wouldn't have the OAC. He probably wouldn't have gotten kicked off. Like just straight up. Like, his tone as a player was a huge problem. Regardless of if anything maybe had a justified base, the way that he interacts with Matt and the other players is just unacceptable. It's not cool at a home game, and it's even less cool at what will later become your job. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't blame him for not knowing what their enchantments are, but the fact that they're magic, yeah. Dagger of Venom. Yeah. Keen Flame Venom. Yeah, Simon. Simon is the best magic item? Oh, I don't know, Simon. A slight tone change would make so much difference. Oh, I didn't know that versus seriously yeah. 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 It really would make a lot of difference. It's not what you say, it's how you say it. Oh my goodness, it's crazy. It's almost like that's the fucking thing. I think that's one of the things I realized either during college or as an early adult, that really trite, tropey sayings are sayings for a reason. And if you think that they're dumb and that they don't provide any value, you probably don't get them. Like, saying that communication is the most important thing in a relationship is just true. If you don't understand what that means, or you don't think that that's valuable advice, you may not be going deep enough into it. Like, that is valuable advice. And if you don't know what good communication looks like in your relationships, that's something you need to examine. And like, that's all the saying is trying to tell you. And the what you say, how you say it is so valuable advice. And so many people need to acknowledge it and just don't. Orion just has a weird intensity. That's also true. Simon is the snake belt. Simon is the main character. We need to give all the magic items to Simon. Criminally underused. I want a Vox Machina comic from Simon's perspective. BTW Mayo, when we get to the end of tonight's stream, I have a timestamp that we passed for you to check out. Ooh, okay, sounds good.
I'm actually happy about that.
And you're
I'm actually happy about it.
do not have your
I didn't
bonus
even
action because you used
tip
that
the...
to hide.
Okay.
I
So
see.
that's the one attack you got. That round's over.
And then there's no save or anything.
You just
Not
stuck?
for this.
Wow.
So they're just stuck until we can...
Not until the creatures... Not until someone somehow forces the undead entity out of your body or drops you to 0 hit points.
Let's go to the bar.
Now he's trying to imply it a little bit harder again. Of hey Kashaw, use turn undead. Do it. I will say, in terms of this actual combat and the design of it, at first I praised it for targeting a player, which I still agree with. But I'm not a fan of no save abilities. As a general rule and a general concept. If I am using a creature with a no save ability, they should be pretty weak. So, like, sometimes if I'm doing, like, big bad 2 lieutenants, maybe the 2 lieutenants will have no save abilities. But, they're kind of weaker otherwise. And then the main person you can always affect, you can always impact. Also, don't love possession abilities. They're not off the table for me by any means, because with how much I value player agency, taking that agency away is a tool in my tool belt. And I am not afraid to use it, but it is risky. Will Friedel isn't picking up the hints, yeah. Which is a problem here. I would just tell him. As a DM, I would be like, unless someone XYZ does this, hey Will, might want to look through your abilities. Because he's a first-time player. He had to ask how to roll damage. Like, you can't expect him to know about turn undead. You just can't. And so it's really cool that you made a combat for him. That's very cool. But he's also new, and you should walk him through it. Like, you should walk him through how to feel special. It will cheapen it. Like, don't get me wrong. It will definitely cheapen it. And I've made some comments positively about Matt's steel nads when it comes to not telling players stuff. But this is the dude's first session, man. Some clerics, for example, have the ability to send undead either fleeing or outright destroy them. Yup. Say that straight up. And then Wilfredel's like, wait, do I have that ability? And you're like, I don't know. Maybe you do. And I thought that's what he was doing when he had him roll the religion check. Maybe have him roll insight. Like, and if anyone else asks, say like, no, you don't know. Wait, I'm a cleric. Yeah. Like, if you don't want to be as upfront as I'm suggesting, there are other ways to, like, make him get there. Because, like, I don't blame Will for this at all. I blame Will zero amount for this. This is on Matt, either in the design stage of, like, you can also target him with a combat of just making these undead enemies. Like, straight up, that just targets a cleric for benefit. Straight up. Give them vulnerability to Radiant. If you really want to target Will, like like give them vulnerability. Maybe give other enemies that don't normally have a radiant vulnerability, just give it to them. Yeah, just like hot swap it. I think if there weren't lingering metagaming concerns, someone would have helped him out more. That's a good point, Ed. Because that is also a factor of, like, if you're another player at this table, Orion, who is, like, all about like jumping in, but maybe he just doesn't know. I don't know. Your experience as a cleric evokes the instinctual training of suppressed undead forces. You know you have the power to face these foes. For something more direct, yeah. I mean, I talked about this last stream. I literally, in the last session that I ran, I had a moment where my player was about to do something very dumb. And I was like, there is no way that he understands the situation. I have failed as a DM. I have failed in that moment because he is about to do something that if he understood the situation appropriately, he would never do. I would say the same thing about when Orion cast that fireball. If I'm the DM in that situation, I'm not letting him cast it. Now, I'll caveat that specific situation of he was already being annoying as shit about it, and sometimes they fuck around, they find out. If he's already being, like, annoying and kind of a dick, maybe he does eat the consequences of his actions a little bit. But if he's trying, Will is trying. Like, Will is not being annoying. And so, like, at last session, I stopped my player, and I said, hey, you're an experienced scoundrel. You're an experienced criminal. You know that this door is hooked up to a trap, and you will trigger the trap if you open it. I had to just directly tell him. And he said to me, he said, oh, I thought I already disabled the trap. Straight up. So it was, again, I failed as a DM to properly explain the world. And that's what's happening with Will. Is like, this is Matt's fault. Matt needs to explain this to him because he's a brand new player. Cut the guy a break. If I was another player at this table, I'd personally be reluctant to point it out since Matt isn't pointing it out himself. I get that. I'm more lenient on player metagaming between each other, especially because I have a lot of trust with my players on like what they will and won't metagame, and they've never broken my trust on that. So I'm fairly willing for them to tell each other anything they want, because they will actively hold things back in character that they are freely telling each other in game or out of game. And the people that learn this new meta information act as if their character doesn't know it. So they have that trust with me that I am not worried about them breaking. So I don't really care about them doing that sort of metagaming. But depending on the table you're at, and I don't fault any DM that's not cool with that. That's very much an opinion style thing. Yeah, players should be made aware of what their characters would realize. Yeah. And if you want to even let the dice decide, if you want to be more chaotic about it, use insight. Just use an insight check or a straight wisdom check and make it a low ass DC. Like that's also fine.
All right, that brings us to Torbjörn.
And should I just stay on normal speed for the rest of this combat? Or how long, or was it just like that kind of Orion situation?
If I see this correctly, there's this spectral creature in front of me and my possessed friend to my left. Is that right?
Correct. Actually, Keyleth, make a saving throw.
I'm unconscious. Oh, right. Because I'm unconscious.
Death save.
7.
Oh.
Mark off a death saving throw.
I don't hate keeping normal speed. I'm gonna tell you, restate, even on a halvesies, I might still turn it up to like 1.25. Because we still have nearly an hour. We still have nearly an hour left. I might actually put it back up to 1.5. Because if I keep it at this, we have a while to go. But if there's something specific you guys want me to slow it down for, let me know. But I think if I keep it at normal, we're not finishing tonight. We're not even getting half.
Okay. Torbjörn is gonna swing. I'm sorry.
We'll see. I could be wrong.
16 against.
Total 16?
Yeah, total 16.
17. Whoosh, whiffs.
Okay.
It's too fast. Just ducks underneath the axe swing.
Okay, second attack. 18.
18 will hit. Go ahead and roll damage on that.
Come on,
And I want to do that same thing and try to hit him.
Going attack. Okay.
Wait, sorry, no, those are 20-sided dice. I'm like, how did I roll a 19 on a d12? 15 plus 6, 21.
You're rolling 2d12 for damage on that?
Yeah.
Should be.
My damage is 2d12 plus 6 slashing damage.
For a great axe, I think it should be 1d12. I'm pretty sure.
I'm happy to make it 1d12.
Just as a note, yeah, the great axe is 1d12 damage. So.
Oh, well, I don't know why it says 2d12 then.
Is it 2d6?
That's okay.
All right, so that's 4, 10.
10 damage to you.
I don't remember great axe off the top of my head. I believe the great weapons are the 2Ds, which, by the way, are better. If you are ever presented with the option between 2D something and 1D something, well, it depends. It depends on what you want, but if your goal is to do more damage, then more dice is better. Because 2d6, average of 3.5, which adds up to 7, and a 1d12 is an average of 6.5. So 6.5 versus 7. Great axe is 1d12. The great sword is 2d6. Yeah, that makes sense. So yeah, 2d6 on average will deal more damage.
And going attack, it failed saving throw. It rolled an 11. So it failed saving throw. So as you slam, you can see the kind of spiritual anger in the eyes.
But to be fair, people have pointed out this to me that on a great axe, you have a 1 in 12 chance of rolling a 12, whereas on 2d6, you have a 1 in 36 chance of rolling 12. So there are higher peaks and valleys, but I don't know. If you ask me, I'm always taking the 2d6 personally.
Turned towards you and is focused on you at the moment.
And then I'm going to make my third.
But, oh, fuck. Okay. Yeah, we've got me in my building era. There is something to be said of if you're going to take a feat like Savage Attacker or something that lets you re-roll dice, then there is something to be said for taking the higher dice amount. Or if you have something like, not Brutal Critical, what's the Orc Racial? The one that lets you roll an additional damage dice on a crit, then you might want to look at using a higher D dice. But all in all, without external factors considered, 2d6 is better.
Attack.
That's it.
So, just so everyone knows that things have gotten back to normal.
The world is right again.
A brief spike.
Just dance, anyone?
The third strike, you swing and you swear it's going right for the torso of Vax. And for a second, you almost want to restrain because you're afraid it's going to do. Before all of a sudden, both daggers catch the axe in midair and kind of scissor hold it before it shoves off the blade. However, it does appear to be focused on you. Okay. Is that in your?
Yeah, oh, I'm sorry. I'm supposed to expend another superiority die. I'm sorry. It's a whole new mechanic.
That's okay. Mechanic for me too.
So so I add one more to my damage roll.
There you go.
And that was it. That was the only attack that landed.
All right.
Okay.
That brings us to for the cash.
Who is still can't move, correct?
You can move closer.
Okay. Well, what I'd like to do is, if I know that I'm going to be rolling everything essentially at a disadvantage, I'd like to at least help the people that are still standing as much as I can. So I'd like to bless Stormwind and Thorbeard.
Okay.
And can I do myself as well? It's up to 3 creatures.
Then yes, you can.
Then I'd like to end myself as well.
Okay, so you're all correct.
I mean, Bless is a delightful spell. He's trying. Like, Bless is a great option.
Affected by a bless spell.
That's awesome.
What a bless spell does, you want to read it real fast?
Bless up to 3 creatures of your choice within range. Whenever a target makes an attack roll or a saving throw before the spell ends, the target can roll a d4 and add the number rolled to the attack roll or saving throw.
It's hard to accept love from others when you hate yourself.
Just move and hates themselves as much as I do.
All right, so do you want to move? You don't really move.
I can only move back and forth, right? Then let me just stay there so I can concentrate as much as I can on holding.
That's also true. That would have been a great opening move. Yeah, man. I feel so bad for Will. Like, this is another thing about guest players and recommendations and spell casting of part of the good thing about playing people from level 1, especially something like a cleric, is that you get used to what every single one of your spells and abilities and features does. And jumping into an 11th level character as your first time playing, like, you need training wheels. And people need to provide those for you. Yeah, it's tough, man. Man, if only there was some way to turn this combat around with all those undead.
Okay.
An attack roll or saving throws?
Yes.
Can he target me?
At the end of...
And would it work for my saving throws?
I think you have to be a conscious creature. The blessed spell doesn't affect it. You do, however, you get saving throw at the end of the turn to try and shrug off the fright. So go ahead and roll that.
And that's a.
And you can add a d4 to it. So d20.
So it's a d20 plus a 4.
Yeah, with your wisdom.
That's my 4.
And add a d4 to it.
Oh, you hit it.
19.
No, 19.
Is that right? And that's wait, it's for wisdom?
Yes.
So it's 19 then plus. Where's wisdom? Plus 9, so 28.
Okay, yeah.
Hell yeah.
Plus 4, right?
You clarify for a second. Plus 4 when I add it, go for it.
Do it.
1.
All right,
29.
You slam your foot into the ground for a second and focus, and for a second, the divine energy kind of pulses through your body, and you let a little bit of Vesh's essence sleep into you, and against your better judgment, it gives you that sense of bravery to shrug off the fear you felt. And for a second there, you're like, as a healing cleric, undead should be afraid of you, and you remember that there's an ability you have called Turn Undead, where it may come in handy going forward. That ends your turn. Keyleth.
Cool. You know what? I wouldn't have waited that long, but if one of your top priorities is working it into the fiction and the flavor and you don't want to break the meta, working it into a save is valid. Thank God.
No saving throw.
Let's use this one. She's a big shiny die. 17.
17, okay. So you're still unconscious. You don't need it.
Okay.
All right.
I'm good.
Tiberius, you're up. Tiberius, you're up.
Keith is right next to me, right?
Mm-hmm. She's currently on the ground. You can see a little bit of blood dripping up the corner of her mouth from the injury she sustained from the crushing pillar.
Does Bless really? I mean, yeah, it would be weird. Most spells don't specify conscious, so now that I think about that, it is kind of weird. And they are death saving throws, so Bless should... I think you're right, Robin. I think that Bless should work.
You can see a
I don't
little
see
bit
any
of light fading
reason
from
it
her
wouldn't.
eyes.
Can I, Bax is right next to me also.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going, is there a way, can I move, like probably take a hit from him to drag her with me?
You can do that, yeah. That'll be your whole turn, but yeah, you can do that.
That's what I choose to do.
Yeah, it's literally just 3 creatures of your choice within range. You're still a creature while you're dying. And it would apply to the saving throws. So that would be nice.
Okay.
It's kind of a... I mean, it's a thing you don't think about a lot with clerics, because they have, maybe another way to influence death saving throws. They have, like, a minor other thing that they could do to help out. So I don't think it comes up all that often. But, yeah, I think it should work.
So, Tiberius, you reach down, you grab Keyleth's body, and you pull her back through the hallway. You can get her by about half speed, which is 30, so 15 feet that far back, out of the fray. Go ahead and make an attack of opportunity against Tiberius as he moves away.
Okay. That's shit. I rolled a 12.
Total 12?
Yeah.
Okay. As you swing back, you just dodge out of the way as you're pulling her along the floor.
Okay.
Right. That's your turn.
Turning undead. Yeah, it doesn't work on my body yet. I'm not an object yet.
Ghost entity here does not get its possession back. Is going to make a withering touch against you, Torbier.
Damn it!
With a 13.
Against my
20.
Yeah.
No, 20.
As you reach out, you manage to pull back with your axe and kind of just swing it in its direction. It dissipates its form for a second, and the attacker just whiffs through the air. However, as you pull on that side, the axe comes up from behind you. Why don't you go ahead and do 2 attacks against Torbier.
Or a remediation of damage, you might say.
With advantage.
With advantage on both attacks or one?
You currently have him flanked.
Because of my ghost friend.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or vaccinate.
So the first is a 7. Is high.
Vaccinate
Right, that hits.
cunts.
28.
Okay.
Oh, that hits.
Second is 1.
And another roll. They both have advantage because you haven't flanked.
Come on, 1. Nah. 19. No, 19.
Okay, so go ahead and roll both damage for both. First one, the sneak attack.
Does he have an armor class of 20? Doesn't one of them miss? And would the 19 miss his 20 armor?
It's a total 19. I thought you rolled a 19.
No, one was a total 19.
Oh, then that one.
One
Then
was a
the
hit.
second one doesn't hit. Just the first one does.
So the first one does, and that is okay. That's the lowest this could possibly be. Is 7 plus 7 is 9, 12, 16, 17, 24.
Okay.
Ouch. That's a lot of damage.
All right. That ends the ghost turn. Torbier, you're up. You now got the attention of both spiritual entities and your possessed friend. They're both just swarming around you at the moment.
Okay, great. I have this deal. I'm sorry, I just don't remember what it's called. I have a maneuver where if I hit a thing, I can hit a second thing. Well, let's just see if I hit. So I'm going to go ahead and try to hit Vax again.
Okay.
2 two's probably not going to hit him.
Oh my god.
Probably not going to happen. I mean, I'm thinking two's probably not going to be. I mean, it's a total of 12, but I'm still pretty confident that 12
Against
doesn't hit
him?
him. Yeah,
Yeah, no,
I'm pretty sure that misses. Okay, good. So let's try again. Okay, because I get 3 attacks, right?
Yeah.
So let's see here. Oh, a 4. Okay, so 4. Let's see. That's 14. So I mean, I'm thinking probably the 14's probably not going to hit him. Yeah, okay, all right. So let's just try one more time because come on, right?
We're gonna have to rest.
And that's a 7. So that's a 17. Okay.
Tag.
Oh.
Oh, there we
You
go.
find
That did
purchase
it.
with your third strike of your axe.
That's the first time. Listen, I just need.
I need time to warm up. I'm
Yeah.
thinking about my daughter.
I guess I hit you. So then and this
Hooray! I get to hit my friend.
is a
I don't like this game. I don't really like this episode.
I make a precision attack.
Alrighty.
So I can add one more die to the roll.
Come on, clock me, War and Peace. Let's do this.
I'm working on it.
War and Peace.
Oh, good. So that's a 1.
Yeah, man, you take the dub there, man. Yeah.
On the D12 plus 6, 7 plus 9 is 16.
16 points of slashing
16
damage against you.
Okay. Okay. So that's
All right.
what happened.
Do you wish to move and stay where you are, Toby?
I would like to no longer be flanked by them if that's at all possible. So I will move back toward. Sure.
There?
Yeah, that's
So you
fine.
can move there pretty safely. Just move the
Yeah,
other way.
okay.
All right. That brings us to Kashaw.
Okay. I'm gonna channel divinity. Turn undead.
Turn undead. Okay. What's the radius on that?
Right.
30 feet.
30 feet. You're probably have to move a little closer to get
Okay.
from there. but
I
you
want to
can.
get as close as
Fucking Matt acting like, oh, what? What a crazy ability I've never heard of. What's the radius again? Oh, come on.
I can without, just right on the 30-foot radius.
All right, not a problem. So you're gonna go ahead and turn undead. As you reach up and grab your holy symbol, pulling it off on your armor once again, clutching it tightly, you can feel the actual blood begin to pour from the inside of your hand. You're holding it so hard, and with a flash of extremely vibrant white light with a strange halo of pitch black that surrounds it, a force wave billows out from you throughout the hallway. For a brief moment, you see Vax look over, and his eyes widen for a second as the blast wave hits him. All right, you are.
Who's stronger than that? Who's stronger than that?
You have a fan?
It's just very funny. Just hit buttons like pedals like a guitar. You can just change anything. Fan. Rain. That's a good idea.
Both fail. All right. So suddenly, as the blast wave hits Vax, the spirit is forced out of his body against the wall. It just pushes it out, and all of a sudden you have control of your form again.
I don't feel so good.
Against the
And that was so cute. Look at that.
body. As the blast wave hits Vax, the spirit is forced out of his body against the wall. It just pushes it out, and all of a sudden you have control of your form again.
Yeah, that's such a good feeling. Oh man, look at Will. He's so happy. And that's why you make some that's why I make some combats specifically for some players, is to see them do so well with their abilities and get so excited about it. And there is something to be said for having it be a little bit of a mystery that they have to figure out, so that it's not like, oh, you instantly figure it out. Like, you build some tension, right? But you want to eke those clues out more steadily and have the target try to start figuring it out. This was a little bit too, it's a little clunky, a little clumsy, but oh, it's always worth it for their face. Yeah, I'll take that. Turn undead in a large rise.
I don't feel so good.
Going against the wall, and they both kind of halfway slide again into the wall. They both have a severe look of fear on their face.
Yes.
That's going to end your turn. Moving doing that. Keyleth, make a saving throw.
8.
Some second failed death saving throw. Keyleth.
Someone pump some life into me.
Tiberius.
Yeah, I'm going to pop one of my simple potions.
Okay, just love this.
Oh, I'm sure the live chat had been yelling, turn.
The level one?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead and roll. That is 2d4 plus 2.
Okay. Take that one. That's 7.
7. Okay, you heal 17 points. You can consciousness on the ground. Get rid of this.
Still 7 hit
Look around,
points.
your eyes kind of focus, and you can see now there's these two glowing entities. The ghost that attacked, the one that was inside you was now over against the wall and looks like it's kind of dissipating and is extremely frightened by something.
Can I use the rest of my turn to help her up?
Sure, I'll listen. So you go ahead and you prop her up to her feet.
Alright, and that's my turn.
Okay. For their turn, they both just fade into the wall and
It's a
vanish
long
from sight.
story. Maybe.
So you both, all of you, can take a moment stillness as the spiritual entities seem to have vanished into the wall.
Oh, they left?
They left after he blasted them with his shockwave of positive energy. They just went into the wall and disappeared.
You scared them with positive energy?
Unfortunately, the only kind of energy I'm allowed to use most of the time.
You told me
Ironic.
when I
That's
picked up with that
amazing.
guy topside that it was a healing potion. It was blue, right? That's what you told me.
Yeah, it's a minor thing, but I mean, it is nice. Was Keyleth being pounded into hamburger technically a moral dilemma? No. Defo not. She wasn't in the moral dilemma. She was she was a rag doll. Oh no.
There was, yeah, it was,
So I'm pulling that out of my pocket and walking over to that door in a daze, and I just done
Had
it.
to try.
Push the door.
And that's what Matt needs to do. Orion can push it, but Matt needs to have a firm hand. No X on the bingo board for you, Restay.
With my foot.
Okay. That is a greater healing potion. It's 4d4 plus 4.
Are you moving forward?
You're moving forward?
No, yeah, sort of.
So as you
Vax,
move
no,
forward...
stop. What are you doing?
My name's Vax, and I keep going.
That's what I said.
No.
Okay. Kick the door open. You have very little light source in here, but with your vision, you managed to look in past there, and it looks like was a hallway that was once used for storage of some kind.
Yeah.
But the first thing that catches you is that strange chemical smell.
Not even giving me a roll. Restay? 1 second. Choose your champion. Yellow, red, white, and blue, or pearl? Orange? I don't see an orange one. Is it the red, white, and blue? Probably. Oh, shit. All right. Okay. I'm going to set this at a DC 19. I'll say that you have a +2. No, I'll give you a +3. How about that? I'll give you a +3. All right, DC 19. And if so, you can mark it off, but no one else can. No, definitely not. And just for asking, you now have disadvantage. That is a 9 and an 8. Ooh, tough rolls, tough rolls. Here, zoom in. Well, that was your one roll for the month, Restay. Congratulations, you've wasted it.
Is extremely strong in this room, and your eyes kind of burn as soon as the doorway opens, and you kind of have to close your eyes. Torbear, you see Vex kick the door open.
Wait, Vax, slow
I
down.
follow.
I've been called that
You
before.
guys.
Wait. You're not following. Wait.
You're not following? Okay, Torbear stays back. You guys are all staying there?
I'd like to call everyone together if I could first.
Yes.
Let's take a moment.
I'm just looking. I take another potion to have one more.
Okay.
And I'm gonna look down
Wait,
the hole.
friend. I give him a potion of superior healing.
Okay.
You know I'm a healer, right? You can save your potion.
Save it. Where was that? Superior is the 44?
Superior's another 44. You guys can take a short rest if you wish to, and also use your hit dice, so...
Can I get some healing? Will you use some of that positive energy on me?
Of course I
I
do.
will go
You know-
no further until I take a proper rest.
I'm just
I
gonna
have
look
to
down
agree.
that hole.
Okay. Both of you guys, as you enter the room and your kind of dark vision looks out, you can see the room has that strong chemical scent, and parts of the wall have kind of crumbled and fallen into sections, kind of ruining this long kind of empty hallway. We can see there are elements of broken boxes and crates that have just been either sundered or removed or destroyed in the collapse. But what catches your attention too is a large portion of the floor seems to be lower.
So far, I would have assumed that Will is like a knowledge cleric or something. I would not have assumed that he's a healing cleric. Oh, this part. Wait, this part.
Than the rest of it, there is some sort of a liquid that has largely overtaken the entirety of this room. Something has seeped through from some unseen source and has slowly over time dissolved a large pit into the center of this hallway.
Oh, it's an acid.
This kind of dull yellowish green liquid now currently fills the entirety of
Like an ochre
the central
jelly?
portion of this hallway for a good, let's say about that distance there.
Okay.
Oh my.
Put my hand on Torbear's hand
Oh, that's not an ochre jelly. Okay, that's an acid pit.
and guide him back out and shut the door and say,
I had a in my first campaign ever. Is when I used to do skill check crits. And I nice, we made it, lol. I had a player that they were at a ball, like a fancy gala sort of deal. And every room he walked into, the first one was legit, and then everyone after was a joke of him saying, like, can I check the room for acid pits? And after, like, the second one, I was annoyed, but by, like, the third or fourth one, it was kind of funny. And on the fourth one, he got a 1, and I was like, there is an acid pit. It's right in the middle. And I drew it out on the map. And I was like, you see people walking over it. This is a room full of levitators. And he had obviously, you know, the fucking player knows I'm fucking with him, but the character had like a low whiz. And he was like, oh, I see. It was it was a fun time. And so then that was the joke of anywhere that they were somewhere even remotely fancy, they checked for acid pits. And during the finale, so we were all going off to college, and we had a finale session called I don't remember why it got called this, but it got called the Big Dick Blowout. Couldn't tell you why. And during the Big Dick Blowout, it had actually kind of left for a while. Like, they hadn't made the joke in a little bit, and it was like a 12-hour session, and part of it was them like in like a like an embassy or something. And he walks in, and he looks at me, and he starts grinning, like big shit-eating grin, and he goes, can I check the room for acid pits? And he rolls well. He rolls really well. And I'm like, you find one. And I speaking of targeting players, I'd put an acid pit in the middle of this fucking room just for him. And the cacophony that erupted around the table was so much fun, man. Improvised schizophrenia. Oh, schizophrenia. Jesus Christ, I couldn't read that word. Yeah, I think the name is reason enough. Someone clip him saying the Big Dick Blowout. Dude, if that was the campaign long-running joke and you whipped it out a legit acid pit in the final, I'd lose all my shit. That session was just laden with in-jokes and like trying to pay off every silly plot thread, trying to just tie it all up. I've talked about the myth crackers before. In the finale, I revealed as like a very quick bit like a newspaper clipping about 2 NPCs that they had encountered as the myth crackers that were now impersonating them in a different city. I did a lot. That was so much fun. And that the end of the era. That was like a year-long campaign. Man, God, I love D&D. that was so much fun.
Just sit on the ground.
Of course.
Bax.
I'm back in the hole.
Which is one of the things that I'm excited about. I am more than sure that Critical Role will have moments like that pay off these big long-running things, and it'll be fun to access that feeling again. Especially, like... Anyways, I'm excited.
I'm gonna just rest. Let's all just...
Can we make camp? I'm hurting really bad.
Take a moment.
Tired.
Yeah. You've been hit pretty hard, pretty quickly.
You want to camp, or do you want to just take a breather?
Just take a rest.
I need a proper
Actually, I have something that I think will make us all feel better, and I prepare a hero's feast.
You have those?
I do now.
Sweet. What does that do?
I'll tell you.
Oh, they're bananas.
Of course.
If you would like some
It's
bananas.
like a 20-foot-long hoagie.
It's
Yes, it's the 20-foot-long Subway dealio.
No,
Not Subway.
Too soon.
Okay, so in doing this, Risha, Just a heads up. One of the material components costs it's a gem encrusted bowl that costs 1,000 gold pieces. That is consumed by it. So you can totally cast this, but you'll have to deduct 1,000 gold off of your personal gold supply.
My personal
money
gold
you got?
supply? Like 3K, I think. Probably
3K?
left on me.
You said you were single?
All right, fine. I'll do it.
Wait, what did he just say? Did I miss it? One of the materials is a gem-encrusted bowl that costs 1,000 gold piece. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's not how material components are supposed to work, but whatever.
My personal
money
gold
you
supply?
got?
Like 3K, I think. Probably
3K?
left on me.
You said you were single?
I mean, lol. I mean, at that point, just take the fucking rest, right? I think he's just being lenient. Yeah, probably. I mean, I would probably just. If I'm them at this table, I would probably rest. Like, Hero's Feast, part of the whole point is if you are at a table where a DM does keep up the pressure, then it's worth that 1,000 gold sometimes. But, like, they're probably fine at this table.
All right, fine. I'll do it.
All right. So as you guys are preparing for a moment,
You guys, I've just had a near-death experience. I've been craving some lasagna. Okay, so I'm gonna make some of the best goddamn lasagna we've ever had in our life. I'm gonna spend $1,000. You make some amazing fucking lasagna.
What dollars?
1,000 gold.
Is this where the garlic bread domain comes from? She's so close to inventing the garlic bread domain, cleric.
What's lasagna?
It's tribal food. She's vegetarian.
Druid thing? Sure. She's spending the money, I'll eat.
So as you guys take a few moments to kind of tend to your wounds and catch your breath, Keyleth finds a section of the center of this dank, dreary prison and concentrates, taking the gem-encrusted bowl and setting it in the center of the floor. As time goes on, you begin to see this strange shimmering energy in the center of the room. At the end of the ritual, she raises her hand in the air, and through a plume of whitish silver smoke that slowly dissipates, you can now see.
You know what? You're terrible and wrong, but also there are much worse things you could be terrible and wrong about. Restart. I tend to think of silver as dollars. What? Why? That's so random. And gold is $10? What? Why? And I guess copper's a dime? That's the one that makes the most sense so far. Get out, Hans. Yeah, that's weird, dude. I accept I'm wrong, but I still call them dollars. Fair enough. Be confident in your wrongness. That's fine.
There is a long table, a very well-crafted table in the center of the room with chairs and benches and an extremely well-prepared, incredible-smelling meal. Just fruits and breads and meats all just strewn about this table in the center of this prison.
Okay, everybody. Okay, everybody.
Fuck you, Hans. Just 'cause you're accurate doesn't make you interesting. What? What? Is that for real? Wait. Dollar. Wait. Dollar word origin. Wait, I didn't spell that right at all. Dollar. A coin from a silver mine. Fuck that, dude. I mean, I believe it, but that's ridiculous, and you're ridiculous. And I refuse to accept your interpretation. I just don't think of them in relation to dollars in general. I'll be real with you, because they're all worth so much more than the fucking $1 is nowadays. Economy these days, am I right? Inflation, woo. But nah, everyone's whatever. Everyone's fine. Maybe that's why I really like Sam. I'm fine with just living at the edge of the veil between fiction and the real world. I mean, look, it's all fine. I don't tend to think of them in any specific correlation. Most of the time because I find it hard to grasp if I start doing that. But however you think about it, it's fine. Even if you're dumb and wrong.
Close your eyes. Okay. Tiberius, will you make the little forks dance for me? With Mage Hand?
Sure.
Okay, are you guys ready? Be our guest. Be our guest. Put our service to the test.
She tends to be.
Is this a thing? Is this happening right now? This is
Why not
happening.
just look at them making a
this-
musical out of our food? That's awesome. People pay a lot of money for this.
She set it out. Have a seat. Eat the food.
Shouldn't have healed her.
Thank you, Kenneth.
Oh, I was hoping for a Vax walks away.
I thought that was funny.
I just start eating. I'm wiped out.
All right, you guys can use as many hit dice as you want to heal yourself. If you check on your sheet, it has a hit dice number. You can use those to heal yourself naturally.
So after we eat all of this food, we are cured of all diseases and poisons. We become immune to poisoned and being frightened, and all of our wisdom saving throws have advantage. Also, our maximum hit points increase by 2d10.
For how long?
For
24 hours. And you gain the same number of hit points. So don't spend any of your hit dice. We're gonna eat our way
To health.
to health.
Well, no, you still spend your hit dice,
yeah,
meaning
yeah.
you gain 2d10 hit points, and you gain that up to your...
And it gains the same number of hit points. Oh.
Meaning, so you increase the
So
maximum,
you
and
increase,
you heal up
and
what
you also
gain.
get 2d10. Okay, I see what it means.
So how do you heal yourself then?
Where it says for hit dice on your page, should be towards the kind of the middle, right above your attacks.
Yep.
You can spend up to your top middle, and you just roll a dice with the number you have for your hit dice, and you heal that much. So what's the number you have there?
We have
Like-
resting.
Total is
We're
11.
resting now. We're
Okay.
resting
1d8 plus
at the same
3.
time.
So you can spend up to 11 if you want to, and
You're not
heal
doing full rest.
up that much just naturally.
But I wasn't taking any damage. That's the thing.
Then you don't have to worry.
Yeah,
I
I'm
can't
still at
generate
a
social
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah.
You're
Why
crazy
did you
on
burn all of your sorcerer points? We told you not to burn all of your sorcery points. We don't have time to sit here and take full rest.
I can still cure everybody. You know, I can heal everybody if you need the wounds.
So, for those who...
Well. Wait, what? I need to rewatch that for a
Go get
second.
2d10. Okay, I see what it means.
So how do you heal yourself then?
Where it says for hit dice on your page, should be towards the kind of the middle, right above your attacks.
Yep.
Because I was focusing on their conversation. I wasn't like really watching this.
You can spend up to your top middle, and you just roll a dice with the number you have for your hit.
He looks so out of it, dude. He was like falling asleep. I really like that Will is really paying attention and trying to figure the game out while also RPing. Yeah, dude. Will's been, both of the Wills have been great players. Will Friedel has been a little bit more, I might say like active. But I've really liked all the guest players. I think honestly, I'm trying to think of how to say this. I mean, it's sort of related to my speech I gave at the beginning of like, I think these guest players have all been great, but I think that guest players in general need a little bit more help, which I don't think Matt's really giving.
Dice, and you heal that much. So what's the number you have there?
We
Should,
have
like-
resting.
Total is
We're
11.
resting now. We're
Okay.
taking rest at the
1d8
same
plus
time.
3.
So you can spend up to 11 if you want to, and
You're not
heal
doing full rest.
up that much just naturally.
But I wasn't taking any damage. That's the thing.
Then you don't have to worry.
Yeah,
Because I
I'm
can't
still at a
generate social
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah.
You're
Why
crazy
did
on
you
the
burn all of your sorcerer
Yeah.
points? We told you not to burn all of your sorcery points. We don't have time to sit here and take full rest.
I can still cure everybody. You know, I can heal everybody if you need the wounds.
So, for those who use your hit dice to heal yourself, you can mention the meal, and it is
Neither do I.
a very delightful meal. It is
I mean, you can
tasty.
ask the group. But I have a feeling that Vax and Thorbeer aren't going to want to take a full rest down
It's
here.
gonna get got. That guy is going to, or that gal.
Or two of or both of them. That's the thing.
It's a thing.
I don't want to go on a date with it. I want to kill it.
So while we're sitting here, can I cast Locate Creature? Oh wait, now here's a question that I have. How much time?
Ooh, that was tense. I don't even know if like the annoyance counter feels like an inappropriate measure of what just happened. That was just like uncomfortable. I mean, I'm still gonna take it, but like him just stopping responding. I feel like Marisha is allowed to speak to him this way because she usually backs him up and supports him where the others are against it. Yeah. Dude, I was just thinking the same thing, Restay. I was like cutting through the tension, just trying to move on. Because like I think Marisha was fine there. I don't think Marisha did a damn thing wrong. Because and this is again Like, I don't know, man. Like, I fully support the way that Marisha talked to him. And just like him just shutting up, like on one hand, I'm like, okay, it's good to not argue on stream. All right, it's good to not perpetuate the bad vibes and just eat it if you're thinking about saying something rude or mean or whatever. But the fact that you had nothing else to say besides something rude or mean is fucked. Like, that was... so how much time has passed for Locate Creature? Good show, Will. I agree. Good on Will. Just cutting through it. Like, just like gives Orion the chance. Orion's not talking. I'll go and talk.
Has passed since the last time I had cast it.
I'd say it's probably been a good with shopping time.
Oh no, that was
It's probably been about 6 hours.
Yeah, we're on the clock here.
Does this count as a moral dilemma? I guess it says Keyleth, not Marisha.
No,
Catch it.
How long does it last?
We're still on day 1.
How long does it last? It lasts for up to an hour.
So yeah, you'd have to recast it.
Yeah.
So as you all
But that's my question is because I cast my level 4 spells, I cast 3 of them last game. So do I get those back for this one? They're gone, right? Yeah, so I can't cast.
We need to take a long rest.
So that's what I thought. I can't cast Locate Creature. Wish I could help.
I think that's another, again, what you say, how you say it, whatever. This is a little bit of what you say. We need to take a long rest as opposed to that's why I want to take a long rest rather than that's why we need to. There's an amount of objectivity there that is really dickish. Like, you are not the decision maker for the group, and you do not need to be dictating what the group needs to do. Or even having an in-game character discussion instead of passing it over the table. Yeah, like if he's going into the Tiberius voice and be like, and this is why I think that we need to long rest. Fucking Tiberius becomes a horse when he gets mad. Yeah, and then like out of game, Orion being like, yeah, I mean, like, you know, if we don't long rest, I don't have my sorcery points, he doesn't have his spells, like, you know, that's gonna put us in kind of a tough spot. That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, creature currently cannot be cast. You spend all your 4th level.
How long does everything last from that feast, Keyleth?
24 hours.
24 hours.
So we can still rest, take a long rest, and still have the benefits from the feast. It lasts for 24 hours.
Which, oh, Hans, and this gets into, like, other players' responsibility. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Orion and Tibbs, like, they need to address Tiberius's faults. And if they continue, and they, like, just need to buck up and do it. And be adults about it. And, like, they need to address things that are said in character that are flawed and that are wrong. And if Orion holds that against them out of game, they need to have a conversation about it. Because like, to a certain extent, that's Orion trying to engage with this in character, and everyone ignored him. And so if that's the way that all of them are flawed, Tiberius needs to engage with that. But instead, he said the thing, and and everyone ignored him, which they shouldn't have done. And now he's going to the meta arena to try and solve it, which is not what he should do, but he's doing it in response to something that they shouldn't have done. It's just all fucked. It's all fucked. And it's, yeah. And we've talked about some of the drivers of it before, but
if we wait, it escapes.
He's a day longer.
And Will Wheaton, God bless his heart, trying to bring it back into character. Hearing this discussion and trying to bring it back into the voice. And Cash Shaw, yeah, I agree. You know, it's good for them.
And we only have 3 days to do this.
And who's to say more guards won't come down? And how will we explain ourselves to them? And what if those things come back?
I actually have a locate creature spell. I can do it.
Well, I'll tell you this, everyone. I have only a limited amount of spells left to be effective in a fight against a creature like this. I have no melee offensive towards this creature whatsoever. This is going to be up to you.
Well, I mean, remember, Orion, you got the dagger specifically because you knew that magic wasn't effective against the Rakshasa. So, I mean, bullshit. I mean, we can all just call it bullshit, right? This is him changing the rules, right? Why would you, if you don't know that the spells don't matter, then why did you make a weird deal about getting the dagger earlier? Can't have it both ways, brother. I mean, and I know that you, like, there's still an aspect of, like, you still want these things, but, like, you chose to be the nuker. You chose to go out in a fucking blaze of glory. Them's the breaks.
With magical weapons and whatnot, I'm assuming.
As me coming from a warlock, I am the biggest short rest person. I kept thinking of things that I didn't want to say. I love short rests. I have to as a warlock. But like, you need it, and it's okay if your character in game is a little bit of a dick about it, and then out of game, out of character, you're like, yeah, I used up all my slots. Like, I guess I won't be doing anything. That's fine. Like, but he's switching back and forth. He's blurring this line so much that I know that contesting him on this is contesting Orion, not Tiberius. Is it possible he forgot he has the dagger? No! He rolled a fucking Arcana check about it 20 minutes ago without Matt asking. No way he forgot. And Short was fine with everyone. Also, why did he ever think an 8-hour long rest would be in their future for this literal chase sequence? I'm surprised they're even taking a short rest. Yeah, short rest is an hour. Trail's gone cold. In my game? Oh my god, Trail's gone cold. You guys take a short rest during a chase sequence? Good luck. Yeah, you're starting from scratch. You learned a lot of information about it. Congratulations. You're not catching it. It has an hour. It is a shapeshifter that hides in plain sight as part of its existence. It's gone. I mean, oh shit, I missed the Arcana check. Yeah, dude. Yeah. No, he literally just at one point he looks at Matt and goes, "I rolled a 24 for Arcana to see what's up with the jeweled dagger." And while Matt is talking to someone else, and Matt goes, "What? Okay," and like goes back to like what he was doing because he didn't ask for that fucking check. And then later, Tibbs like, "So what was the ruling?" And Matt goes, "On what? On that Arcana check." And Matt goes, "Wait, why were you making an Arcana check?" It's like to see what was up with the jeweled dagger. It's like, brother.
I'm virtually tapped out of all my spells. So is the cleric as well. And what they would like to do. So if we move forward, that's fine. We're only 6 hours in on the first day of this contract.
Well, the cleric is burned out of 4th level spells. Cleric is good.
It's time or it's strength. That's what we're talking about.
Yes.
We wait and we go in fully charged. Or we go now, and we have a much better chance of catching up to it, but weakened.
It's really interesting. Normally, this is where Vax would step up. Like, normally, these are the types of decisions that the leader generally makes, like the leader archetype. And it's why I think it's totally good and fair to appoint a leader, like, explicitly. But you also don't need to. Some groups just have that dynamic naturally. It just develops. But I do think that it is good to have a leader, or at least like a leader-lancer relationship. I wonder if Liam might personally be tapped out. I think there's a decent shot of it. Liam looks tired. It could just be an off day, could be whatever. But someone, and I mean, they have an explicit leader in Torbeer. right? Like, he's supposed to be the leader of the exposition. He should make this call. And that is something that I think some players are afraid to do, but it is something that needs to happen. Like, at some point, someone needs to make the call. And you just got to go. You got to stop talking about it. So now, I mean, it's somewhat analysis paralysis, but it's a slightly different flavor. And there's somewhat of a difference between just doing something and making a decision. Like, they have two decisions, right? They've analyzed it down. They have two decisions. Leader needs to make a decision. Or you need to have a button pusher, just do one of them. That's what I tend to take whenever folks either don't have anything to say or don't want to make the first move. Yeah, and I mean, that's like a very distinct character archetype that you don't have to follow. Like, your character does not have to be the one that does that, but I do think it's important to have one of those in a group, whether it's explicit or implicit, that will, like, make those decisions and actually, like, cut down the noise.
I will follow the group, as will I. You're in charge.
Yeah, you're in charge.
What do you say?
Good.
Oh, now
Yeah.
now I'm in charge.
You've always been in charge. Because you chose not to lead was your own fault.
We go.
There you go.
Can I get another healing spell then, Cashew?
Why don't I do mass cure wounds on everybody?
Oh, that'd be
on
great.
the group.
I'm already good.
Holy shit, Wilfredell. Woo!
You're good?
Yeah, I flipped my last potion, Kilo. It's superior.
So what are those? 2d8?
It's 8d4 plus 8. Use your hit dice to heal yourself?
I understand what people were talking about of, like, the weird vibes this episode.
I did.
Okay.
8d4.
8d4 plus 8.
8d4 for superior.
Big heal.
Yeah, then see if you're even gonna need me to mass cure.
Take a few more d4s out. I want to do this twice. There we go. That'll be enough.
This
4,
is
5,
tense.
6, 7, 8, 9.
I mean, I think that there's, like, a combination of, I think that Liam is purposefully playing Vax off. I think he's doing that on purpose, but I also agree that Liam the actor and Liam the player feels a little off, which, I mean, could be outside stuff. Not everyone's their best every day. Happens. Could, I mean, and it could be. I know that we're getting into the 20s. We're getting into where Orion gets kicked off, I believe, is in the 20s. So it could also be that he is starting to get those big feelings. And I'm sure that, like, kicking him off or him leaving or whatever was probably like a month-long conversation. I really, really doubt that. I think that they've probably been talking about this for a while, and it would not surprise me, especially given that the group got together originally for Liam's birthday, if Liam is the de facto player leader. Like, I feel like a lot of times in D&D groups, there's like the DM, and then there's kind of like a player representative almost that happens a lot, which, like, you know, encourages other people to respond to scheduling and, like, helps the DM and shit. And I feel like that's kind of the role that Liam takes. Yeah, probably because he's got, like, those director bones, but I still like these two episodes. Will and Will bring a lot, and the chase fights are exciting times. Yeah, I do. I like Will and Will as well. Who spilled the beans? Dash S. Yeah, man. I mean, there's a lot to like here. But yeah, these are bad vibes.
9, that's
Nice
5,
roll,
that's
yeah.
8. So that's 15, 19, 22, plus another 8.
Plus another 8, yeah.
So 30. Cool. Awesome.
So is everybody good?
Yeah.
Remember, we each have plus 2d12.
You sure?
I mean, you knew we were on.
I would also generally, this is a really small side comment, I would try to keep guest players, especially if they're new to the system, to 1. Because having to lead 2 new people and 2 people that are stepping into the middle of a campaign with super high level characters, I mean, I'd try to limit it. Yeah, I mean, if you're going, especially if you're going to have really high level guest PCs, try to limit it to people that have played D&D before. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I really like them as players, but I think that they're being put into kind of a weird situation, especially when it's performative and it's harder to take breaks because you're more worried about the pacing. It can get a little sticky. I don't know their organizing structure in early C1. When they eventually formed their own company, Marisha and Laura seem to be in charge of that sort of organizing things. Very possible. I mean, I know, like we talked about, Marisha was like kind of the co-assistant DM in the early days, or in like the one-shot days. And it could just be that like responsibilities shift. I'm not sure who actually like got the Geek and Sundry gig. Like if it was Geek and Sundry reaching out to Matt, if they were reaching out to Liam, like I don't know what the connections were. So I'm sure that could have played a role in it. I think the fact that Will and Will work with the bad vibes and move forward makes it better. It's nice seeing folks, especially guests, being really professional. I'm getting great impressions. I don't really know Will Friedle from anything. Getting a fantastic impression of him. And despite my annoyance at the Wheaton curse, the way that Will Wheaton is conducting himself is turning him. And again, I don't know why this was, but in my mind, Will Wheaton was like kind of a poser, like kind of like kind of like an asshole child celebrity poser. That was just like who he was in my brain. I don't know why. I didn't bring it up beforehand because I didn't want to prime anyone. But like he is really turning around my opinion on him. He like again, I'm still a little bit annoyed by the Wheaton curse. I'm kind of like whatever. But like overall, the way he's conducted himself has been delightful. He's been a great player. Has a decent character. Has been really like nice and respectful of Matt. Which like maybe he's different off stage. You know, maybe he's just like good in the show, and you know he's different off stage. But he's given me a good impression of him. Ashley talked to Felicia at a party, and then Felicia and her assistants reached out to Matt. I see. Oh, I see. Interesting. Huh. All right. But yeah. No, this has really changed my opinion on Will Wheaton.
On a time crunch,
because he's been so good.
Days left.
We were chasing him down a hall.
We don't have an egg timer, he just ran down here. He could fly to Timbuktu, go to Craghammer, hang out with Johnny Craghammer.
Especially now that he knows that people are hunting him.
I like Johnny Craghammer.
Johnny Craghammer.
It's a long story, Ash. Let's go. I'm going to slowly push that door open and try to use perception in the room to see if that crud is moving.
Okay. Are you ready, Michaela?
And try to see.
Yeah.
Could be, Marina. Could be. Yeah, I don't know. And I don't even know why I have that impression. I think it's from like other people talking about him, but I could have just made it the fuck up. My source could be I made it the fuck up. I honestly don't remember.
Yeah, that me. I'll do
Push your way.
Actually, you know what? Here's what I'm gonna do instead.
It also could have been someone talking about him as a child actor. I could really see that he like grew out of it. I don't know.
Actually, let me double check and make sure I'm gonna do this.
As you look inside, you walk
Thank
through
you.
it.
And not one banana.
It looks like there's a very slow flow to it, coming kind of at an angle. It's very thick, and it looks like it's melted through the basis of the floor, almost like it would probably continue underground out of this room into whatever is beyond. You get a feeling there's something to why this part of the prison was probably abandoned.
Okay.
Wait a sec. Back out slowly, and I'm going to creep back to the other door. That other one, yeah. Perception check there as well. That's 26. No, it's not.
Fucking double click, dude.
That's 16.
Okay. The door is not currently locked. The door is not currently locked.
Okay, and does that count for the traps as well?
I would say that, yeah, it's not trapped
Okay,
either.
so I'm going to open it an inch and see what I can see.
Look inside. There is a large collapsed pile of rubble. Like whatever this room once was has entirely collapsed in itself, and you can just see it's pushed up against the door. And something made this room inert and is not currently functional.
Acid alley is the only way to go.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and drop to my knees real quick. And
Wait,
take a minute to meditate.
there's a door at the end of this hallway.
That's what I just looked at. Isn't
We
it?
good?
And go ahead and.
Third door.
Oh, third door. I thought there was two.
There's a third door.
Oh.
I
There?
once knew someone who met a bad fate in acid. I would prefer to not encounter it myself.
Yes, I agree.
And this is why this is really minor, but this is why exactly what just happened there is why I love maps, even crudely drawn ones, even just like little whiteboard sketches. I honestly, all a map really has to have, I think, is the general shape of the room and the general location of entrances and exits. And then key things. Like, you know, if there's a pillar in the center or something. But you really do not have to draw nice maps like this. Like, obviously, this map is beautiful. This map is great, even though it's very simplistic. It's just, you know, squares and everything. But the shading is nice. The squares are very straight. You don't have to do any of that shit. Draw something terrible. But if you draw it and you put it in front, it offloads so much narrative work as the DM. You can focus on the parts of the description that are interesting because you have drawn the entrances and exits. The players are aware of their choices without you having to constantly rehash it because they forgot.
He was a good man.
I heard he was brave. Very brave.
I never heard about this. How did you hear about this?
He was a good man who was murdered by the gods.
It is legend.
The acid guy is legend.
All right. I go walking down the hallway this way.
Okay. Keyleth, what are you doing?
I'm along with
The acid guy is legend.
Let me wait till he opens his door.
Okay.
So I'll make a perception check at that door.
Go for it.
I have loved Wilfred L's one-liners.
Rest of you come up and finish your meal.
11.
All right. The door does not appear to be trapped. You don't know if it's locked yet. It's hard to tell from here.
Just allow me. You're strong.
That's what they say.
Awesome. That's 27.
It is also, from your perspective, not locked or trapped.
Okay, now I'm gonna
Okay.
drop to my knees and cast Locate Creature.
Okay. As you're finishing your small ritual for locate creature, you open up the door, and it is a spiral staircase that leads upward. You get the sensation this is where those earlier bastions were coming from.
No acid.
No acid in this room, no.
Just a staircase up?
You finish locate creature, and you sit there and you can sense, grasping on that one encounter you had with that Rakshasa, though it was still disguised as a dwarf, and the descriptor you have, and you recognize this immediately. This is the same type of ritual that you did earlier. So there's now this weird kind of synchronous moment of you share some magical knowledge.
And she has money.
And she has money. Though 1,000 less now. You finish your concentration for a second, and divine energy pulls you in a direction, and it pulls you in the direction of this way.
I'm sorry. I think we're gotta go through the acid.
Very well.
My armor is resistant to acid. Let me lead the way. Is there any shit sitting around? Any rubbish?
There are like clumps of, looks like a destroyed crate, pieces of stone that have fallen from the partially collapsed walls.
I'm gonna pull up a plank of that crate.
As he's doing this, I cast Fly on Warbeard, Keyleth, Cleric, and Vax.
You cast off 3 people.
I can cast it at 6th level.
6th level, it's 1 additional person
And
per spell level.
I'm terrible at math. Not bad.
The most dangerous thing a sorcerer
Your
could
math
be
and my
is
rolling.
bad at math.
We are a formidable team.
Us
Alright.
4.
It's a 3rd level spell, so you can do 4. Okay. So against 2?
Warbeard.
Everyone but you. Okay.
Oh,
So
wait.
Do you not need it? Then everyone.
We brought the flying carpet with us. It's in your bag of holding.
You have a flying carpet.
Oh, yes.
Well, there's that. I mean,
That would be helpful to fly over things like pools of acid.
Why don't we pull that out?
Yeah, it's a good idea.
As you're pulling out the flying carpet, we're going to go ahead and take a break, quick restroom break for about 4 or 5 minutes or so. We'll come right back to continue as they enter the room with a rather large pit of acid.
Classic pit of acid. I am interested. Matt knows that they have the flying carpet. The flying carpet is one of the main things that they use. How, pray tell, could a pit of acid pose a threat when they have a flying carpet? I'm interested. I'm generally interested to watch as campaign 1 progresses, because how prediction, my original prediction was like an amber, or it was an ochre jelly. I feel like some sort of jellies, gelatinous cubes, something like that. But like some sort of ooze is what I'm thinking here. Maybe Matt homebrewed an acid method. That'd be kind of fun. Because as you get to higher levels and PCs are able to... Okay, let me get out Paint. Because, right, as you get to higher levels, some of your maps actually kind of change function. So when you're at lower levels, so you have the landing over here, and you have the landing over here, and you have Acid Pit in between. And at first, Acid Pit is a red line. About the flying carpet and a pit of acid? Oh. I mean, I kind of do. So it's a red line. The red line is an obstacle, right? An obstacle is like a door that is locked, or a thing you have to jump over, or a thing that you have to subvert. It is something that actively blocks your path, and you can't proceed until you deal with it somehow. And that's at lower levels, that really before 3rd level spells, so before level 5. Although even after, it depends on your party size. But those are obstacles, right? This pit of acid, at like 4th or 3rd level, they would have to string a bridge across, or like fire a crossbow with a rope attached, and then shimmy themselves across. Like, they would have to do something in order to overcome said obstacle. That is not the case anymore, right? Tibbs has fly. He can get most of them. They have the flying carpet, right? They have such easy access to resources that this doesn't even really become an obstacle anymore. It actually kind of transitions into being something else entirely, which I would classify as purple. And we're going to dive more into this on Sunday about my notation, but I would classify it as a purple path, which is a challenging path. A challenging path is different from an obstacle in that the challenging path is typically longer, and it is a path like a hallway, but it presents some sort of challenge the entire way across. So a really classic example that you can think about to visualize this is a room full of gas, right? Or a hallway full of gas, right? No gas on one side, no gas on the other side. Hallway in between is full of gas. That is just a challenging path. You can hold your breath and just get through it, and you're fine. Challenging paths may or may not require the spend of resources. Same thing as obstacles, but obstacles are something that you cannot pass until you deal with it. Challenging paths you can pass without really dealing with it. You can probably walk through the hallway of gas. Who knows what's going to happen? Maybe you'll take some damage. Maybe you'll, maybe you'll take some debuffs. Maybe you will die. But like, there's a very clear and obvious way through it. And a lot of times, I think one of the really challenging things for a lot of D&D DMs is that as characters level up and they gain access to more and more and more features and abilities and resources, sometimes obstacles change into challenging paths. Sometimes they change into paths flat out. They don't even become challenging, depending on the magic items or the features. And this is something kind of hard to deal with as a DM. You have to ensure that the path is still challenging. So with this acid pit, right? Matt knows that they're 11th level. He knows that they have a flying carpet. If he just throws an acid pit in front of them and there is nothing special about it, it's just a pit of acid, that might as well be a black path. A black path is nothing. It's an empty hallway. You walk through it, nothing there, right? If he knows that they have easy access to flight, I don't know what you want to call it, technology, right? They have very easy access, especially when the group is smaller. And so as a DM, when you're designing your maps, when you're designing your sessions, your arcs, etc., you need to keep that in mind about what are the capabilities of the party. It is one thing to design a map realistically, and that's okay. Like, it's okay to have a black path that is kind of spooky and scary. It's an acid pit. Oh, no. But it's actually just a black path, and you plan for that as the DM on the back end. But if there's nothing else about this acid pit, it is a black path. And that's kind of weird. That's kind of weird in the way that he's presenting this. This seems like it's at least going to be challenging. Now, what would a challenging path look like in this example? Now, sometimes a challenging path, and again, I'll talk about this more when I'm actually doing the map notation, but sometimes a challenging path can be a couple of things, but typically it needs to be a light or a small or an easy challenge for a long period of time, a long distance, or it needs to be repeated. So it's the difference between having one giant wall and having several hurdles or screens that you have to punch through. Even then, I would say that those are kind of just multiple obstacles, but you get my point. Something that is a great example is back in the Underdark. The chasm was a challenging path, not an obstacle. Because if they had just flown across while people were like on the bridge or on the sides, they'll be shooting arrows at them, right? So that's a challenging path. The arrows are going to be happening the whole time they're crossing, and that presents a legitimate danger. So that's what I'm thinking must be happening here, is there's going to be some sort of like explosions that like come out of the acid. There's some sort of enemy that will come out, and you can have obstacles along the challenging path, and that can be part of what makes the path challenging, right? So if you presented several really light obstacles, so like say you just presented some methods, right? Or you presented some really weak enemies, but those enemies' entire goal is just to knock people off the carpet. Now that's a challenging path, right? These guys aren't really obstacles. They're super easy to kill. Maybe they only have 1 health. And so, you know, as long as they hit them on the way in, they're fucking cutting them down. You know, 1 method, 2 method, 3 method. But they miss. They miss 4 method. And you narrate as the DM that the method just charges into you with no regard for its own life, attempting to knock you off the carpet. Now the acid comes into its own. You now have to use things like featherfall, fly. You have to maneuver the carpet with animal handling or arcana. I don't know. You have to do one of a variety of things, and it is not because the method was inherently dangerous. It's because the acid is dangerous, and this is a challenging path throughout. But you have to actively do things to make it challenging. So like the methods or the boulders or darts, whatever, are not the challenging thing. They're not obstacles. Maybe they're inherently weak if you were just in a normal hallway. But because you set it in a scene where they have to fly over it, these things suddenly become significantly more dangerous. A challenging path. So, my theory, my prediction with the acid pit, my prediction is that there are going to be things that are going to attempt to knock them into the acid. That's my theory. I sort of very similar to the combat that they had in the Bad Vibes Valley in the Underdark, where it was like, I think it was like bones or like fingers. And it was right before they fought the Dwagar Queen and rescued Grog. And right before that was the Bad Vibes Valley that they had to fly over, and then they had the combat with the really fast anime protagonist. And that was a great example. Honestly, I should have used that as an example. That Bad Vibes Valley was a prime example of a challenging path. Where like, if nothing fucks with them, they can just fly over it. No issues. But then you have something fuck with you, and now you're on a challenging path. I was going to say for higher level characters, you put the thing they need in the bottom of the pit instead of beyond it. But I guess maybe that becomes more of a puzzle. At that point, basically, the way that I would think about that and represent that. So if the thing that they need is at the bottom of the acid pit, you've basically created like a new node in the structure. right? So you have the two sides, which are just totally normal. You have the challenging path across it, if there are things that will knock them off. If there are no things that will knock them off, it's just a normal path above it. And then you have two obstacle paths from those regular nodes on the sides down to the treasure. And now, because now you've made the acid something that they have to somehow deal with in order to get to the treasure. Challenging paths don't have to be dealt with. They did not have to deal with the Bad Vibes Valley to get past it. But it was a threat. It was an overarching threat that made the journey harder. If you put the thing at the bottom, you are turning the acid. Going above the acid, still super easy. But getting through the acid is now a new obstacle when you're thinking about like the map design. Which is fine. I mean, that's a great obstacle for higher level players. How are they going to deal with it? I don't know. Yeah, I think that's a totally reasonable thing. It's more just that as your players evolve, some of the ways that you have to think about your maps have to evolve. Because some things become so trivial for characters that it changes their inherent properties. Suddenly crossing a gorge, something that would have basically been impossible to a level 1 character, is literally trivial. Probably doesn't even take up resources for a level 17 party. So as you're designing regions, as you're designing battle maps, everything, the way in which you think about your maps has to change. And this is something that I really recommend for sandbox world designers. For sandbox world designers, most sandbox designers really, really hate level gating, right? They want their world to feel alive. They want it to feel like you could go anywhere and like, whoa, now you're fighting a level 12 or a CR 12, whatever. I think the way to make exploring a sandbox world feel good without accidentally TPKing if they're not paying attention is to have these sort of natural map designs that discourage exploration in certain directions. Kind of Metroidvania style, but a little bit subtler than that. Something like a gorge. Water is quite deadly until they have water breathing. Exactly. So you place the higher level stuff behind these things that they cannot traverse or will be very challenging for them to traverse at lower levels. And in fact, I would go so far as to say, a gorge is a great example. Endless chasm. Oh no, how are you going to cross it? Well, if you're below a certain level, you just can't, right? Then if you get to level 5, you maybe get access to fly. Maybe you have a potion of flying. And you could, at level 5, explore beyond. But say the area beyond is like a level 10 area or like a CR 10 area. At level 1, you would get accidentally TPK'd, right? At level 5, maybe you could actually survive long enough to make it back out. And then by level 10, level 11, you have the flying carpet, that gorge is no problem, and you can now deal with the enemies that are on that side. So you've kind of naturally come into the level area you're supposed to be through these natural features. It evolves from basically having no path, or at the very least being an obstacle path, to being then a challenging path at level 5, to then being a regular black path when you just have flight for free. And so that evolution of obstacles can be a really nice natural way to level gate your world and to make sure that they don't encounter challenges that are too strong for them. Now it's your job as the DM to give in fiction, like those are all the Doyleist reasons that those like chasms might exist. You now have to give Watsonian reasons. You have to give in fiction reasons that the super tough guys are on the other side of the chasm and they're not over here. A really easy way to do that is through like civilization building. So you can say, there's a civilization with a military and a police force and, they don't take care of the random gobos and the random bandits. But if there was a really, serious threat that came across the chasm, they would deal with it. But they don't patrol across the chasm because they can't regularly get over there. Like it's a bit contrived. Like it's been done before, but it's really easy and it works in fiction. I think there are some more interesting ways to do it. One of my favorites that I've used in World is I had a region of the world that had like this like divine. It was a hammer of the gods, and it had crash landed to the planet. I won't go into why. Big backstory bullshit. Who cares? But this hammer of the god had been swung, thrown, and landed, and it was essentially emitting magical radiation. And so everything around that hammer was being buffed up. It also had some natural barriers that it created towards getting close to it for other reasons. Trying to really summarize. So that's another way to make an in-fiction reason for there to be a high-level area and a low-level area. The other thing to do is to present escalating threats, which can also really work, where as it goes on, maybe there's a necromancer gathering their power in the west, across the chasm, and eventually they just build a bridge. And so you literally change the world in order to open up the level gating. You can also have that sort of project being taken on by the military, by the civilization, is building accesses to these other regions. Anyways, that would have been a good what did I learn rant. Oh well. You'll get a little bit of double dipping today. And I think with that, we're at the time. It's 10:50. It'll be good for me to get off. I mean, not even that early, but ready for a timestamp share. Oh yeah. You said that there was a timestamp that I missed, or like a moment that I missed. Yeah, please. And no bingos. We'll have to add more. Keep sending in your suggestions. I'll come up with some suggestions. 132, watch Orion's hands. 132.50.
As close as I can have to in far ways I can see back. Yes.
Cool. So currently these two stone pillars slam and crush, both be towards the ceiling.
Ouch.
Well, both of them get to make their dexterity saving throw, right? So both make a dexterity saving throw.
It's not gonna be good. Yeah, I rolled an 18.
So they take half damage.
No, they take full. They take the damage. They're not pinned.
Oh,
they
gotcha.
take the damage.
Okay, so they'll take the damage.
So it's
Probably unconscious.
what is that? 31 points damage.
Did he? Wait, I'm confused. Does he roll to hit? No, it's a dex saving throw.
Saving throw, right? So
What is he rolling?
I have to in far ways I can see back. Yes.
Cool. So currently these two stone pillars saving throw, right? So both make a dexterity saving throw.
It's not gonna be good. Yeah, I rolled an 18.
I mean, he's doing a lot for just rolling damage. But I can't tell. Is there something I'm missing? Is there something more, I guess, damning about what's going on here? Also 1554. Shit, do I have the right timestamp? Oh, maybe not. Let's try. I'll try Robin's 1554.
My cloak of elfenkind. It's backside.
Okay. The cloak can only really cover you and partially another person. The rest of you all make a stealth check.
So it's who's it partially covering?
It's over here.
Yeah.
Over here?
No, it's not enough to really effectively do it to the other person. It's just more for flavor.
It's the thought that counts.
Yeah.
15.
5. 20.
Yeah.
The cloak can only really cover you and partially another person.
Does it?
Yeah.
Over here?
Check.
So it's who's it
That does seem like it fell
Partially
off the
covering.
table.
It's over here.
But then
Over
does he
here?
roll it again?
No, it's not enough to really effectively do it to the other person. It's just more for flavor.
It's the thought that counts.
Yeah.
15.
5. 20.
The unspoken advantage. Crazy.
The cloak can only really
I mean-
cover you and partially another
It looks like it fell off, but I don't know what their table rule is. My table rule is always, if it falls off the table, it's an instant reroll, no matter what it is.
person. The rest of you all make a stealth check.
Rolled off.
So it's who's it?
I legitimately can't tell. I have no idea.
Who's it partially covering?
It's over here.
Yeah.
Over here?
No, it's not enough.
What's that?
So it's who's it partially covering?
Is it
over here.
Wilfred?
Yeah.
Over here?
Maybe talk.
No,
Oh, no, it's keyless. I heard another thing, and I thought he rolled it twice.
So really effectively do it for the other person. It's just more for flavor.
It's the thought that counts.
Yeah.
15.
5. 20.
Look, I mean, I'm all about obviously talking shit on Orion and using him in thumbnails. And I know that people have some, like, sort of iffiness about his rolling, but that didn't seem... That seemed at least to have plausible deniability to it. Which I guess all good cheating does, right? But, yeah, I don't... Maybe. Yeah, John, I don't know if you have, if anyone has any more timestamps. 32:42. Oh, so a little bit before where we were looking. 32:42. So just slightly before. Okay.
And roll for the attack on each.
Scorching ray by that.
Okay. Go for it. So go ahead and roll for the attack on each of them. Since it was forced out, it is not in melee with you because it's far enough away, so you just...
Am I missing it again? 32:40.
Go for it.
I mean, he has shit in his hands.
Go ahead and roll for the attack on each of them.
Keep watching.
Since it was forced out, it is not in melee with you because it is far enough away, so
Putting all of them into his hand. He rolls.
What is that?
Wait, what the fuck was that? Did that just tip over?
What is that?
Yeah, that. Oh, you guys can't see it. The chat's covering it. One second. I'm gonna put me up here. I'll put it up here. Yeah. No, I saw that one. He moves the die, and it very clearly rolls over.
What is that? Plus my spell attack. Okay, so...
Yeah.
So that's...
Wait, what? Did he put it back to what it was supposed to be?
In melee with you because it is far...
What is that?
Straight roll for these.
Okay. Fuck, I can't see what it is. Oh, I just tried to zoom in. That doesn't work. I should have known that wouldn't have worked.
What is that?
So it tips over.
Plus my spell attack. Okay, so...
Yeah.
So that's...
Dude, I wish I could enhance.
16 was 1. 19 and 19.
All hit. Go ahead and roll damage for each. Just give me a total damage.
No, I've seen some established history of this already. I think that it was like during or around the Kavarn era. I remember there being some that were questionable at best. Yeah, I mean, he was definitely fucking with the dice, no question. It is maybe a debate if he accidentally tipped it over and then put it back to what it was supposed to be. The expressions on Friedel and Liam are interesting. Let me see.
Plus my spell attack. Okay, so...
Yeah.
So that's... 16 was 1. 19 and 19.
All hit. Go ahead and roll damage for each. Just give me a total damage.
2, 4, 6.
Rock that math. Come on.
Okay.
Yeah, interesting. It's just crazy we get to see this stuff documented. I mean, that's the risk of live streaming, especially. Can't edit shit out. That's why I am always so much more harsh on non-live streamers, because if you choose to edit and put something into the video, that means that you thought about it a few times. Sometimes live streamers say shit in the moment, and this is not just to lampshade me for when I say some weird shit, but sometimes live streamers say shit in the moment, and I don't know, if they apologize and they're yeah, fuck, shouldn't have said that shit, I'm more willing, not to say that like that excuse Orion is even like related. It's more just on the fact of like all of it's documented, and especially when like live streamers are live streaming for such long periods of time. A lot of times you get to see the worst part of people when there's that much documented evidence. But anyways, that was kind of a random tangent aside. In regards to Orion, yeah. It is very interesting. I feel like it would make it easier to talk to him about. I think, OAC change. I'll give him 1 for both of those combined. I'll give him 1. Because that was just combined suspect enough for me to give 1 on. Seeing people do really long live streams without sleep does get interesting. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. It's something I've thought about. I mean, I've already had somewhat of an instance like that where I was trying to think of 2 different words and I said a word that was a combination of the 2 and it was not a good word. That was, I think, like episode 4 or 5 of the watch through, and I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna get canceled. And on stream, you can see like my life flash before my eyes. I'm like, fuck, that's not what I meant to say. Huh. And then I found the right words that I was meaning to say. And but yeah, it's I don't know, live streaming's a beast, but I love it. And I will not stop doing it. Yeah, man. It's so weird. I am debating if loudly sweating. Yeah, very loudly sweating for me. And I'm not gonna harp on it too much because I don't want to relive it. But I'm sweating now. But I'm kind of curious. I don't know the episode that it happens. So, but I know it's in the 20s. And so it's like, is there gonna be another big thing? Is there gonna be another fireball? Is there gonna be another Kavarn, final battle? Is there gonna be a Laura's arrow situation? Or is it just that everything like came to a head and there was just kind of this minor rumbling and building that just eventually hit a breaking point? Or are we going to have another, okay. Okay. The OAC is going to continue to get ticked, you're saying? Because I feel like my intuition, my gut says, like, he should learn. He should learn his lesson. Like, I'm sure he's getting, like, got on Twitter. And I know that they've had discussions about it. They had discussions after the Kavarn thing. So, is he just not modifying? Like, I don't know. Man. Got in late. Just want to say hi before going back to watch the start of the stream. Good to see ya, SSH. You might, I don't know if you want to or not. I don't know how the live player is compared to the non-live player, but we're probably about to end because this is going to be a 2-parter. So we're probably 3 or 4 minutes from ending. But good to see you. Good to see you. I hope Starfield's been going well. I've been thinking about getting into it, but I'm probably not going to buy Starfield until I at least finish one run of Baldur's Gate 3. I probably can't do both at the same time. As far as Orion, trust me, you'll see. Fair enough. But yeah, hope that's going well. Yeah, I don't know. Interesting. I'll get off. I'm going to save my voice. And I'll see all you fools on Friday. Also, I've been thinking about it. We have good zone. Is there any sign off? Like, I think I mentioned this once, but then I got off before anyone could tell me. Is there any sort of critter goodbye? Because I know that there's bidet and good zone, but I don't know of any goodbyes. Do we need to make up our own? I did think of Good Bone. I don't know if Good Bone is what we... Is it Thursday yet? Ah. But that don't work for me. Yeah, that doesn't really work for me. Is it Thursday yet? I mean, we could do Is it Monday yet? Or I guess Is it Friday yet? Yeah, we can just do the next day. Yeah, it doesn't really translate. I don't know. Well, you guys debate. You guys figure out, do you want... Is it insert next stream day here or Good Bone? Which one will you choose, I wonder? Good Bone and Is it Friday yet? Thank you all for joining. I'll see you on Friday. And hope you had a good stream. Goodbye.